T-minus 90 seconds and counting. All systems are go. We're about 90 seconds from the launch of Space Shuttle Discovery. T-minus 60 seconds and counting. We are transferring to orbiter internal power at this time. Discovery is now running off its 3 onboard fuel cells. Coming up on a go for auto sequence start. And we have a go for auto sequence start. Discovery's onboard computers have primary control of all the vehicle's critical functions. T-minus 17 seconds and counting. 15, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, start, 2, 1, booster ignition, and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery, returning to the space station, paving the way for future missions beyond.
Discovery's onboard computers commanding the main engine nozzles to swivel, aiming the shuttle for its precise target in space for main engine cutoff.
Should have a good forward link now and
Okay, you sound good.
Discovery Houston, negative return.
Copy, a negative return.
If you're down and confused and you don't remember who you're talking to, concentration slip away because your baby is so far away. Well, there's a rose in the fisted blood, and the eagle flies with the dove. And if you can't be with the one you love, honey, love the one you're with. 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 Don't be angry. Don't be sad. Don't sit crying over good times you had. But there's a girl right next to you, and she's just waiting for something to do. And there's a rose in the fisted glove, and the eagle flies with the dove. And if you can't be with the one you love, honey, love the one you're with. one you're with. Love the 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 one you're with. Turn your heart right into joy. She's a girl and you're a boy. Get it together, make it nice. You ain't gonna need any more advice. And there's a road in the fisted light, and the eagle flies with the dove. And if you can't be with the one you love, honey, love the one you're with. Love the one you're with. Love the one you're with. All right then, love the one you're with. Oh, yeah.
When the night's getting cold, you're needing a shoulder. Puff out your chest and be a little bolder. All we do is we buy and hold. There will be shills who wanna steal your thrills. There will be friends who hold till the end. There will be doubt, fear and cloud, but it's all in your head. Those hedges are dead. Panic and fear really are near, but it's not ours to own. We have shown that all we do is buy and hold. Oh, there will be shills who wanna steal your thrills, and there will be friends who hold till the end, and there will be doubt, fear and cloud, but it's all in your head. Those hedges are dead. So when the night's getting colder and you're needing that shoulder, these apes got your back. We got each other. All we do is we buy and hold. Good morning, you filthy apes. Welcome to AMC and APE, where we buy, we hold, and we screw the hedgies. Screw 'em! That's right. This is where we like to fling some poo and eat crayons for breakfast. Rock strong. Good morning, guys. It's good to see you again. I hope you had a great weekend. I know lots of you guys probably were reading intently through the proxy that was released after market close on Friday, and that is the reason why Ape started ripping in the aftermarket hours. That proxy dropped, and that thing just started ripping. I mean, it's like SpongeBob SquarePants on ripping his pants. Thought it was funny and just kept on going. It did come back down a little bit. It did retrace some of the original run up because see, it got to as high as hold on a second here. I got my stuff moved into a different spot. Moved up as high as 265 a share before coming back down. It's kind of settling in on. It looks like it was kind of averaging really close to about 232. And we're at 224 now, so we're dropping a little bit back down again, a little bit further here. But we've got a lot of important stuff to talk about today, and I don't want to go I don't want to I don't want to feel like a lone voice in all of this, and so I think I'll probably open up the back of the big tramp so that anybody who wants to just have like a verbal discussion instead of having to chat through the comment section in here, make it a little bit easier to have a conversation back and forth between people and about what's going on here. But I just want to tell you guys about one specific thing that I think is being pushed, or at least a narrative that I'm seeing that I think is very, very dangerous to our entire position here. That's more important than the proxy itself, and it's about arbitrage. Arbitrage is when you try to when there's a difference of I didn't look this up so I can so that I give you like the definition version of it, but it's basically when there's a difference of a position where you could potentially maybe change your position so that when the change occurs, your position is better off than it was prior to what you had before. So what's being kind of suggested right now, Brian Carpenter says sabotage. What you're seeing right now is the general premise that a lot of people are saying, well, if the conversion's going to happen, then I'm just going to sell my AMC shares, buy more Ape shares, and I'll be better off because I'll have more shares when the conversion happens, and there's a reverse split. It'll give me more shares, and I'll be better off. And I want you guys to understand that part of the reason why we are where we are right now is in regards to being in a play that stuck the hedge funds with their hands in the cookie jar was the fact that we caught them with shorts when we did way back 2 years ago, right? So by doing arbitrage, essentially what you would be doing is wiping out all that hard work. You would be basically getting rid of or allowing them to close out all of those short positions and then allowing them to just make the conversion happen without any pain to themselves. So that's going to be and if you can see how price is moving up on Ape, they're making it look like it would be appealing, like you need to rush this decision, like hurry up and get into this or this thing's going to take off, and I'm telling you guys right now that I said it before when Lou was saying to everybody that they need to sell their positions, that we were going to start ripping in price if we did. The people who end up, I'm pretty certain, and this is my opinion. It's not a fact. This is my opinion. But when people do decide to do that, and I do believe there's going to be people who decide to arbitrage into out of AMC and into Ape, what's going to end up happening is price is going to absolutely start ripping on AMC, and the reason for that is it's going to create massive liquidity availability, and you're going to see a ton of closing of positions, right? And when that happens, price is going to go up just like what did the weekend when Lou told everybody to sell their shares. That week we ran up to $34.33 on AMC, and I don't know if you guys remember, this was back in March of last year, almost a year ago now. So some of you may not remember all that well, but I do. Petra Farm remembers. But anyways, I just want to tell you guys that this is the premise. This is the idea of what they want you to do. They want you to arbitrage because they want you to get rid of your positions that was causing them to be short. Allow them to close out their short positions in mass before the conversion and reverse split happens. So just remember, yeah, AO says arbitrage equals profiting off of a difference. Yeah, that's essentially what it is. And so be careful, guys. Be careful because that idea is being pushed within our community. I don't want to see you guys get left behind. I'm gonna sit here and tell you guys the same thing I told my wife. My wife says, Casey, she didn't say Casey. She said, "Hun, if I had more money to put into this, where do I put it? Do I put it in AMC or Ape?" This is after the Proxy release this weekend, and I'm gonna tell you the same thing I told my wife. I'm not gonna tell you any otherwise different. I told her, I said, I still can't say one way or the other which one's better. They're both equally important. And I'll tell you why that is. The reason that they're both equally important here is because you don't know what's going to happen in the future. You don't know if this is going to be a yes vote. You don't know if this is going to be a no vote, right? You have no idea what's going to happen. Now, if from a logical sense or standpoint, if you wanted to hedge against the idea that this was going to be either a yes or a no vote, you would ideally take your money, split it down the middle, and equally invest your money in both AMC and Ape. Whatever money it is that you're going to invest, that would be the best way to do it because you have no clue if this is going to be a yes or no vote, and that hedges you on both sides of the bet. It's the best thing you could possibly do. From my standpoint, how I'm looking at this, I don't see this one being better than the other because you have no clue. We don't know where the vote's going to go. You can make assumptions, but you know what assumptions do. So it's your choice. It's your hard-earned money. And I told my wife this. I said I can't tell you, hun. I don't. Ape seems like a logical solution because it's cheaper. But if the vote doesn't go through and AMC starts running a price, you don't know. You have no idea what's going to happen. So AMC and Ape are both equally important. But a lot of people aren't going to think about that. They're only going to be thinking about their pocketbooks, and that's something you got to remember. I don't have any control over that. I can't control what people are going to do. I just can't. I'd love to. I'd love to try, but I can't do it though. Belarke says they both are. um, but yeah, guys. I mean, Wolfie says this is why buy and hold has always been the best strategy, bar none. But the button disappears or they don't settle your funds in time, et cetera, is something to consider seriously. It very much is. I mean, there's all kinds of there's so many different possibilities that could play out that hedging your bet on which side of AMC you want to bet on is best hedged by splitting it down the middle. um, Plague says, Casey, use your Jedi mind influence. You will only buy and hold. these these apes are not the droids you're looking for. Oh man, yeah, I wish, Plague. I wish that would be nice. But I want you guys to be really, really, really careful because I know that there's a lot of people out there who are pushing arbitrage right now, and I want you to understand that if they're pushing arbitrage, they're not looking out for your best interests. I can guarantee you anybody who's pushing the idea of arbitrage is not looking out for your best interests. So keep that in mind because the people who are pushing that are the people that you want to probably mentally note down as somebody who's not on your side. That is definitely not somebody on your side. Give me 1 second here, guys, while I clean off my glasses. Because all that really does is it just gets rid of all the shorting positions. It gives a relief to the shorting positions on the AMC side. So I'm going to open up the back of the big tramp maybe later this morning after I do numbers and stuff like that. I think I'll probably open it after the market opens, the back of the big tramp really. Once I do the numbers first thing in the morning at like 9, we'll open up the back of the big tramp, which would be 10 Eastern. And anybody who wants to come in and talk, we can talk about the proxy. What specifically in there are things like there's still questions, believe it or not. Like I've had 2 different groups of people who have sent emails to John Merriweather on my behalf, which I was grateful for because then I didn't have to write the email. But one of the questions that I kind of raised that we didn't really get a great answer for, Dana says, I call shotgun. You got it. One of the questions that John Merriweather has already responded to. The other one was just sent yesterday, but the very first question that kind of arose, in my opinion, and it was only because of the fact that I was just kind of messing around and realized that I have a long time ago at a much higher price point. I had taken the rest of the money that I had in AMC and I invested it into 5 shares of AMC. This is prior to the dividend. Well prior actually to be as a matter of fact, but I invested it into AMC and bought 5 shares of AMC. After the dividend, I got 5 shares of Ape. So I have 5 shares of AMC and 5 shares of Ape. And then later on down the road, when price of Ape fell a little bit further, and I had some additional money that was just sitting in my account and not doing anything, it was like like $1 or something like that. I bought 1 more Ape, so I now have on Weeble, I have 5 shares of AMC and then 6 shares of Ape. And so my question became, on a conversion, does that mean I'm going to have one that they're going to cash me out for the 1 share, and then give me 1 Ape because I have 11 shares, so I'd get basically 1 cashed out, and then 1 or 10 shares would be converted into 1, or is it going to be all cashed out and given to me in cash because I don't have 10 shares of one. I have 5 shares of one and 6 in the other. So it was kind of a question that we're waiting that we kind of asked. We already asked it, and the response that we got back was to refer to the proxy, and the proxy doesn't really. I don't feel like. I mean, that's the whole reason we were asking the question in the first place, was the proxy doesn't really seem to state. Although I don't know. It's I would be I don't know. Tepeezer's in here right now. I think he might be able to shed. He was actually the one that sent the email out for me. He might be able to better answer the question on his perspective on how it was worded. Back to him the response, but I don't know. I'm still trying to figure out the answer to that one, and I know that's not really gonna. A lot of people aren't really gonna care about that one too much, but unless they have, the remaining portion of shares that you have may equal to something less than a 10 value. Yeah. One love for life 71 says, I think you need equal 10 on both. I think you might be right on that. One love for life, which means I'm gonna have to put in like another 40 or so bucks into my account on Weeble in order to get those up to 10 before the conversion and split occur. But that's neither here nor there. Let's see here. Novocaine says, did you mean you sold your GME in that account when? No, no, no. The AMC or the GME shares that I had Novocaine were in my Fidelity account. I was doing a test on cryptocurrencies. I wanted to see if they were running with the same algorithm that they have on securities. And so in order to do the testing, I needed an account, and I didn't want to at the time. I don't believe that Fidelity was allowing at the time when I was doing the testing to trade crypto. So I went with Weeble for the testing. And when I was done with it, I was just decided to take the money and throw it into AMC instead. Arthur says, Casey, does the prox explain the time frame from reverse split to dilution? It does. And it's all on the 14th. After closing on the 14th, everything would take place. It is 6:24, guys. I've cleaned my glasses the best I could, and I'm ready to get into the numbers. So let's take a look at what we got going on here. Brandon says, if you have 6 Ape, 4 AMC, do you need 10 of each? Meaning, yeah, that's the question that we asked Brandon, and we didn't. They told us to refer back to the proxy, and so it was kind of lame because I was going like, oh, that sucks. Well, I can't, and that doesn't really help me out at all because that's the whole reason I was asking in the first place. That's the answer I'm looking for, Brandon, and I still don't have a solid answer on that one for you yet, unfortunately. But it does kind of appear the way that it's worded in the proxy that you would need 10 of each in order to get the full share. AO says, to avoid fractional BS, add number of Ape and AMC. Make sure the sum of both is divisible evenly by 10. There's reason for me to believe AO, especially when you see like what the conversion rate is of each, that they're separately converted, and then the reverse split happens, which means that if you don't have the full amount that you need to have by the time of the conversion, then meaning if you don't have 10 Ape, then you won't get converted, you'll just get cashed out. So I don't think that that's necessarily true. But I'm probably gonna be on the safe side, like Arthur's saying here. To be on the safe side, I'm gonna average my my numbers up because I don't want to get cashed out of those shares. I mean, even if I do get cashed out, I can rebuy back in, but I prefer not to do that because then I lose any kind of tax, long-term tax exemption that I might have on those positions. Although that's kind of an interesting point too. If they get converted together, what would your new? Oh my gosh, there's so many different tax questions here now. Ooh boy. If half of your shares are long term and half are short term capital gains, uh, what these are questions I can't answer for you guys. I don't know the answer to that. That's getting kind of deep. Micah says, because I have always had my sell order for 19 months, insanely high for AMC, and never was rejected. I raised even higher on Friday. It literally just now got rejected 5 minutes ago. Very strange, I think. We were. I've been talking with a couple different people out there, and we've been theorizing that a lot of people who may have had their uh, limit orders set up for really, really high numbers may end up seeing some kind of like test on those. I would be very, 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 very careful to remove all limit orders or go back in your history and see if you have limit orders out there and get rid of them. They only last for 90 days anyways, but I would be very careful to go out there and see if you have any limit orders that are set up that you need to get rid of. Super dangerous to be creating long-term limit orders that you have set up for the future on something that you don't know where you're actually going to take a position at. Let's take a look at our numbers, guys. I gotta do that. No, your numbers are very rounded off to the nearest 10 value. You would be just fine. You would end up getting 19 ape, or your 190 ape would be converted into 19 AMC, and your 350 AMC would be 35. So you would have the 35 plus the 19, and then especially after the reverse split, is what you would end up having. So you would be just fine the way you're set currently. There would be no problem there. All right, let me take you guys over to the other page. I'm gonna go ahead and get the day started here on numbers. Ayo says, Casey, thanks. You think that the brokers are going to flub this as bad as they did with Ape? Probably. I wouldn't doubt it. I would not doubt it. C. Jonesy says, do you have any idea what will happen to the AMC1 options? I'm not 100% certain on that. I'm really not. I think that most of those will probably get converted. I don't know if they'll keep the same name as AMC1 or not, or if they'll take on some kind of new naming convention. It seems to me like since they're already their own naming convention for it, that they would probably just keep those the same and convert them like usual. That would be my guess, but I'm not 100% certain on that. Oh, NFD sent the email? Okay, my bad, Teaser. Sorry about that. All right, I'm going to take you guys to the other page here. I'm not going to be able to see what it is you guys are writing, so hold those thoughts until after I get done with... let me get rid of these pages here. I've got so many things open after I went through looking at all the stuff this weekend. There's so many pages open. Too many pages. All right, let's see. Remember, I'm not going to be able to see what it is you guys are writing until you see the big tramp back up on the screen. Two-factor authentication. If you don't have it, you may want to consider getting it, as it could prevent somebody from getting into your account that shouldn't be in your account. While you're at it, make sure and set up a secondary device that can receive the code to get into your account, because something may happen to your primary, and it's always good to have a good backup. Also, while you're at it, start taking pictures daily of your portfolio, and making sure that you save that picture as with the date that you took it, and putting it in a folder someplace for your own record keeping in case something should happen with your broker and misreporting your change of positions that you may be having, or any change at all. You'll be able to notice and pick that up and dispute it. But the other thing is if you're not going to do it once a day, maybe you don't make a whole lot of trades, maybe there's not a whole lot of activity on your account, I would do it at least once a week. So maybe on the weekends or whenever you get a chance to think about it. Really would be a good idea. Alrighty, I'm logged in. Let's take a look at our numbers. So we had a four-way tie going into the end of the week. I had predicted 552 on AMC, which we closed at 551. And then 180 on Ape, which we ended up closing in at 192, which was about 12 cents too high. So I was 1 cent too high on one and 12 cents too high on the other. So I was 11 cents off total in regards to my average price. But believe it or not, even though I was only 11 pennies off of being right from getting it correct, Apex had a better price prediction than I did by he was 5 pennies higher than I was, which gave him the win. So I had 582 to 882, and Apex had 587 to 887. He takes the extra point, and there's nothing I can do about it. He is the grand champion for the week. Let me give everybody their points to indicate where they stand. And Apex with the extra point gives him 6. Congratulations to Apex on getting the price prediction right. Not bad, not bad. I think that's 2 weeks in a row for him. It's a pretty damn good start, to be honest. Let's take a look at what we got for short exempt volume on Friday from AMC. Short exempt volume is reported at 521.1. Considering that the volume was low, that was massively high. And let's see, what was our final volume on AMC for Friday? Let's see, our final volume for AMC was 33.1 million shares. I had expectations for 10 to 30 million. We ended up seeing 3.1 million more. I don't mind being low on the prediction. It's high that I don't like being. Ape, I predicted somewhere between 5 and 25 million. It was 25.3 million. So also a little bit off on that one. There was some of that unexpected volume that occurred towards the very end of the day. But overall, not too terribly bad. Give me 1 second here. I'm trying to refresh this, and I'm not seeing FINRA's Fridays. Oh, there it is. Okay. Trying to look for Ape's short exempt volume here, and it wasn't pulling up. Short exempt volume on Ape for Friday was 161.4. Closing price on AMC last week was up 4.36%. And on Ape, we were up 7.26. Utilization, let's check that real quick here and see what we got going on. %100% utilization on Ape. And on, did I say Ape? AMC. AMC was 100% utilization. My bad, sorry. And Ape is at 92.14. Slightly higher than what it was before. The magic number to break is 95. Fireworks start to happen at 95%, so it's getting really doggone close. Let's see here. Taking a look at max pain for this week. This ought to get interesting. Max pain for the week. Let's see what we got here. I'm going to just take a stab in the dark and say I'm going to go with 550. I think it's going to stay the same. 550. Let's see what it is. 550 it is. Yeah, interesting. Okay. Off exchange data. Final numbers for Friday for off exchange was 57.73 and EDGX was 9.39. The grand total between the two is 67.12%. A normal average day would be around 64. So we had about 3.12% higher volume going through those exchanges. CHX volume was at 2.31%, which equated to 924, basically almost 925 million shares. The average, oh no, wait, what number did I just say? Sorry, my bad. I was reading the wrong row. 768,000 shares, not the other number. The average 30-day percentage now for CHX is now up to 1.12, when just a couple months ago we were running an average around 20 or 0.25, a quarter of a percent. So big numbers going there through the CHX. It looks like they're trying to close out a lot of positions daily. Final numbers on Ape from Friday. We got 50.94 and EDGX was at 7.74. Combined total on that ended up being 58.68% of our volume. I want you to just kind of notice the NYSE ARCA jumped massively. NYSE ARCA went from 8.32% 30-day average to 17.83%. So more than double what it normally sees going through there, which explains why the off exchange had such little volume going through there. The combined total being 58.68, which is, what is that, 4, 5, 6, like 5.4% lower than it should be. Pretty low numbers. Probably some of that move may have been from that NYSE ARCA data that went through there. I'd have to go back and review, but I'm pretty sure that's the case. I don't recall that being high on market close when I did the numbers last for the day. On GME, let's see here. CHX volume was almost double what it normally should be, and HYMC CHX volume was subnormal or abnormally low, I should say. Taking a look at institutional ownership. $139.127 was the number from last week. It has now jumped up to 137.503 million. Let me go back down here and change this. So it's dropped a little bit there. It went from 139.127 to 137.503. A little bit of a drop in institutional ownership. We are at 26.6% right now. It's getting a little low there. I like seeing institutional ownership a little bit higher than that. It helps for pushing the numbers. Taking a look at options for this week. Where is the most open interest? Last week, our highest amounts of open interest are at $6 and $5. This week, highest amount of open interest is at a $6 strike for calls, which is the same. There is approximately 16.9 thousand contracts on the calls, and on the puts at a, let's see, highest amount of volume is at a $5 strike. There's 24.2 thousand contracts. I would imagine at some point this week we'll probably see AMC's price drop under $5, as they'll probably want to close out as many of those put positions as possible before the week's over. So even though the week is set up to hit above or close somewhere around 550 at this point, I would imagine before it's all over, they will probably likely try to move this down a little bit first before allowing it to rise back up. Let me move a couple screens around and we'll go over the rest of the data. I just realized, guys, that for some reason or another, the music doesn't play. Oh, it does play for you guys. Never mind. It's there. All right. Taking a look at the combined numbers of AMC and Ape, $7.49 is where we're currently trading at. You can see in the aftermarket hours, the bump on Ape really got us up to a high of $7.98 before it came back down, and it looks like it's testing down on this level of what was resistance and is now a level of support. So we may see price kind of trend and consolidate, perhaps maybe between 766 as a high, and then this this level of support. If we see price drop below this level of support, then we'll probably be expecting to see a retest on $7.35 combined. Taking a look at the Ortex data. Currently, our short share interest of the free float's at 22.95%, and our utilization is at 100. This is what 100% looks like for a very, very, very long time, but our most current run is about 13 straight trading days of utilization being 100%. Let's zoom in on this just a tad bit here. As we zoom in on this, we're going to see that the on-loan amount increased day over day from Friday from 183.39 million to 184.66, which is approximately let's just call it 1.2. 1.25 million. Close enough. Close enough for government work. That's what I used to say, I guess, apparently, as I was a kid, because I had parents that worked for the government. So 1.25 million in new loan shares. Let's see what Ortex says about with the estimated short share interest of the free float. It was also rising, obviously, since they took on new loans from 22.78 to 22.87 to 22.95. So we're looking at a 0.0008 or 08, but as I have to calculate it, it's 0.0008 times the float. 413,000 shares in new short interest. On loan average age per day, 1.25 million shares might be enough to cause that to flatline. Nope, it was slightly rising up. So we now have, that's day number 2 from this drop, guys. My normal indicator right here, if I get 2 days of upwards momentum in this number increasing after a dip, it's usually a sign of a 15-day timer indicating that there's a big increase incoming. So what that would look like on the calendar in regards to that, we would be looking at sometime between now and the 20th. And I think do we have another holiday in there? I feel like we have another holiday in here somewhere. If we have another holiday in here, then it would be the 21st. I can't remember. I think there is a holiday in here somewhere. Taking a look at security lending volume, day over day was a decrease. It went from, let's see here, 16.65 million to 6.46 million. Taking a look at Ape. Short share interest, the free float, 6.72%. Utilization at 92.14. Let's take a look at what that looks like on the numbers here. There's our big jump up in that utilization. On loan amount, day over day, increasing yet some more from 37.16 million to 37.8. So we're looking at about, I guess we'll just call it 6.4 or 0.64 rather, 640,000. 0.64. $640,000 in new loan shares. Short share interest of the free float rising from 6.68 to 6.72. On loan average age per day with only 640,000 shares should still be moving upwards, or is now moving upwards. So we found a bottom at least one day now, where we have on loan average age per day increasing from 24.83 to 25.09. That'll start a 15-day timer as well if we get one more day of upwards momentum on the on loan average age per day. Security lending volume dropping quite a bit from the 12.77 million in security lending volume down to 1.45 million. Orders by Fidelity customers, these are only going to be the last 4 minutes of aftermarket hour trading that went through. It's only those 4 minutes. It's not the entire day, as you can tell based off of the amount of orders are pretty low. But I'm going to look for AMC, Ape, and GME and see if they fit the list here. AMC is on the list. And those last 4 minutes of orders, we had a 55% buy to 45% sell ratio. GME's on the list down here with a 20 or 30% buy to 70% sell, 71%. Let me rephrase that. A 29.48% to 70.52 because I can't get the numbers right. I don't see Ape on the list here. Now that's just the last 4 minutes of trades for the day, so don't think that was a representation of the whole day. That's very rarely the case. Trigger price for SSR for the day-to-day on AMC would be at $4.96. For Ape, since we closed at 192, 1.728 would be the SSR tripping price. 1.728, which we are really far away from right now. I would not suspect that that's going to be the case. Zero shares available to borrow. Looks like they've had zero since Friday. No changes. There's been a little bit of the ETF kind of movement over here, but not hardly anything worth noting. Minimal amounts of shares. For this week, we have 58.5 thousand contracts out of the money on the calls versus 51.9 thousand contracts that are out of the money on the puts. 18.7 thousand contracts in the money on the calls versus 5.9 thousand contracts that are in the money on the puts. Over 100K sitting here. I was hoping that we wouldn't see over 100K into next week, which was really, really low volume and is now really high up there. So we've got like 3 weeks worth of out of the money options that are kind of stacked right now. The next time that we'll see lower amounts of volume going through the options chain is going to be expiration date of 2/24, so the end of next month. Markets for this morning, looks like we've got the VIX up. That's rough. Oh yeah, it's looking like a red day today. Oh man, this market's not happy. It's upset. We got at least everything's down at least a half, anywhere from a 0.5% down to 1.25%, almost 1.3% in some of these markets. So it's looking pretty nasty out there right now as it stands. It's not. We got some. This market needs some antacids. Does anybody have any antacids? This market is like no. Ethereum Classic is down 4.31% so far this morning. DXY, or the US dollar, is currently showing down 0.07% at 101.85. WTI, or oil, is in the pre-markets down 2.2. SPY is down 0.78. I haven't actually looked at these. Are all numbers I had not seen till just now. It's just overnight drop. Oh, it's like getting your stomach punched. Let's see here. Tesla in the pre-market's down 0.49. Amazon is down 1.01. Oh, wait. Did I cover? I didn't cover this. Hold on a second. International markets over the weekend. Let's refresh this. Most of them were up. Hang Seng was down 2.73, and FTSE International was down 0.98. But everything else was up though. What was I saying? Oh yeah, Tesla down 0.33 in the pre-market. Amazon down 1.01. Cinemark up 0.35. Doge is down 4.72. Bitcoin is down 2.95 at 23 a coin. GME is down 2.94. HYMC down 2.22. HUD is down 1.16. CS is down 1.97. NCMI is up 2.14. Ape is up 13.54 and coming back down a little bit here. And AMC, that's Ape rather, and AMC is down 4.9%. On Friday, oops. There was approximately $1.9 million more inflow than outflow. So far this morning, we have 150,000 shares traded on AMC. That's actually really decent numbers. I like seeing that that we're back up on that again. If we get a doubling of this number, that's going to be really close to 300,000 shares, and that would give me a larger number in volume to predict. So we're looking like we're going to be going up in volume starting today. On a 4-hour time interval, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 43.31, which is slightly below average. On a 1-hour time interval, there's more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 42.77, which is below average. On a 30-minute interval, there's more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 40.83, which is below average. And on a 5-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 34.98, which is below average. Taking a look at Ape, inflow versus outflow, there was approximately $900,000 more outflow than inflow. 754,000 shares traded so far this morning. Even if we don't get a doubling of volume, this one's going to be over 100 million, or I mean over 100,000 shares, or over 1 million shares. That's the magic number that I would normally use for AMC. If we hit 1 million shares by 7 a.m. pokey stick of volume, I always say that 1 million shares equates to 100 million shares traded to the for the day. Actually, wait a minute. Is that right? No, it's 200 million. I'm sorry, 200 million shares. So right now, as it stands, we're looking really like we're gonna have a lot of heavy volume on AMC on Ape for the day today. Ape's numbers get chopped a little bit though. I don't always use the same exact ratio for trying to figure out what daily volume is going to be. So I would expect over 100 million shares for the day, but not quite the 200. If it hits 1 million, it's going to be a little bit less. On a 4-hour time interval, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 70.42, which is signaling overbought. On a 1-hour time interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 65.18, which is above average. On a 30-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 55.9, which is slightly above average. And on a 5-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 36.12, which is below average. So short term, it's been coming down pretty heftily. Long term, it's been going up. Taking a look, let's see here. Ichimoto Cloud on the 1-hour time interval for Ape. Let me erase my numbers from last week. Let's see, what do we got going here? Lagging line is obviously above price line. Price has come up, has dropped back down above. The conversion is above base. Price has come back down and dropped down to the base level. That's showing signs of weakness right here, and I would imagine they don't want the market to open up like super hot. So kind of giving the signal of like be careful because we may decide to move this down. Kind of a signal is what we're getting currently. We have moved into a green cloud period on a 1-hour time interval in here. In order for this to continue to be a buy signal here, from institutional or day/swing traders. Price would need to remain above the conversion line, and eventually the lagging line is going to need to get over the price line, which is at 265. So as it stands right now, what we want to try and keep and see price stay above for the day today is going to be right around $2.26. We're at 218 currently. So that's what I'm going to write down for my first number. Let's take a look at the 4-hour chart. On the 4-hour chart, we're moving away from the green cloud here, which is where price usually likes to move down from. It doesn't necessarily have to move down in the front portion of a green cloud. Usually it can move down in either portion. It doesn't really matter. Lagging line is above price line, conversion is above base, and price is right smack dab on top of conversion. Same thing's going to be needing to be the case today. We're going to want to see price staying above conversion, which is $2.20. So I think the 226 is just, I have one solid number for the day today is 226. Ideally, anything over 265 would also be another big push point. So I'm going to write down the 265 as my secondary number. So 226 and 265 are the two numbers that would help drive price in either direction. In the 4-hour chart here, what would drive the price in the other direction would be 214, and then on the 1-hour chart it would be 220. So I mean, either we're right at that point right now where they're going to try and send the signal of don't buy into this because we're not going to let this just run. That's the signals that's being thrown right now. On an AMC, we've got on the 1-hour chart, we have the lagging line right at the price line. Conversion just crossed back down below the base, meaning that we're not necessarily there yet. Do note that the end of the thinning portion of the red cloud, where we usually like to see price breaking upwards, is kind of in the aftermarket or pre-market hours for tomorrow. So I would suspect that we're probably going to try and I would think price is going to stay at least around 528 at a very minimum by the end of the day today. I would expect us to be really close to this cloud, and then perhaps maybe in the aftermarket hours or pre-market of tomorrow, maybe driving upwards and seeing a break above the cloud here. As I don't think this would count right here, although we did break above it. I don't know. It's hard to say. This may count as the break above, but I wouldn't want to count that. I would look for 528 to be a holding point for the end of the day. And you can also see that the point of contact here for most of our volume for over the last 48 hours worth of trading, and actually if I scroll back just a little bit further here, it depends on where I scroll to, but even the last 4 days of trading, point of contact is still right around that same price value, right around 534, 528, around that area. So I would expect to see a close around 528. I'm probably going to write that down for my number for AMC. And we're getting our pokey stick of volume here, so let me finish this up here. To turn this into a positive price movement upwards for the day today on AMC, we're going to have to see higher than 550. On a 4-hour chart, lagging line below price line, conversion below base. We are in a green cloud. We don't normally move up through the red cloud until we see a red cloud. So imagine price being really close to the same or maybe slightly down before the end of the week. Like I said, this is where they're gonna try and push price down below 5 very briefly at some point in this week here in this range, somewhere between Monday and I would say probably Wednesday. They're gonna try and push price below 5 on AMC, and then we'll see a move back into the positive direction towards the end of the week, towards that 552 range. 550 by the end of the week. See, 1,000 shares, putting us at 276,000. That's going to be more than 50 million shares in volume, very slightly. Maybe pushing us closer to like 55 million. So I'm going to go ahead and guess. I'm going to guess 45 to 65 million shares traded for the day today on AMC. Give me 1 second here, guys, while I try to resolve the internet issues real fast. Let's see, Ape. Ape's pokey stick of volume was 252,000 shares, which puts us right over that 1 million mark Give me just a second while I fix the rest of this stuff here and take a look and see where I think we'll be at. All right, that's the best I can do. Let's see what we got going on here. I'm gonna guesstimate somewhere between. Now, normally, anytime it's going to break 100 million, I usually give myself a 30 million range in volume instead of just 20. So in this particular case, I'm going to guess somewhere between 90 and 120 million shares traded for the day today on Ape. All right, those are my predictions on AMC and Ape for the day today. Petrifier says cold weather in Texas and a winter storm watch. Burr. Yeah, if if I'm fighting to keep my water running in the house because I don't want burst pipes. I don't know. I don't know how much streaming I'll end up doing. It just depends on how bad the. It depends on whether they do rolling blackouts like they did a year, or I guess it was 2 years ago. Was it 2 years ago? Man, it was 2 years ago, I think. Christopher Bates says, Casey, you said when the proxy options were available, you could cast some light. What's the best option in your opinion? I don't have. There's still questions, Christopher, and quite frankly, like I think more than anything, I would rather discuss as a community our options. Like have like a informed discussion about it because I think that what it means to have a yes vote versus a no vote on these is something that we just kind of need to talk about together. I don't want uh, my specific opinions to be I don't know where I stand yet on it. I know I said I would, Christopher. I know I said I would probably have a better idea as to how I would vote on it based off of some of the numbers I'm seeing, but I'm still trying to come to a decision as to how I want to vote for it. I can tell you this, one of the best litmus tests that I have out there is look at the bad players that are speaking negatively about AMC, and what is it that they're saying that we should do, or what are they suggesting? And most of them, if not all, are suggesting that this is a trap for us and that we should vote no. So, you know, but I don't like to necessarily just jump the other direction when somebody says, if you're playing Simon Says and the person who's trying to lead you is only trying to hurt you, you don't always just jump the other direction. You know what I'm saying? Like you never know when they may be playing maybe playing mind games and trying to uh, say the opposite of what it is really the best thing. They may be actually suggesting the right thing to do and knowing that we may pick the opposite of what it is that they're saying. So I don't know. Belarkey, my predictions for volume for the day today. I've got AMC at 45 to 65 million shares traded for the day, and Ape to be somewhere between 90 and 120 million. Grandpa Barney says your power company sucks there, Casey. Wait, isn't this the age-old question, Grandpa Barney, as to whether or not the electrons flow if they flow in the direction of positive or negative? Are they sucking or are they blowing? I mean, which you tell me, Grandpa Barney, are they sucking or are they blowing here? Oh man. Oh man, why am I getting buffered so bad? This is really crazy. I'm not liking this. I'm making jokes over here, and none of y'all probably can hear them because I'm I'm asking. Grandpa Barney's saying my power company sucks, and I said, isn't that the age-old question of which direction the electrons flow, positive or negative? So are they blowing or are they sucking? So I have weird pipes in this house, Point Break Thor. Normally that's like the easy thing to do is to just turn on and have a slow drip of water. It doesn't work here. I tried it last year when we had the freeze. I nearly lost all water flow doing so. I mean, just dang near lost all water. Actually, I did lose all water flow at one point. When will the split be in effect if the vote comes back as a yes in March? It's the 14th is the date. March 14th. I think, in case you guys haven't done this already, I don't know why I didn't put that in. I kind of there's a couple different things that I kind of put together in a little Word document to just kind of like highlight things that I thought were kind of interesting. I don't know if you guys know the numbers or not, but the outstanding shares after the conversion, 44,740,012 shares, or there's also going to be remaining shares left with that they would be able to dilute with, which would be 403,973,587 shares. And then they're setting aside an equity incentive plan of 1,283,131 shares. So in actuality, and I already subtracted that out of the remaining shares left to dilute with out of the numbers. So I I did a little bit of math. It was very simple math to kind of come up with what would be the remaining portion of shares that they would have left over. AC flows both ways. Danny says, nothing like a good suck. I can't even read it. I can't read it, Danny. I'm gonna go ahead and take a break here in about 4 more minutes, guys. Real Rugged says, Casey, this reverse share business is tricky. You expecting many will reduce AMC for Ape. And that's arbitrage, right? And I don't know how many are going to do it. I know there will be some people that do it. I think, and this is my personal opinion, but I think that will be probably one of the biggest mistakes they will have ever made when they do. And the reason for that is that I'm pretty certain that when they do that, AMC's price will start running, just absolutely running, and they'll wish that they would have kept their position in the first place. Doug Plays Guitar says, "Go Eagles." Look, Kansas City won. Kansas City won, Doug, and it wasn't pretty. It was not pretty. I particularly didn't care for the way that we won that, and the one play that they redid where it was on the third down, it would have taken us to a fourth down, and they redid the play. Like I'm really kind of happy that it didn't produce anything, and the reason that I say that is because I kind of felt like it was kind of shady, and so I was happy that it didn't change the game really. It actually kind of, if anything, it made it worse for the for Kansas City. So I didn't like how it went down. I just didn't like how it went down. Yeah, I don't know what to tell you guys. There's not much I can do from my end in regards to making this any better. So it's probably best if I just go to break. Hopefully, when I get back from break, the internet will have cleared up a little bit and it won't be as buffering as bad. If the stream happens to shut down while I'm gone, then I'll just restart it back up after the break time is over, 15 minutes before market opens. No sense in trying to start it back up before then. Let me just check something real quick here and make sure that I've got everything I can turn off. Yeah, I'll tell you what, guys. I'm gonna go ahead and just head to break. I will see you guys back after my break and 15 minutes before market opens.
D, the first flight of the orbital Discovery, and the shuttle has cleared the tower. Discovery's core computers now have primary control of critical vehicle functions.
Alrighty, I'm back. Sorry about being late there. Let's see here. Where are we gonna go here? I already wrote down 528 for the price for close for AMC for the day today. So I'm going to hold on to that and keep that. I think that's probably a pretty good prediction for the day on AMC. It might even be a little bit too high, but let me go ahead and take a look and see what we got going on with Ape real quick here, because I think I'd be more inclined to think that some of the big price movement may or may not happen necessarily on Ape due to the higher amounts of volume. Trying to figure out where that's heading to will kind of make or break the difference between getting price predictions right today or not. Um, That's a tough one. I'm gonna go for $2 on Ape. Yeah, $2. All right, so let's see, $2, 528, 728 for the total. Don't make fun of me. I'm gonna do the math because I don't want to have to think. 578 to 878. It's a little bit lower than what my prediction was for the close last week, which is 582 to 882. But 578 to 778 is going to be my prediction. I've got everybody else's price predictions in except for Eric's. Let's see here. I've got Einstein's in for 533 to 833, which is actually lower as well than last week's prediction. And Apex is coming in with a number of 6 to 9, which is actually higher, very fractionally. Alrighty, let's get this day started here. We got about 7 more minutes until market opens. After the 9 o'clock numbers, I plan on opening up the back of the Big Tramp so we can discuss the Proxy today, because I really kind of feel like I don't want it to just be my words. I want to have like a community kind of talk about what's going on. I think it's kind of important. I think that we all kind of have our own input, and I don't want it to just be my voice heard. I want all of our voices to be heard. Anybody that wants to have their voice heard or talk about it. And there's no questions that are off the books. Like there's anything you want to say, feel free to say it. I'm not gonna. If it's wrong, I'll tell you that I think that it's wrong based off of whatever information that it is that I have that would counter it. But in regards to like just discussing it, I don't think that there's any wrong answers here. I think we need to kind of discuss things a little bit. There's certainly some things that I think that I've found inside the proxy that I haven't seen anybody talking about too much, except for perhaps maybe one person, who would be Pantheon, by the way. I shouldn't say I found it. Pantheon found it. He pointed it out to me, actually. I said that completely wrong. He pointed it out to me. There's something that people aren't talking about that's in there that I think is kind of interesting news. And I'm kind of curious to see if anybody else has kind of found it as well. Deborah saying the Citadel in trouble in Spain was 24 hours ago. I just say, but I tweeted it out on my Bluegrass Deb tweeter. Sam says, Casey, can we do people's input tomorrow and only yours today? Well, part of the problem is, Sam, is that I don't even really know if I'm 100% certain on how I want to vote on this. I have mixed feelings. I really do, believe it or not. I know it sounds crazy that I would have mixed feelings about all this, and I think ultimately what it comes down to is that I have to stomach the end result of what it is that a yes vote would mean, and whether or not it's something that I'm willing to consider in regards to our future of AMC holding of AMC. So and it's not, I'm not saying it's not something that I can't stomach. I'm just saying that it's a big pill to swallow. So Mike says Pantheon did a great job explaining the whole thing on Boss's stream this weekend. Would definitely love to hear from him again. Yeah, he's really good at diving into stuff, guys, and looking at the information and seeing it from a different angle, or for the angle that it really is. All right, it is time to get this market started, guys. So I'm going to go ahead and start the intro. So I'll see you guys on the other side. Yeah, Adam Aaron's tweet. We'll check it out here right after this. No, it's not that Adam Aaron's playing. It's not at all. That's not it. It's just, well, we'll talk about it after the market open. I'll see you on the other side.
T-minus 90 seconds and counting. All systems are go. We're about 90 seconds from the launch of Space Shuttle Discovery. T-minus 60 seconds and counting. We are transferring to orbiter internal power at this time. Discovery is now running off its 3 onboard fuel cells. Coming up on a go for auto sequence start. And we have a go for auto sequence start. Discovery's onboard computers have primary control of all the vehicle's critical functions. T-minus 17 seconds and counting. 15, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, start, 2, 1, booster ignition, and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery, returning to the space station, paving the way for future missions beyond.
Wait for that.
Solid rocket booster separation confirmed. Guidance now converging. Discovery's onboard computers commanding the main engine nozzles to swivel, aiming the shuttle for its precise target in space for main engine cutoff.
Should have a good forward link now and
Dan, you sound good.
Discovery Houston, negative return.
Copy, a negative return.
If you're down and confused and you don't remember who you're talking to, concentration slip away because your baby is so far away. Well, there's a rose in the twisted love, and the eagle flies with the dove. And if you can't be with the one you love, honey, love the one you're with. 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 Don't be angry. Don't be sad. Don't sit crying over good times you had. There's a girl right next to you, and she's just waiting for something to do. And there's a rose in the twisted love, and the eagle flies with the dove. And if you can't be with the one you love, honey, love the one you're with. 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 Turn your heart right into joy. She's a girl and you're a boy. Get it together, make it nice. You ain't gonna need any more advice. And there's a rose in the twisted love, and the eagle flies with the dove. the one you're with. Love the one you're with. All right now, love the one you're with. Oh, yeah. When the night's getting cold, you're needing a shoulder. Puff out your chest and be a little bolder. All we do is we buy and hold. There will be shills who wanna steal your thrills. There will be friends who hold till the end. There will be doubt, fear and cloud, but it's all in your head. Those hedges are dead. Panic and fear really are near, but it's not ours to own. We have shown that all we do is buy and hold. Oh, there will be shills who wanna steal your thrills, and there will be friends who hold till the end, and there will be doubt, fear and cloud, but it's all in your head. Those hedges are dead. So when the night's getting colder, you're needing that shoulder. These apes got your back. We got each other. All we do is we buy and hold.
Good morning, you filthy apes. Welcome to AMC and APE, where we buy, we hold, and we're screwing those hedges. Screw them good. That's right. This is where we like to fling poo and eat crayons for breakfast. Rock strong. So the title for the day today, guys. I know you want to get into it, but I'm going to talk about it real quick here. Let's talk about the proxy. We're going to do that today. We're going to go over it. I know Sam's saying like, just want to hear what you have to think about it, and I want it to be a group conversation. I don't want to be the only one talking about this. I think that we need to have collectively we need to have a coming together of minds and talking about the information and going over the facts and understanding what it is that we have to vote over. It's a very important vote. But one of the things that I want to push or just kind of make sure that you guys understand is that there's a very, very strong push amongst us that arbitrage is a way to go on this, which means selling your AMC shares to better your position by buying more Ape shares, thinking that this is going to go through. That the proxy will be voted yes, and that you'll have a better position after conversion and reverse split. So I want you guys to be aware that that's being pushed, and the reason that that's being pushed is because all of everything that we've done for the last 2 years in buying our positions of AMC and holding would be wiped out. Everything that we've been trying to accomplish would be wiped out by them allowing them to close positions as people sell AMC shares to buy more Ape. So think about what it is that you're doing. Remember, there is a reaction for every action that you take. There is an equal and opposite reaction, and some of that is what you're kind of seeing happening this morning right now at this very moment as we're speaking. You can see that Ape's AMC started dropping in value, and now it went up in value and now starting to come back down. More than likely, this is some arbitrage that's taking place of people who are changing or swapping their positions. One of the things you have to remember is that when I said this when Lou was telling people to sell their shares, long time ago back in March. Everybody was saying, Lou said we should sell our shares. We're out of the play and we're gonna move on to something different. And I told both Froggy Styles and Tony DeNaro in a over the weekend when we got done with the live stream, and I sat down with them in the aftermath of the live stream, and I said, guys, if a lot of people sell their positions, we're gonna see price absolutely start running, and we did. That's when price ran that very week. We saw a price run up to $34.33. Why? Because people sold their shares. When liquidity makes it back into the market and the market has shares to be able to trade, they start exchanging hands, and that's when you see volume spike and price rise. So you are seeing a little bit of that happening right now as you speak. When you look at price, what's happening right here with these prices. So just know, guys, that this is the case. This is absolutely um, what they are attempting to try to get you to do so that they can close out as many positions as possible. They want us to be the loser, and arbitrage is the way that they're going to get us to do that. Levi, I want to comment on something you mentioned earlier. You said, do I have a skin in this game? I wouldn't be here talking if I didn't have skin in this game. So absolutely, I do have skin in this game. And if I didn't have skin in this game, I would tell it. I wouldn't say outright that I sold my position, but I have always said that I won't be doing this channel any longer once I don't have skin anymore in this game. I'm here to record history and everything that transpires along the way. So absolutely, I'm a part of this. Let's see here. I'm scrolling down a little bit here to where Uncle Mitty says it's so obvious they're trying to bait us to sell AMC for Ape. It's very, very obvious to me. To me, it's obvious. It's not. It may not be obvious to everybody. Some people may be looking at that and being like, "Oh, that actually seems like the right thing to do." I can't stop people from doing what they're going to do, but everything that we've been, the whole premise behind buy and hold is what breaks the system, right? And so they're trying to cause us to by any means possible, they're trying to cause us to do the exact opposite of what it is that we're supposed to do. And part of the reason why I played today's song was because it's love the one you got. My wife asked me this weekend, guys. She goes, maybe I might want to put some more money into this. Which one should I buy? And I told her, I said, I don't know the answer. I really don't know what the answer is to that. And she goes, what do you mean? Surely you must have like an idea. And I'm like, the obvious answer seems that you should buy Ape because it's cheaper. But what if the proxy doesn't get voted for? If the proxy doesn't get voted for and it's a no vote, then what ends up happening? Right? What if AMC's price starts launching and Apes just sits there and does nothing, and Adam Aaron dilutes into Ape or maybe Ape has a sympathetic move upwards as AMC is launching, right? And then Adam Aaron dilutes into Ape instead of going through with the proxy. Then what happens? If I sat here and told everybody you should be buying Ape, and he dilutes into that, and I think if you wanted to hedge your bets, if I wanted to hedge my bets, and this is my feelings, if I wanted to hedge my bets one way or the other, they are both equally important. There is no one over the other in importance. They are both AMC and Ape are both equally important. And so if you're going to invest, if I was going to invest my money, I would invest it equally because I would hedge. I would hedge off the idea that one may run before the other, or one may get diluted, or maybe a proxy is going to get voted through and one might give me more shares. There's so many different ways you can look at it that it's really difficult for me to say. And I think that hedging both directions long would probably be the best route to go because I don't know what the future holds. And I think anybody who's telling you that they know what the future holds would be lying because they don't. Let me continue to read what you guys are saying here. Like I said earlier, I'm going to go through the numbers at 9, and then I'll open up the back of the Big Tramp and we can talk about it. Marvin says, Casey, do you think that the narrative that OG Ape still hold real shares, what they need to close their short positions? I'm not sure if I understand the question, Marvin, but I think that OBV is very accurate in letting us know that everybody's been holding their position on AMC for the most part. Ape, on the other hand, not necessarily the case. And what is the deal with the ability to reschedule the special meeting if they are going to do something? So the only reason that they would, so that third option, by the way, which is not what I thought it was going to be, but the third proposal that we're going to be voting on is just simply if they don't have enough yes votes to get to make it happen. What they're asking is that they give us we give them the opportunity to be able to convince enough people to say yes to a vote, so that they can have another vote. They're just going to try and convince people to change their votes or change from an abstain to a yes vote. Kevin, in regards to giving you cash back, if you don't have a number that's divisible by 10, then it's not fractional shares. It's a number that would be divisible by 10. Now, not every broker is going to act the same. So this is something that you'll have to take up with your broker, but what they should be doing is cashing out you down to rounding you out to the lower number of 10 and cashing you out for the remaining portion of your shares. So that's something that you're gonna have to take up with your broker. That's what they're supposed to do, but each broker may just choose to give you partial units. It's just or shares. I mean, it just depends on every broker, and that's something that I can't give you an answer for because I am not your broker. Ayo says, Casey, speculative opinion if the vote goes no. Then we'll see dilution through Ape. Paul says it's stupid to sell any AMC shares until the squeeze. Remember, they need us to sell our shares. Us holding is the secret weapon we have. Even though the market is corrupt, this is our tool to win. That is absolutely 100. I cannot stress more than anything that what Paul is saying right there is absolutely the truth. Our kryptonite to their effery of the marketplace is holding. If you decide to sell your positions, then you're throwing your kryptonite away. You're throwing it all away, and you're saying I don't believe in what it is that I'm holding on to. You're saying I don't believe in this royal flush. I'm folding. Billy says, so if I forget to vote or decide not to, it goes down as a no. That's a huge, in my opinion, if true. I believe that to be true on what you're saying right there, but I need to do some more investigating because there was some portion of it that I read in there that made me feel like that wasn't necessarily the case. So I need to investigate that into and rereading that again. Derek says, Casey, I believe they're trying to hit SSR. SSR for the day-to-day guys is $4.96. I do not have my red line in the right spot. Let me put it in the right spot. That would make sense. There it is. It's in the right spot now on AMC. Let me make sure it's in the right spot for April quick here. Give me 1 second. The value was 1.728, which would be a long ways away from hitting. But let me put it there anyways. 1.728. DF King has been there as Mike. I don't know if you know this or not, but ever since I've been in this play, DF King has been their solicitor for the votes. And the very first time that Adam Aaron wanted to do share dilution, they called me weekly. I want to say weekly they called me, and I didn't realize who it was because it wasn't a number that I recognized. And then when I started realizing, when I had gone through the proxy and looked over the proxy one night, I realized that the number that was showing up for DF King on the proxy was the same exact number that was calling me that I kept hanging up on over and over and over. so, I was like, oh, next time I better answer that. So next time it came through, I did answer it, and I talked with them on the phone. Here's the crazy thing, Mike. I had voted my proxy online. When they called me, I talked to them on the phone and I told them what I wanted to vote for. I had them verify that my vote was already in and that I'd voted correctly. They documented that I had voted and that the votes were showing up correctly. Like a couple days later, Mike, I went back and looked and they changed my votes. So be very, very, very careful, guys. And I don't worry, I will be reminding you guys to double check your votes the night before they're tallied, just to make sure that they're still correct and logged the way that you want them to be. But my votes were absolutely changed after having talked to them on the phone. And they actually sent me documentation through the mail, Mike, that the vote was what they had changed it to, which was not what I said to the guy on the phone. So I don't know how there was any kind of mistaking what was going on there. Uh, Hold on a second here. I'm having to skip through a lot of questions here, guys. So give me a chance to kind of catch up here. Paul says they will halt Ape real soon. Thanks to John Hannaford, I've got a nifty little tracker in here that will track to see if a halt is about to happen. Let me pull it up for Ape real quick and see what we got going on. Um, we were close. We were real close when we had that last big green candlestick. We were really close to tripping right there, but we didn't. So this spot right here, that candle was really close to tripping a circuit breaker, but it didn't quite. MG Toe says, just a thought, having my Ape shares converted to AMC shares eliminates any hope when Adam Aaron takes the company into bankruptcy. I don't know why he would take it into bankruptcy though. That doesn't make any sense to me. Like, why would he? Why would? I don't see any reason why he would need to do that. I see a lot of people saying some like really negative stuff about Adam Aaron, and I'm just gonna say this right now. If Adam Aaron wanted to tank this company, he would have done so a long time ago, guys. Like anybody who's suggesting the premise that Adam Aaron's trying to tank this company, like either your eyes have just been completely shut to what's been going on this entire time, or you just don't really have an idea of what it is that he's trying to accomplish here. So I really just can't stand by anybody who's going to sit there and say that Adam Aaron's, trying to sink the company. I really just don't believe that. Like, I don't even understand like why you would be invested in this at all if you thought that were the case, because he could have sabotaged us so long ago. It's not even funny. Like legitimate, like we could be in a a way worse position than we currently are in if he was really here to try and sabotage us. But I mean, I have to say, guys, like most of you guys who've been here for a long time, you know who the regulars are around here, right? You've seen a lot of the regular names before, you know who's new, who's not new. And if you're seeing new names popping up in here this morning and throwing out a lot of negativity, question that. You know, question the fact that they're coming in here and throwing out like just randomly coming in here and throwing out kind of shilly statements. Just it doesn't make sense, right? Yeah, Levi. Well, I'll tell you what. I'll explain Ape to you if you tell me why AMC shareholders sold Ape. I'll explain to you why it didn't work out for us if you explain to me why AMC shareholders sold it. And I'll explain, and I'll give you, if you show me that, I'll tell you the reason why Ape didn't work the way it was supposed to. And don't sit there and tell me that we all held Ape, because I know that's not the truth. We had tons of influencers who openly said that they were selling their Ape shares. Tons of them. So don't sit there and tell me and act like people sat there and said they were holding Ape when that's not the truth. And OBV is a perfect way to prove that. Some of us, actually I would say a lot of us held our Ape, but that doesn't mean that everybody did. And Adam Aaron was trusting that we were going to do what it is that we say that we're going to do, which is to hold our shares. Now, if we'd held our shares like we were supposed to, he could have diluted into Ape and we would have never had any problem. We wouldn't be where we're at right now with this vote. But of course, Adam Aaron's smart and he's got plans in case something doesn't work out. And this is the plan. This is the plan that he's putting forward because obviously people aren't doing what it is that they say that they're going to do, which is to hold. That's great, Levi. You are, but not everybody else. And I can point out like dozens of people who've announced that they've sold off their Ape shares. So don't even try to like act like, just because you held that means everybody did. Hey, Nikki, don't worry about the likes. It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. Don't worry about it. No, actually, Louis. Well, actually, if that's the way you want to look at it, Louis, I would say that it kind of screwed everybody, right? So if there's anybody out there that you want to be mad at the people who are sitting there saying or trying to convince people that they should sell their Ape shares. So yeah, go ahead and you go out there and you find all the people who either said that they were selling or told people to sell. You find out who those people were and you hold them accountable because they're the same people who are out there right now. Those same people are the same ones who are telling everybody to arbitrage right now. Same exact people. They're the ones who told everybody to sell their Ape. Now they're telling everybody to sell their AMC and buy more Ape. Same exact people. Go hold those people accountable. You want somebody to hold accountable? Don't hold Adam Aaron accountable. Hold the people who are supposed to be holding their shares accountable. Those are the ones that you should be focusing on, not Adam Aaron. I'm not saying, Rich, I'm not saying all of us. I never said that. I'm just saying that a lot of people did, and I can prove it. Sam, they're out there. They're out there all over the place. You're absolutely right. Hold them accountable. Hold every person who said that they were either going to sell their Ape or they were going to tell people that they should do the same. Hold those people accountable for what it is that they said to do, because that's why we are where we are right there right now in this very moment. You want to know why we're voting on converting it back? Because people didn't do what they said that they were going to do, which was hold. That's the reason why. Don't blame it on Adam Aaron. It's not his fault. How big do you want your trap, Nikki? Oh, Maggie, I can be as animated as I want to. I can be as animated as I want to. Don't tell me how to act. I can, and I have. It's okay for me to be angry and upset. It does. It makes me upset when somebody's going to sit there and blame Adam Aaron for this position, and it's like, no, we got here on our own. We are the ones who got to this spot on our very own. So I can say what I want to say and feel the way I want to feel about it. Why doesn't he go after the shorts with a class action? What's he going to accomplish with a class action, Mark? But we don't have to agree with everything Adam Aaron does either, right? Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. We don't have to agree with everything that he does. I totally agree with that. Hey, MG Toe, if you truly and honestly believe that, then you should probably just not be a part of the play. Very frank. I mean, if you think that's the case, you're then you're in the wrong play. Yeah, Micah says, Casey, it's your own chance. I know, Maggie. I'm not gonna change what it is or how I feel or how animated I'm gonna talk about something just because somebody doesn't like it. You know, it's tough. Sorry, sorry, not sorry. Steven, I listened to a couple of them. Give me a chance. I've got so much music to go through that I've been sent that I'm having to go through a lot of stuff lately. So I haven't had a chance to listen to everything yet. I actually got a whole CD, two CDs that I got sent that I got to listen to, CDs worth of music that I got to listen to as well. So I'm still trying to get through everything. All right, it's 9 o'clock. Mike says I'm really interested in seeing the numbers. Let's take a look at these numbers real quick, and then we'll get the back of the big tramp opened, and we can all talk about this. You get nothing. Real Rugged says, Casey, please cue up the video of the Willy Wonka with the guy telling all the golden ticket winners that he will pay them for the everlasting gobstopper. Oh man, what was that guy's name? It was Mr. something. Oh, I can't remember what it was. Yeah, that's kind of essentially what it is. Yeah, we can slow it down here in just a little bit, Sam. Let me go ahead and do the numbers, and then we'll slow down the chat and get the back of the big tramp open too. So let me get through this real quick, and I'll take you guys to the other side. I'm not gonna be able to see what it is. Let's see. Preacher says Adam Aaron put out a tweet some time ago, and I forgot to read that at market open here. Let me pull it up real quick. It does say. Well, he's got two of them, it looks like. 34 minutes ago and 29 minutes ago, he says retail suggestions: take crypto, Apple Pay, and Google Pay usage online soared. Introduce AMC branded and movie merchandise selling like hotcakes. Launch an AMC credit card, still on track for Q1. Take AMC popcorn to supermarkets, still on track for Q2. Keep the ideas coming. He said, and then speaking of merch, we have some great items for Valentine's Day. Give your loved ones some AMC themed love. Excuse me. Let's get through our numbers here, guys. Real quick, let me see what Eric put in. I'm sure Eric sent me a message. He did. All right. Starting with price predictions at the very top up there. So I've got, remember, this is just four apes, guys, trying to figure out what we think the average price of AMC and Ape together is, or combined together, is going to be by the end of the day. And I've got 578 to 778. Eric's got 580 to 880. Apex has 6 to 9, and Einstein has 559 to 859. The winner for last week was Apex, which is why he's got 6 points to our 5. He beat me out. He beat me out by like 7 pennies. So I was devastated. I knew I couldn't get any closer than I wasn't sure if it was going to be higher than his number or lower, and I went with the lower side. But yeah, I mean it was close. It was really really close. So congratulations to Apex on his win on the price predictions from last week. Short exempt volume on AMC on Friday, even with low volume, we only had like 33 or 34 million shares in volume. We ended up having 521.1 thousand shares in short exempt volume, which is really, really, really high. Ape had 161.4 thousand shares. Utilization still at 100%. Day number 13? Yeah, 13 straight days of 100% utilization for AMC. Ape did crawl up slightly from 92% to 92.14%. Day-over-day price increase, AMC was up 4.36 on Friday, and Ape was up 7.26. Max pain for this week is $5.50. Taking a look at off exchange, which is right here next to my head. By this time in the morning, I would expect to see about 44% going through off exchange. EDGX would be somewhere between 10 and 11%. Off exchange is currently at 50.44 and EDGX is at 16.89. Combined, that total 67.33 when it should be about 54%. So we're looking at about a 13.33% difference. More volume being pushed through there for hidden price discovery. CHX volume is pretty low right now for this morning on AMC. On Ape, currently we have 41.26% going through off exchange. CBOE EDGX is at 11.1. The combined total is 52.36%. That's actually, it's not, this is so rare, guys. It's so rare for me to be able to say this, but currently that's 52.36%. That's 1.7% lower than what it should be by this time in the morning, which means that some of our price discovery is literally coming from them just not using the off exchanges on Ape as much this morning. So if you want to know why price is moving up, not a whole lot of our volume is going through those off exchanges. Taking a look at GME. Oh yeah, CHX volume on Ape, by the way, is almost non-existent. On GME, CHX volume is 0.19. That's kind of low. And on HYMC, the CHX volume is pretty much, it says one share. it's non-existent. Taking a look at institutional ownership, that did drop quite a bit over the weekend from day-over-day reporting. The last reported amount was like 139 point something. It's now 137.5. I think it was 139.1. It's now 137.5. So almost a 2 million share drop in institutional ownership. Taking a look at options. Actually, one second. There we go. On the options chain, oh man, I forgot to do the two-factor authentication speech. Two-factor authentication, guys, if you don't have it, you may want to get it. Otherwise, somebody could accidentally get into your account that shouldn't be in your account. Also, when you're setting up something like that, make sure you put in a secondary device if you can to be able to receive the code, as it would be best if something happened to your primary that you could send that code someplace else and still be able to get into your account and not be locked out. Give me 1 second while I try to access my broker because they are giving me a little bit of a fit here. It looks like they're inundated with orders currently or something because they're definitely running a little slow here. Oh, is it not? Okay, there we go. Also, one other thing that I'm kind of asking people to do right now is to take pictures of your portfolio and save that picture with the date of the time that you took the picture and put it into a file someplace for your own record keeping, just in case your broker decides to do something funky. You never know. And it's good to have that kind of information set aside so that you can prove that you had something other than what they were changing it to. If you're not doing that daily, maybe you have like low activity on your account. You're like, I don't see the point in do this daily. At least do it weekly, at the very, very least. So you can kind of make sure that you're checking your portfolio and making sure that nothing's changing the way that it shouldn't, because you want to catch it at least on a weekly basis if that was the case. Taking a look at these options, because now that I'm logged in, it's not going to show up all funky. Current highest amount of volume is at a $5.50 strike. That is exactly where it was last week. And our current volume is 10.1 thousand contracts so far this morning. On puts, it's at a $5 strike. That's where it was last week. There's 3.2 thousand contracts. That's kind of average volume. That's normal volume, the 3.2. The 10.1 is definitely like three times more volume than it should be for this time of the morning. Market's kind of indicating a closing price on AMC somewhere between $5 and $5.50 before the day is over. Taking you guys over to the other. Actually, I'm going to move some pages around and we'll cover the rest of the data. And I keep forgetting that you guys can't hear this music unless I take you over to the other page. So I'm just going to take you over to the other page now. And then this way you guys can see what's actually happening as I carry all the pages over. Alrighty, taking a look at the numbers that we have going on right here. So right at market open, the combined price of AMC and Ape currently is $7.68, but right at market open, we did come back down and retest 735 level of support and bounced right off of that and are starting to head back up into kind of like this dead zone. It's the difference between two different Fibonacci retracements that I have set up on my page here. We've seen it bounce off of this upper level fib several times from the past. I do see this as a level of support that's rising right here, so I would expect to see this to continue as a level of support, and hopefully we can see the 766 combined price also be a support level as well. I think we may continue to follow this trend upwards, and I'm kind of seeing what may be a little bit of a, let me try something here real quick. I see an ascending wedge here, which we may be traveling up and then may see a breakout back down a little bit later in this afternoon. I'm kind of targeting like maybe 1413 to 1601, so anywhere from like 214, 215-ish to 4 more market close. I'm seeing a little bit of a potential drive back down in price. Taking a look at the Ortex data, so far this morning on AMC, we're getting a report of 345,000 shares having been borrowed so far for the day today. That's going to have an effect of raising our short share interest of the free float to 22.98%. Cost of borrow min is at 7.26, average 323.58, and max 358.82. Taking a look at that utilization, 13 straight trading days in a row currently. That's what it looks like across the board there. On loan amount, day over day, increased by 1.25 million shares from 183.39 to 184.66. So we did have more increasing on loan amount. Vortex is estimating that in new short interest that went from 22.87 to 22.95, which would equate to about 413,000 shares in new short interest day over day. On loan average age per day is still rising after we had quite a bit of a dip from I would say the high of 100.52 on loan average age per day all the way down to 91.06. We've had 2 straight days of upwards momentum. We went from 91.32 to 91.46 from Friday, and that's usually the start of a countdown timer that I usually set for 15 days, where we should see a decent price run within the next 15 days from that movement. And that's trading days, not 15 regular days, but 15 trading days. Security lending volume day over day decreased from 16.65 million to 6.46, so about 10 million less shares in security lending volume. And then on Ape, so far this morning we've seen about 500,000 shares having been borrowed. It's going to have the effect of raising the short share interest of the free float to 6.75%. We have cost to borrow min is at 7.4, average at 7.94, or max at 7.94. So very few shares were borrowed at the min, I guess. Utilization showing at 92.14%, which is ever so slightly higher than the 92% that we had previously when we opened up on Friday. On loan amount increasing by 640,000 shares from 37.16 to 37.8. And on loan, let's see, the estimated short share interest of the free float rose because of the new shares on loan from 6.68 to 6.72. On loan average age per day starting to rise back up again from hitting a bottom of 24.83 days to, and it's now 25.09. So it is definitely starting to rise. 2 days of upwards momentum on that will tell me that we're on that 15-day, same 15-day counter that I gave you for AMC. Security lending volume day over day massively down from 12.77 million shares down to 1.45. Orders by Fidelity customers. I'm only looking for AMC, Ape, and GME. Ape is on the list here. We have a 62% buy to 38% sell ratio. That's really close to the bare minimums that I like seeing. AMC is on the list here with a 7% buy to 33% sell ratio. So AMC is actually getting more buy orders than sell orders, which is very, very interesting to see. Let's see if GME made the list here. GME did not make the list here. It may be due to low volume. I'm not looking at their volume currently compared to the 30-day average, but we can look at that in a minute. SSR for AMC would trip at $4.96. Ape would trip at 1.728. Shares available to borrow this morning is set to 0. There were some ETFs that were borrowed earlier this morning, but nothing that I would count because I only do increments of 50,000 or better. Last known fees were 103.1. I'm actually going to write that down because we're about to lose that data. So we'll put that down just for reference. 103.1. I feel like that was like a radio station somewhere that I used to listen to. I don't know. So far this morning, we've got 69.2 thousand contracts out of the money on the calls versus 8,000 contracts that are in the money. 48.1 thousand contracts are out of the money on the puts versus 9.7 thousand contracts that are in the money. You can see that the options contracts are definitely loaded over the next 2 weeks now with some of this price movement that we've seen. The next time that we see low volume and open interest is going into February 24th. NASDAQ is down 1.02, Dow Jones is up 0.16, and the S&P 500 is down 0.42. We have 3,329 decliners to 3,011 advancers. The market is more declining than it is advancing currently. We've got Ethereum Classic is down 3.77%. DXY, or the US dollar, is currently showing down 0.06. WTI, or oil, is down 2.28. Mortgage-backed securities for BlackRock and Vanguard are down anywhere from 0.2 to 0.36, and SPY is down 0.36. VIX is up 6%, VTI is down 0.36, VB is down 0.18, Tesla is down 1.53, Amazon is down 1.61, Cinemark is up 0.39, Doge is down 3.33, Bitcoin is down 2.17 at 23.2 a coin, and GME is up 0.09%. Their average 3-month volume is 5.21 million. They're currently at 1.94 million right now for the day so far. I would say they got pretty decent volume, so it's kind of surprising to see that they didn't make the top most heavily traded list this morning based off of orders. HYMC is up 0.09, Hood is down 0.87, CS is down 2.11, NCMI is down 2.38, Ape is up 23.18%, and AMC is down 4.9. So far for AMC this morning, we have approximately about $200,000 more outflow than inflow for the day. 10.89 million shares traded so far after, let's see here. What are we at? 48 minutes of trading. We're on pace for 88.48 million shares traded by the end of the day today. In pre-market, I suggested somewhere between 45 and 65 million shares traded by the end of the day today. It looks like we're kind of on pace for that as it stands right now. I'm pretty certain that the objective at this point, almost every single day, is to lower volume or get the volume under control to control price. In order to do that, usually you see institutions try to drive price or volume under 60,000 shares traded a minute. Most of our current minutes right now are still trading in the 100,000 share range, but there have been a few minutes in here where we've seen volume in the range of 60 to 70,000 shares a minute. Taking a look at the 1 hour or 4 hour chart rather, on the 4 hour chart here we have currently more buying pressure than selling pressure, I think, or it's really close to the same. Yeah, I'm going with more buying pressure than the selling pressure. It could be really close to the same, but RSI is at 42.38, which is below average. On a 1 hour time interval, there's a divergence of the vortex indicator within the last 1 hour, 2 hours rather. RSI showing with more selling pressure than buying pressure, RSI at 39.78, which is below average. On a 30-minute interval, there's more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 37.99, which is below average. And on a 5-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 43.5, which is slightly below average. On Ape, we have about $1.4 million more inflow than outflow for the day today, with 30.66 million shares traded so far. Really high volume this morning. Let's see what kind of pace we're on after 50 minutes worth of trading. Looks like we're on pace for 239 million shares traded by the end of the day today. I suggested in pre-market that we would see somewhere between 90 and 120 million shares traded. I know that's a pretty, I mean, our pace right now is so high, it seems improbable that we'll hit somewhere between 90 and 120 million. I don't know, we'll see. I said earlier this morning that the way that I usually look at the numbers is whenever a pokey stick of volume hits 1 million for AMC, that's 200 million shares traded for the day. However, Ape trades like half the ratio of volume than AMC does. So I see 1 million as being 100 million shares for the day. And we did hit 1 million in volume at 7 a.m. pokey stick of volume, which is 8 a.m. Eastern. Which is why I gave the prediction of somewhere between 90 and 120 million shares. So whether or not this is going to drop drastically down to those numbers, we'll see by the end of the day today. But I'm going to have a little bit of faith and hope that either I'm really, really low and off here, or we'll see some massive volume dropping throughout the day. On a 4-hour time interval, there is currently more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 73.3, which is signaling overbought. On a 1-hour time interval, there's more. I'm going to go with equal amounts of buying and selling pressure. It looks like maybe slightly more selling pressure with an RSI of 70.66, which is a double top on RSI signaling overbought. On a 30-minute interval, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with a divergence occurring on the vortex indicator within the last 30 minutes. RSI at 61.84, which is above average. On a 5-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 55.32, which is just slightly above average. Taking a look at the Ichimoto cloud. We've got lagging line above price line. Price is like all over the conversion and the base. In order for this to become a really hefty buy signal within the next hour, we would have to see price above the conversion, which would be $2.28, $228.5 to be exact. Right now we're at 229.9, which is 19.79% up for the day. So we are currently above that. We got to stay above that number in order for us to continue to see more buying pressure incoming, as it would start out the next candle above the conversion line would show some sign of strength. On a 4-hour chart, we have lagging line above price line. We have conversion all over, or we have price right all over conversion and base ever since it's gone up. In order for this to be, again, a sign of strength, it's going to have to open up, or the next candle is going to have to be above 2.2. Or 2.2. So that's what we'd be looking for. The two numbers that I wrote down for heavy buying pressure, perhaps maybe kind of coming in, is 226 and we need to stay above 226 and get above 265. Above 265 could potentially cause more buying pressure to kick in. On AMC, on a 1-hour time interval, We have conversion below base, lagging line below price line. Most of this is not a buy signal at this point in time, but there is a green cloud that's forming into tomorrow. By the end of the day today, I expect price to kind of come back up and kind of meet our point of contact for volume, which is right around that like 528 range in price. So that's kind of what I kind of think is going to happen. I fully believe that they want to try and get price underneath $5 before the end of the day, or maybe even sometime before Wednesday at some point, because they do want to probably close out as many positions as they possibly can on the puts that are stacked up there with open interest. So we'll see what ends up happening on that, but that's what I would be looking to kind of have happen. Taking a look at the 4-hour chart. Oh, the positive buying pressure is going to come in that I wrote down here is going to come in at $5.50. Anything above 550, we may see a little bit of a push, but that would probably put us into the cloud. No, that would get us above the cloud. We would see a push above 550. On a 4-hour chart, we have lagging line below price line, conversion below base, and we are getting ready to break out of a green cloud. Normally, we break up through red, down through green, which red doesn't form until Thursday this week, or the aftermarket hours of Wednesday. I think Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. No, Thursday. Sorry, Thursday. I would kind of look to see price maybe kind of maintain something between 5 and 550 before Thursday, and then potentially maybe Thursday in the aftermarket hours or pre-market of Friday, running up to something higher than 550, maybe. More than likely closing rate where the point of contact where most of our interest, our not interest, our volume has been settling at 550. So Max Payne, it rules, and Max Payne is $5 for this, or 550 for this week. So all right, I'm gonna go back to the back of the big tramp. Let's try to have a discussion on this. It's gonna be interesting. We're gonna see what we're gonna get here. I'm ready for all kinds of questions, and I'm not gonna blow up. But if you say something that I think is just dead wrong, I'm not gonna not correct the bad information, because the one thing that I don't want to have happen here on this channel is have people just stating inaccuracies. Like I don't mind opinions, right? Like if you have an opinion, that's fine, but it's just an opinion. Everybody's got one of those. They're like buttholes. We all got them. So I'm gonna go ahead and open up the back of the big tramp, but let's see what you guys got to say here. Let's see. Getting back in there. Dana is riding shotgun. Dana is already in here, ready to go shotgun. What's going on, Dana?
Casey, how you doing?
I am doing excellent. How are you doing? Did you have a good weekend?
I'm doing great. I had a fantastic weekend, and I'm just still trying to catch up on everything that's going on, the pros and the cons, and I like to listen to you to get all of the facts.
Well, thank you. I appreciate that. I have been wrong in the past, so just do note that I'm not always right. I have.
You mean you're not a deity? No, I get it.
Yeah. I'm really just another ape here. So, if I get something wrong, I apologize, but I'm trying to tooth comb pick my way through this proxy as much as everybody else is, and documenting
No, I get
everything.
it, and I appreciate your explanations because it breaks it down a little bit more for the layman. A lot of shills in the conversation today, though. I noticed that.
Yeah, it's going to happen, right? I mean, it's their job. That's what they're here to do, is to create a lot of mischief and problems within the community. So that's
I think it's happening more and more because you're one of the last few standing still, so they needed a place to come.
Don't we all? Oh man, yeah. So I mean, it's good that we have a good community, and I like that. I really like the fact that that I feel like it's safe, and
I mean, it's good that we have a good community.
we got a hot mic. Hot mic. Hillbilly. Hot mic. There's nothing worse than hearing my own voice back over again. Oh man.
If you didn't like the way you sounded on recording once, twice is worse.
Yep. You don't know how like I cringe every morning when I have to play the song, and I know you guys like it, but for me it's like I have to listen to it and I go like, oh, I don't like hearing my voice.
Are you kidding?
And
That's a
I'm not
great
kidding.
song. We all love it.
I can't. I really wish that there was somebody else singing it because I just I don't like hearing myself. So, but anyways, it's
I
not
can't
about
even
me.
imagine anyone else singing it now.
Yeah, it's grown on me, but yeah. Let's talk about this, guys. So Hillbilly and Dana, do you guys have any questions? Was there like specific questions that you had? Or
Well, you go ahead. You go ahead.
I was just gonna say, or even any comments, like any thoughts or how you're thinking is fine too.
Do you want to take it, Hillbilly?
Can you guys hear me?
Mhm.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I kind of listened to that video from Butcher of Wall Street. Pantheon kind of went through it all. I don't know if you've seen that one, Casey.
I haven't had a chance to see it yet.
It's like a 16-minute video. It's pretty thorough. It looks like there's 3 measures on there. One is to do the conversion, and then the I'm still unclear about it. I was kind of listening to it as I was going to bed. But I've also heard some theories floated that they sold to Antara so that the vote would go through regardless. I don't know. I'm curious to hear your thoughts on that because it looks like if this doesn't get done, then we're not going to see any real capital infusion because the shorts are just going to short it back down. I'm going to be voting yes because, it's basically just, if we don't, it's just more of the same until the cash burn basically eats up all their cash, which is what the shorts are pretty much
Counting on.
banking on.
Yeah.
Yeah, it seems like if we do more of the same, we're going to get more of the same. So I guess we do need a difference. That's my opinion, but from the way it's shaping up, the way it seems to me. Now, I haven't actually read the proxy vote yet, but I've only listened to Pantheon's kind of processing of it.
I would highly encourage you. Actually, you know what? Give me 1 second here. I'm going to post a link to the proxy. Now, I know a lot of people are probably having formatting problems with reading the proxy because I know that a lot of people don't know where to find it in HTML. So I'm actually going to pin that to the very top of the page today, where you can get the oh, son of a gun, it's not going to let me put it in there. Hold on 1 second. I'm going to post in here where you can get a HTML copy of the filing. That way, in case anybody's having a hard time reading it, it shows up better on phones. Like if you have like spare time and you want to read it on your phone, it'll show up easier to read that way. So give me just 1 second. I'm gonna post it up for everybody to see because I really think that's important to read it. Because I know, like, even after having read all the way through it and I felt like I had absorbed everything, um, there were certain sections where, for example, like tax. I don't know about you, but I'm not a tax expert, and I skipped over a lot of the tax stuff. And so because I just don't, I don't really know how to translate some of that information, and I'm not a CPA by any means. And so it's definitely like if somebody were to ask me a question about that, I'd be like, I'm sorry, but I can't advise on that or even discuss it. So. But what I'm going to give you guys here is a link to a place to where you can see the proxy in either HTML, PDF, or XLS. I don't even know how XLS will come across, but this link will give you the ability to be able to pull up in any of those formats, and hopefully that will help you guys to be able to read that, because I really do think that it is important to read. So in regards to what I think about Antera, because I do want to touch on that. I think Antera was short AMC. I think Adam Aaron sold those shares to Antera for a very specific reason. I think he was trying to get somebody to flip long, who was an institution, right? And if they have a vested interest in seeing their position go green, then they're going to help institutionally. They're going to help drive the price upwards on the order book. right? So if we always have these
Wasn't
costs,
on,
go ahead.
sorry to interrupt. Wasn't Ontario a bondholder for some of the debt that they were holding?
They may have been. I'm not positive about that.
So it may have been like a double whammy where you're saying, which is an interesting theory, what you're saying, well, it'll flip Ontario long, and on top of that, also take care of some debt.
Right.
But go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah. So if you figure that there's always these algorithms that are fighting each other on the order books, right? On driving price certain directions. If you can flip somebody to want their position to grow in value, then you essentially sell a crap ton of shares to them and allow them to be able to transact positions on the order book that will help grow their position and raise the price of the stock. So part of the reason I think for selling those shares to them was to create a long asset in our order book. The other reason behind selling to Antera, I think at 66 cents, was I think I do believe that Adam Aaron does want this vote to go through. If there's any chance that the vote's going to go through, he's going to need some help on some of that to come through, because I know there's definitely going to be people who are driving to push this as a no vote. And I'm not saying that I'm not going to vote no. I'm just saying that I do think that based off of all the things that I've seen that have been said, I think there's overwhelming non-support for a yes vote on this. And I think Adam Aaron really feels like this is the best way to go for the company in order to be able to remove the debt, like you were talking about, and being able to make the company profitable and turning it around so that there is no short thesis left at all. So I guess that would be my answer to what it is, why he would have sold those shares. I mean, he was basically watching it just basically get tanked all the way down, and there was nothing that he could do to, other than selling off some position. Now, remember when he sold those shares into the marketplace, he didn't just give shares to them. He also sold shares into the market, right? And when he sold those shares in the marketplace, he created, how people used to talk about the oh gosh, no, I always forget the name of it. A selling syndicate. He created a selling syndicate when he sold those shares into the marketplace. And I know T90 used to be something that people were talking about, and I was a big, I was when Ape was first created, I was like, guys, they didn't sell any shares, it was a dividend. In this particular case, when he sold those shares into the marketplace, those selling syndicates would have been created and that T90 would have been set up. If you look at the timing of the T90 for the expiration of the shares that he sold into the marketplace versus when that T90 is ending, how this all lines up is like almost damn too near perfect to be not on purpose. So
Interesting.
yeah.
I know. And then on top of that, the third proxy, I believe, I'm just remembering it now from Pantheon's interpretation. I think the third proxy was that the company AMC is allowed to go out and to collect votes to get the yes vote. So in case the first two proxies don't go ahead with a yes, which would be, I guess, ideal in their eyes, then the third proxy would be for them to go find those votes from people who didn't vote through proxy or other means, and to keep getting it, keep going back until they get that yes vote.
You're saying the third proposal?
I think so. Yes,
Yeah,
I think
yeah.
that's what Pantheon was saying last night. The third proposal was for them to go out and get those yes votes by almost any means if they don't get it in the first proxy vote.
So if you go back to if you go historically back to one, almost, I think it was, if I'm not mistaken, I want to say it was almost every voting situation we've had so far, that same proposal's always been in there. So this is just simply a way for them to be able to extend. Now, I've always said that, like if we somehow seem to have thought that we made a mistake, it's always great to have a second chance, right? And so if we, regardless of whether you choose to vote yes or no on this, wouldn't it be nice to be able to have a second chance at being able to change your vote the other direction? So if you choose to, and I'm not trying to support it, I'm just trying to say support or take away, or say I'm not trying to support voting yes or no. I'm saying that either way you vote, wouldn't it be nice to be able to change your opinion further down the road? And that's what that proposal 3 does, is it allows you the ability to be able to change your vote without them having to have another quorum.
Yes, yes. But again, I go back to my point. I think that I'm going to vote yes to all three, and I'm not telling anyone to do that. That's just what I'm doing because I kind of believe in, if you want more of the same, you just let it be more of the same. I mean, we need a change, obviously, because I think that I heard someone talking about, well, their intentions were to short Ape to zero, because if it goes to zero, then effectively could become delisted, and then AMC has no means to raise capital whatsoever because we didn't vote back in 2021, I believe, or 2022 to dilute AMC any further. So, that would seal the short thesis in a way if they have no other means to get capital because interest rates are going up, and that would make it prohibitive in the bond market.
Yeah.
Hey, Casey.
Mhm.
What do you think about the theory? Because I don't think all those no votes before helped us. And I think when Adam Aaron tried to do Ape, I think too many retail shot themselves in the foot because they listened to YouTubers who scream sell it. I feel like people are hating on Adam Aaron, yet he has been a successful CEO of many companies and turned them around. And ultimately, we want AMC to do well. And sometimes I think retail follows the wrong direction. So I don't understand why people are hating on him and why they think that a yes would be horrible. They're just trying to infiltrate everything, saying no, no, no to everything. They did that before and it did not help. And then they sold their apes and it did not help. So, I mean, it's like, the definition of insanity. I think yes, all the way across for me personally, is the way to go this time.
So here's what my thought process on this is, and to be very honest, I have not decided yes or no yet. One of the pills that I think that we have to swallow with a yes vote is that when we do vote yes, if it goes through and it is a yes vote, we essentially eat the debt. And I know for a long time, a lot of people have been saying, can we possibly donate in ways to the company to where we give the company enough money to be able to remove their debt or whatever. A lot of people have been looking for ways that we could remove debt. Well, this is the way that he's proposing that we remove the debt, or at least some of the debt. I don't know that he necessarily wants to remove all of it, but at least some of it. Then enough of it perhaps to make it so that the company can show that they're profitable on their earnings reports. Would be my guess. And then the other portion of it, I would assume that they would use it for acquisitions of, say, for example, maybe things like Regal or something. Not Regal specifically, but Cineworld, which is owned by Regal. So, so I guess the pill that I have to swallow on my decision when I'm thinking about this is that I have to consciously make the effort of, I know that this is going to be paying off the debt, at least to some degree, to where the company removes the short thesis. And that's the pill that I have to swallow, because that will come out of our pockets. That will be money that in the end will decrease the amount of top that we see on this. So the question is like, is that acceptable? Is that something that is that a pill that we're willing to swallow, or are we not going to swallow that pill and we're going to just let it just do whatever it's going to do and just hope for the best, And I don't think that I don't know. I'm so torn on it, to be very honest with you guys. I'm so torn on this. It's not even funny.
Well, my hopes is this thing goes off before the voting and before all of the conversion and all the other stuff. But
absolutely.
I know that a lot of people are just having the hardest time because, numbers, they hit mile markers, they accrued all these shares and they're like, they're not taking 90% of my shares. They just don't seem to get it's a $10 bill instead of 10 singles. And, they just can't wrap their heads around it to lose those numbers in share count.
Well, it is consolidation. It's consolidation, like you're saying, right? So you're consolidating your 10 $1 bills and your 10 $1 bills into one 10. So that is correct. But the part that I'm talking about, as far as like the eating the dilution, which would be the paying off of the debt, is when he would dilute after the conversion reverse split, which I undoubtedly believe that he'll do. But I mean, I expect that if we want to completely, I mean, there is only one thing left stopping us from this company being a money making company. One thing and one thing only, and that's the debt. So if we want to remove that one and only thing that causes people to be short on this company, so that they have no thesis whatsoever any longer, then we have to swallow that pill. And it's a horse pill. It's a horse pill, but the question is it a horse pill that's worth swallowing? And
think about it like this.
And I'll tell you
Go
what,
ahead.
one of my
go
favorite,
ahead.
let me just say this real quick. One of my favorite sayings that my dad used to say, bless his heart, is that if you have to eat a shit sandwich, take big bites. Take big bites, because if you're gonna have to swallow it all, you don't want to chew it like a little 2-year-old, because that's gonna be worse. Take big bites. And so I don't know. I guess maybe this is a big bite sandwich here.
Well, there's a couple of responses I have to what you just said. So over the 2 years, retail has proved that they're willing to buy over and over and over again. I mean, there's never been more demand. It's been consistently in the top 10 demanded stocks over the past 2 years. Retail has just bought and bought and bought. And through the market maker, and we all know who that is, they have been able to take the money for these shares, but not yet purchased. So you look, one of the market makers, for instance, had reported a profit of 16 billion, and I think that we could cover 5 billion in 6 months or so, or 8 months. And another caveat to that is, for me, that I'm kind of reticent about, is that Adam Aron has proved over and over again that he will sell. When he offers the dilution, he will offer to ATS, very rarely actually putting the shares into lit markets. There is a roadmap for that. It was done with GME, where you could eke out shares a little bit, lots of 20,000, 30,000, 50,000, 100,000 into lit markets to see the price go up gradually. But it seems that he's done a lot of backroom deals into ATS's, Antara being one of them, to sell shares through an ATS system that doesn't hit lit markets. So
right.
It will be interesting to see. We could all get what we want if he were to leak them out, on the New York Stock Exchange, large blocks at a time, and not selling all shares for a market for a bargain price. So
I can't agree more. I mean, that's exactly what Tesla did. Word for word, what you just said, that's exactly what Tesla, they owned majority shareholders through insider ownership, and then they just slowly released shares at like 5 million at a time. Maybe like once a quarter, they'd release 5 million shares, and then
the algos.
They fight over the shares. Yeah, they fight over them like crazy.
They would think about a spigot, right? And you have like a valve, and you have pressure building in this line to the point where the pipe's about to burst. And what you do is you just eke it a little bit. You turn the valve on, let some water out, let some water out, let some pressure out, let some pressure out. And that right there alone, I think that that's a good way to F their algos, because their algos are going to buy it up.
Yep.
They need those shares.
Yep. But the problem is that he hasn't done that before. And you're right. You're absolutely right. Adam Aron does not have a track record for selling to the lit market in small quantities, like you're suggesting, and that quite frankly would be the way to go. His track record is to sell in massive chunks, and through like you said, off the market. So
yeah, that's the elephant in the room for me.
It really is. I mean, we're going to be taking our full faith into Adam Aron's and the board's hands and saying, here you go. That is a very large risk, but what's the alternative? What's the alternative to that risk?
Yeah, the alternative is the global cabal has proven they will protect each other at all costs, and they're trying to wait out what looks like to me. They're trying to wait everyone out till they're so poor they have to sell their shares, or that they can get a CBDC in place to forgive all debt and to parse out money that way. And there's a whole other part of that too with XRP. We don't have to get into that, but there's a lot of planes they're trying to land here, and if they can't land them properly, it should be good for us. But we just don't know how this is all going to play out. But if you look at it, I think in terms of probability, I say this on Reddit a lot, and I get a lot of flack for it, but I try to stamp out the hopium on Reddit, because new investors, hopium is dangerous. I mean, I've been in this play for 2+ years, and for me, it's important. That's why I get in the chat and try to manage expectations, and I try to answer questions as succinctly and logically as possible and let new investors know that, probability says the stock is not going to run. That's it. It's only done it 2 times in over 2 years. So let's take a look at that. I mean, over 356 times 2, you take 2 and divide that. That's the percentage you have of running, because we're looking at historical data. So the chances are is it's not going to run. And you can say AMC to the moon all along, but really it's really about managing psychology.
Well, I'm really curious. When are you starting up your YouTube channel? I can quit. I can quit if you're going to take over, because I'll step.
That's the front door, Casey.
Don't do that. Don't do that, Casey. It's good that we had a chance to actually talk. We talked a few times, and I've shared some beef Wellington, but it's good to finally have a good chat about this.
I really just want to say that it makes me excited to know that there's people who I don't know what you guys need me for, honestly. I just don't understand what you guys need me for, because I don't you guys come in here with these intelligent conversations, and I go like, I don't even understand why I'm doing this. Like, you guys got this down. You guys, your heads are on your shoulders. Like, what am I doing
It's
this
a
for?
gathering place, and you're a voice of reason.
Casey, you're documenting history. You're documenting history, number one. You're doing the Lord's work. And for all the new investors, it's a place for someone to go that seems to be unbiased and just genuinely gives a shit about the community. And so that's why I come into the chat and try to answer questions and things like that, because I know there are people who are just getting into this, who are just pouring through the DD and being like, holy shit, there's something here,
Yeah.
And the more people, the more voices out there that are like that. And then there are people who are frustrated. Like, that was me in October 2021. I was about to lose my mind, because this market is defying all logic. Like, we should have had our crash in February of 2022. Then the plunge protection team stepped in on that one red candle that one day, and they sold all their puts and then bought back in. And this was documented by the Butcher of Wall Street. And it was insane. It's just insane. Evergrande should have tanked the global market, but I think that the cabal, the financial cabal, the centralized banking system, I think they learned lessons from 2008 to never let that happen again. And you're seeing the effects of that when the British market was about to crash, and they rebought their own bonds, and then we sent them money to do that. The U.S. Treasury did. It's like, that's a telling thing.
Yeah.
When Sri Lanka was failing and their bonds defaulted, you should have started to see some kind of fallback from that, but someone stepped in. There's some dark money somewhere, and it's just,
it was the plunge protection team.
Yeah, I don't want to get too crazy tinfoil hat here, but like, for me, it's the most insane thing I've ever seen. I mean, and actually, if you go back and you look at all the fuckery that happened on August 22nd of last year, when Ape was finally trading, it was probably like, I was like speechless that the amount of effery that was taking place in broad daylight. They suspended Reg Show for that day only. For 24 hours, they suspended Reg Show, and then they had the 15 halts or something. I mean, I'm sorry, and I don't mean to get off topic here. It's just, it's insane.
Yeah.
Excuse me, but Preacher's in here, Casey. I don't know if he had a question for you.
No, I was actually moving to that next. Preacher, what's up, man? How's it going?
Hey guys. Well, just wanted to say hi, because in a few minutes, actually, I'm going to be done with work and finally going to see Avatar.
All right.
I fully agree with. Yeah. It took a while to be able to find some decent seats. That's all I can say. So in Europe, it's still a big deal, and people are still like waiting to get some good seats to go and see it. So
wow.
Yeah. But yeah, I agree with what you guys were discussing regarding the basically how to release how Adam Aaron should release the stocks in the market. And I know even Friday afternoon when the proxy came out, we were discussing, and same as you, my biggest concern is how is AMC going to use all that 400 plus million shares? However, over the weekend, I've seen so many like new accounts, even on Twitter, so many shills, so many videos from people I've never seen before in my YouTube feed, all of them saying to sell. Sorry, not to sell, like to vote no on this. All the comments on their videos also agreeing to vote no from, of course, completely new accounts or coming out of nowhere. And even here in like it's already been mentioned that in chat, like so many shells. And for example, the one that's annoying me the most, Paul Steven, like every post of his is like just a shill post. Like I'm looking at one now. I think AMC can do better with a new leader. It's like he's bashing Adam Aaron since this thing, like since he got in here. And it's just, for me, because I was kind of on the fence. I don't know. I hope it's not a problem if I mention basically my thought process on the vote. I don't know, Casey, is that okay or?
Yeah, that's absolutely fine. Real quick before you do though, I just want to mention real quickly that you can silence people on the chat yourself. The reason that I allow people to say things that they say is that I really highly appreciate freedom of speech, and I want people to be able to say what it is that they want to say. So I try to keep my rules very limited. So if you are uncomfortable with something that somebody is saying, all you have to do is click on their like name in the chat and find the little three dots that pop up, and then it says like hide users comments or something like that, and you can hide them so that you don't have to see them any longer. So just keep that in mind that if you don't want to
Yeah.
see what it is that somebody's saying, you have that ability to be able to filter that.
Mhm.
Yeah,
Yeah,
unless the mods won't do anything unless it's like personal attacks.
Yeah, yeah.
Yes,
If it gets personal, then I have a problem with that. And also the three rules. So
yeah.
Real quick, can I ask Preacher? Myself wants to know if you're from France.
Yeah, I saw that message. No, I'm from Europe, but not from France.
Okay, thank you.
Actually, from Romania, living for about over a decade, actually, in Poland. But yeah, over in Europe here.
So go ahead and finish your last point. But before you go, I want to tell you something real quick about Avatar before you leave. Okay, don't let me forget. So go ahead and finish that last point that you were going to make. Though.
Yeah. So as well, after our discussion late into the hours, because I left your Discord at around 3 a.m. Polish time on Saturday morning, basically.
Mm-hmm.
And I was still on the fence about my vote, right? But after everything I've seen over the weekend, and of course today, so far in the day, with all the shill army coming out, like for me, it's a yes vote. I used to be at like 75-80% towards a yes, but now it's a yes vote. And I know it can also be this because you mentioned it, like reverse psychology, like where they want you to do something and they tell you to do it because you'll do the opposite. But it's like the amount of shillery is way above the usual level. So that's why I don't know. For me, maybe I'm reading it wrong, but I'm gonna vote with a yes. And well, you already mentioned, the shit sandwich, but I think, if you want to make an omelet, you have to crack some eggs.
Yeah.
I know how long it took for all the brokers to give out all the ape to everyone. Like there were, weeks before everyone had their. And I'm pretty sure even myself, when I put an order even today, I don't think I got actual shares. It's probably some IOUs. So when they will need to basically all ape will disappear and they will need to find again real AMC shares to give to everyone. I think that's going to be another basically like catalyst or just a squeeze point for the shorts, right? So I don't know. I do believe there's a lot of synthetics out there, and this change again because all this in my eyes, all this does is to shake the branch the monkey is holding on to, right? So if you just let it be, it's gonna sit there and eat bananas. You need to shake it. You need to do something to try to shake them out of their position. So that's the way I see it, and that's what I think Adam Aaron's doing. Like he's using the tools he has to try to fix an unfixable situation, I think. But yeah, that's it from me. And now you wanted to say something about Avatar?
Yes. Use the restroom before you go in.
I heard it's long. So yeah.
I don't think you guys get an intermission over there, but if you do get an intermission, great. But I mean, I think make sure you hit the restroom before you go, and don't buy a large drink unless you plan on holding your bladder for 3-something hours.
No, get the large drink and drink it quickly, and then you have a container.
Oh my god.
Or drink it slowly, and then when you start to feel the urge, drink faster. Oh man, that's funny.
I could hold it for 3 hours. It's okay. But yeah, thanks a lot, and that's it from my side. I'll get going in a few minutes. So you guys.
Sounds good, man.
Later today. Cheers.
Cheers. I think one of the things that I've been thinking about too, and this is going to maybe cause a little bit of controversy because it's kind of one of those things that we can neither prove nor disprove, is that if you believe that we own the float several times over, let's just say, for example, that you believe that I can account for, I think that I can account for about at least 2.37 billion as of the middle of 2021. In shares in existence, which was well over the float by I think it was probably like 4 times, right? So if you believe like I do that the float's owned at least 4 times over, one of the things that I think should be at least a little bit encouraging to you is that if Adam Aaron is holding on to additional 400, I've got the numbers written down here. If he's holding on to an additional 403 or 404 million additional shares at which he can use to dilute, and we own 144 million of them, a lot of people would seem to suggest that that he would be giving ownership to somebody else who would be buying up shares. And the one thing that I want you to remind you is that if you are like me and you believe that the float is owned several times over, that's not what's happening. He's selling shares into the marketplace that we are owed. So he would essentially be selling shares into the marketplace that somebody else would be buying to pay us off with. So that's just something to kind of think or consider. That's a possibility. So it's one way to look at dilution a little bit differently, is that the dilution is occurring, but those shares are shares that are ours.
Well, also another way to think about that too, and it goes back to my original point, is that the derivatives market and obviously our our account value is expressed in the form of price action, and unless those are somehow translated to the lit exchange, we won't see a spike in price.
Wait, say that one more time again, because I'm sorry. Say it one more time.
I said until the derivatives market and our account values are all expressed in form of price action, and unless those shares somehow form their way to a lit exchange where their algos can buy them and give them back to our account, if it's done through an ATS, we won't see a rise in price.
I got you. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I have to go ahead into a meeting. Thanks a lot, Casey, for listening, and always a pleasure to talk to you and Dana. And I wish you guys a good day.
You too.
Take care, man. Wolfie, welcome, man. How you doing?
Afternoon, Casey. Holding the fort, I see.
Yeah, I'm trying.
How you doing?
I knew today was going to be a rough one, which is part of the reason why I opened up the back of the big tramp, because I wanted people to have a voice, and it's easier for me to talk to people, I think, with sound than through a chat system, because I feel like it's more personable. So, what's on your mind, Wolfie?
Just listening in, really, with the chat and the different aspects, and it never ever changes for me. It's always interesting to hear other people's, and I was just watching in the chat and people making their comments and stuff, and people are freely saying what they got to say, and rightly so. So for me, it's always perspective. Most people that have held forever just do not see this. They don't hear it, they don't know about it, don't care about it, whatever. And that's the God's honest truth. And people go, oh, but how can you say that? Well, the CEO of the company, AMC, puts a tweet out. He had one with 1 million people. Thanks to Elon, you can actually see who's reading it, as opposed to who's commenting or liking it. But for the most part, it could be 50,000, 100,000, 250,000. So if you use that just as a gauge, there's not that many people interacting via Twitter. So they're not seeing all the drama that has to keep coming in waves and waves and waves. And we can actually guesstimate. And if you read Pete Petit's writings and other people's writings on playbooks and how they work and paid interns and they'll infiltrate, you can sort of see where it comes. But it's also really good people, well-meaning people that get worried or stressed or don't know or can't make head nor tail out of rule books and changes and keep up to speed on everything. So they're going to ask questions and that. So whilst it's not really my style to get involved with the hating and the vilifying of people.
So they're not seeing
Oh, hold on a second. Dak, you got a hot mic, buddy.
we can actually guess the
Hold on a second. There you go.
No worries.
All right, he's good.
Yeah, so there's lots of reasons why we will see it. Ultimately, I think they, being the other side of the play always, will do all they can. If they see any weakness or any fear or uncertainty or that, they'll jump on it, they'll amplify it. It becomes a big issue and then it blows over. So for me, looking at what's coming up with the vote, when I bought AMC in January of 2021, the company in essence was weak. It was weak because of great people like Pantheon showed where the debt came from within AMC. I looked at the stock over a number of years and how it had dropped down from its high of $30 plus. And then the rest is sort of history. But in that time since January 2021, there was many occasions where Adam Aaron could have gone against the majority of shareholders. They could have done different things. They could have not acted on HYMC. They could have not acted on looking at crypto and all the other things that if you've been here long enough or you have had time to pay attention, you know that he's done in the belief of his role and his responsibility in order to make the company stronger. Now, for me, that's happened. So when I look at all the hoorah about he hasn't done this and other CEOs are stepping up and doing that, etc., he hasn't made the company weaker. Now, if he wanted to, there's 100 ways he could do that quite easily.
Mm-hmm.
He could pull cleaning contracts from the cinemas so people didn't want to go. He wouldn't be investing in new cinemas, the best cinemas out there to strengthen the company. He would be putting, other showings on that would be losing money.
He
There's
wouldn't
a
be
million
cutting.
things.
He wouldn't be cutting some of the slacking theaters that aren't good earnings theaters, right? Which he's doing. He's actually cutting the slack.
100%.
Yeah.
So I haven't run an international business. I don't have his pedigree, the companies that he's been involved in. Now, I know there's a big hoorah about, he's associated with this, or he went to this school with that one, or what. Listen, you're talking about finance, you're talking about business. One way or another, they're going to cross paths, and I always equated it previously as football stars. They'll play for one team and then go and play for the local rival. They still turn up and play their best. They still do their very best. They're still trying to deliver, and Adam Aaron's got a great track record for turning companies around. Now, we also have to remember the reason we're in the position we are isn't then because of Adam Aaron. He's doing his job and his role, and he's improved the company, strengthened it, he's got money in the bank. Now, a lot of people still to this day saying, yeah, but Adam Aaron sold. Of course he sold to put money in the bank to strengthen the company so that he could buy HYMC and entertain all these other things, popcorn and everything else, credit cards and everything else that he's done. So for me, I've got a CEO that's come out with a plan in order to put Ape out, and there was a big hoorah with Ape, and everyone went, you can't do that. And then when it dropped and we find out that he was selling some at 66, people were questioning it. Well, they've questioned everything, and every decision has been vilified. But them decisions is why AMC is in the position it is today. So you don't have to be a genius or an international business runner of a business. You don't have to know how the stock market works, etc. You can take dots and join them up like I do for the most part. And I do go deeper, I just don't talk about it. But I look at it from a strategic position. We've got an enemy and we've got our side. And our side's done everything it can to strengthen, to be able to resist, fight against, to be able to get through possibly another shutdown, a lockdown, nobody being able to go in, no income coming in. That's why he needed money. We're all sitting here 6 months, a year, 18 months later, frustrated that the squeeze hasn't happened. That isn't on Adam. That's on the people. They could cover right this second. We could be chatting and it could suddenly just go through the roof because they've closed, but they haven't, and they're not going to. And I think that's the magnitude. You mentioned about 4 times the float. Personally, having been here since January and seen the figures daily and over a week and a month and since I've been here, I think it could be astronomical numbers.
Mm-hmm.
Now, all that's theory and thought, but the factual joining the dots, Adam Aaron in January 2021, 2019, comments that he's made, things that he's done, give me great strength and belief that if he's brought this playbook out, it's because he believes in it. And I've always had a theory that in the background, these CEOs, CFOs within the market, they're not all bad people. We know the cancer in the market is and everything they do and the companies that have gone to bankruptcy at the hand of being naked, shorted, etc. But they're not all bad and they must be sick of it. And if you understand business, one thing you don't do when you're borrowing off a bank that's involved in doing that possibly, or a prime broker, or a hedge fund, is you don't lift your head above the parapet. There's very few people in life that ever lift their head above the parapet to be shot at. And there's reasons for that, and they know what them reasons are. So Adam Aaron is out there having a fight. He's got all the apes and a percentage that are vilifying, questioning, shouting and screaming about everything he's done. And he's carried himself exemplary. He's also got to deal with them being the other side of this play in the banking world, the finances, etc., mainstream media and everybody else. Christ, he's walking on a knife edge every minute of every day because he still has to go at the moment to these companies because he's still got agreements with debt, etc. So when I add up that and 100 other things, I could go on forever. Adam Aaron's brought a plan out. For me, it's a yes. And the reason it's a yes is it's fundamentally sound as a plan. Now, we have to bear in mind the same as when Ape was released and what they did to it, and AMC, what they did to it from January 2021, that they're never going to stop. They'll find a way. We've got FTX, we've got all these other avenues that we're finding that they're utilising in order to be able to keep going. Now, sooner or later, they're not going to be able to keep going. I don't think personally that the votes that are coming up, should they go through, are going to hurt us. And should it not go through, is going to hurt us. Because I think no matter what, they will attempt to carry on. Now, I am aware that with Ape at least, they've got to close. Now, we were told when Ape was released, far smarter people than me believed that when AMC and Ape were both in the market, they would rise up and down together. And I did a video not 6 days after Ape was released, and I said, and that's the belief. I remember it distinctly because I've sat here and watched a rule book being ignored. I've sat here and watched Catalyst come and go. I've sat here and watched Adam Aaron make smart business decisions. I've sat here and had to endure what we all have and seen what they're doing still to the price. But it isn't a failing of Adam Aaron or the board or us as apes. It's them and what they do. There's a guy that's actually been involved in court cases and that went on record and said no amount of good business, no amount of reaching out will ever be able to fight against naked shorts. Naked shorts are made up shares that they'll dump in the market. So we need a market crash, we need the regulators, we need things like that. In order to get to that stage, we have to survive. And Adam Aaron knows we have to survive. Because if he had no money in the bank, they can bankrupt it. All the while he's got money, a really, really big percentage of loyal shareholders, and people continually shining the light, he can go about doing business. And if they, the other side, want to come in and attack once this Ape gets the vote, and let's say it's a yes, Ape goes converted back, they've got to close the positions on Ape. And we know about failed to delivers in Ape from day one. They've got that to deal with. If it's the killer, they're not going to sit back and say, well, it might work. Well, it's 50-50. Well, it's a bit dodgy. They're going to have everybody in our chats and on our Discord and Twitter and mainstream media coming out and going, what a stupid idea. It's terrible. It's going to kill it. Adam Aaron's killing you. Adam Aaron's going to be tucking you up. Adam Aaron's associated with all these people. Well, go and show me many businesses that aren't associated with the enemy, the cancer in the market, the banks, the prime brokers. There ain't many. And if they can go after Tesla, you bet your bottom dollar they can go after AMC. So for me, it's without all the technicality side of it, and there is strengths in the technical side of this vote, etc. It is a resounding yes for me, ultimately because of where the company is today, off of the back of where it was, with Adam Aaron and the team's guidance. And in the back of my head, I never forget, there must have been a plan. GME went with a plan. AMC's gone with a plan. GNS has had their own plan. Overstock had a plan. Now, sooner or later, the SEC's excuses, which has always been, it doesn't impact with the share price. Dark pool this and over the counter this. They've done nothing. Well, now you've got CEOs across the board, all coming at it on different roads, all using different playbooks, plans. But I can't ignore all of them. And if you look at the bigger picture and look at all the dots and join them all up, they're all bringing eyes. They're all shining a light, maybe in different reasons or things that we, would prefer something else. Or they're all coming together. They're all starting to stand up. They're all making their own plays. They all want to correct it for their company. But truthfully, who would want to be responsible for a global crash like something we have never seen? Would Adam Aaron want that on his case? I don't believe he would. I don't think anybody does. I think that's why it's a waiting game. That's why it keeps getting ducks all lined up in a row, because in the background, they're going to have to deal with this. We're either right or we're wrong. And unless he goes bankrupt, we're not wrong. So the fight, the ups and downs and the manipulation within the market and the market exempts and hedge funds running amok and prime brokers facilitating it and banks bankrolling it, that's what we're fighting. And they're powerful, powerful, powerful people. Adam Aaron, for me, has done brilliant with AMC. No one's seeing buying HYMC, not a single soul. Of all the brilliant minds in our community, nobody said go and buy a gold and silver company. So for me, whilst you're always going to have concerns, we all will, only at the end of this will we see where we was right and where we was wrong. And we have got lessons to learn. I truly believe it. One of those is at some stage you're going to have nothing but trust, and that's all you're going to have. And if that trust gets you through to the right side, we'll win. If it gets you through to the wrong side, we're still in the game and we're going to have to come back again. Well, I think it's worth the punt. I think there's a playbook. I think there's a plan. I think there's reasons behind it. I like what I've read. Would I prefer it if it was all over? Would I prefer it if he could just come out and say, here's the proof? Well, that opens up other avenues. And there'll be people that will come in and go, well, then the lawyers are going to get involved in this. It's why West Christian and the Wall Street conspiracy is ignored to this day. You want people to know? Get behind that and get everyone out in the world to watch that. Because I show people today, I've shown people in the last week that know nothing about what's going on. And I've literally just said, watch this, sat down with them and watched the film. And at the end of it, they're like, is this crazy? This is real. This is actually happening. And everybody who's fed back through me saying about Wall Street conspiracy has said exactly the same thing. It can't go on. So for me, let them all go their own routes. Let them all use their own ways. Me personally, I'll support Adam Aaron in what he's doing and how he's doing it. For those that say he's trying to fuck us, if he does, you have the same option as if it went bankrupt. You have the same callback, long court case, and then you'll be screaming for the likes of West Christian to help. I don't think we need a court case. I'm not an advocate of a court case. I don't want lawyers involved. I don't think we need them involved. I do think we need people to understand and know what's going on. And that film, for me, is the clearest way of getting people to look. And once they look, they'll find KC and Boss Blunts and everybody else you mentioned in the chats and anyone else out there who can talk on this subject. And they'll know what's going on and they'll end it. There'll be a catalyst. They'll be the ones that, hang on a minute, I'm losing jobs, access to medical treatment. I've lost money in the past and didn't even know you had your hands in my pocket. I'm paying through the nose on tax, cost of everything's going up. CEOs and that are making more money, banks are making more money, but I'm getting poorer. I'm struggling. I can't put as much food on the table. I can't have friends around and entertain the weekends because I'm having to make cutbacks. And all the while they're robbing left, right and centre. Any stock that they want in the market, they're killing companies that are providing cancer treatment for multiple sclerosis and breast cancer. And we weren't told. Congress never told us. Mainstream media never told us. The suits, the experts, they've ignored this for over 10 years. What happened to Virogen? I'm with Adam Aaron. I think 100% I'm with Adam Aaron. And whilst I appreciate what other people are doing, GNS and others, CEOs, etc., for me it brings eyes on it. He's got a battle, Adam Aaron, and I think he's fighting for us, with us, the best way he knows how. So for me, it's a big fat yes.
Duncan, well, thank you, Wolfie. I appreciate that. to be very honest with you and honest with everybody else here, I'm still struggling and I haven't decided how I'm voting yet. And I don't feel like I need to rush because I don't even have we still have plenty of time to talk about this and the last thing that I want to do is come to a rush conclusion. This is probably one of the biggest votes that we've had over the last 2 years that we have to decide on. I think this is really kind of one of those moments where it's like, you know, what we could decide here could massively impact us, will massively impact us one way or the other. And so this is one of those things that I'm going to mull over for a little bit, and I'm gonna take my time and really thinking about this and what the different possibilities are, and watching what happens to price along the way as we're getting there. But we do have to take a look at the numbers real quick here. But I asked Duncan to come on real quick here because Duncan's been in this from the get-go. Duncan's been I would like to consider Duncan probably one of my first viewers of all
from
time.
your mother, yes.
An OG.
Other than my mother, yes, he was probably one of the first people that was here to just watch. Duncan, I appreciate you being here. It is time for numbers. Do you have long, or are you short on time?
Well, the day is over for me, so I'm just stuck in my hotel room in Bavaria, so
Okay.
loads of time.
Okay, so can I read through the numbers here real quickly before?
Sure thing.
Okay. And Wolfie, again, I do appreciate you coming in and talking, and I love hearing your perspective because these are all the things that I think that we need to think about and in regards to like our decision. And one of the things that I think that you said that impacted me the most is what's the difference between a yes and a no vote if you give him everything that he needs in order to do this versus going bankrupt? What's the difference? You'll end up in the same place.
Mhm.
And I think that's when you start to look at it from that perspective, it kind of changes your outlook as to the future, because really, I mean, you either have something or you don't have something, right? You have a handful of nothing, or you have a handful of something, and you have to. And I think that having a handful of something is always better than having a handful of nothing. That's for sure.
I
So
prefer to be right
yeah,
and win. But if we're right and Adam Aaron lost us it, then Adam Aaron and AMC would have to answer for that. And whilst that ain't an ideal scenario, neither's bankruptcy. So I just think while someone's responsible for us as shareholders, there's accountability and fiduciary duty, etc., etc. So it's just another alternative to the chat, that's all. But I appreciate you letting me have a chat. Brilliant.
Thank you. Mindshift Mastermind's in here saying, no, I was your first viewee. There's some competition in here. I'll have to go back in the historical records and check and see because they are out there. So we'll have to go back and check and see. But I don't want to argue that. Let's just get into the numbers here real quickly. I went ahead and logged into my broker, and I'm not going to give you guys the two-factor authentication speech or anything like that because you guys have already heard it a million times, and you know how I feel about it. And I'm just saying those kind of things to kind of protect you guys. But let's take a look at what we got going on here. Starting with off exchange, these numbers are going to be a little bit off. Normally, I would say about 49% for off exchange and about 11 to 12% for EDGX. Just note that these numbers are going to be a little bit off right now because we're doing it a little bit later than usual. Off exchange is showing 57.68% for AMC and EDGX at 14.69. The combined total on that 72.37%, where normally I think we'd be about 60%, so we're about 12.3% higher than we should be. CHX volume is at 0.79% of our daily volume when the 30-day average is 1.15. We're at 130,000 shares so far, 130 and a half actually. Taking a look at Ape, 51.73% of our volume going through the off exchange, and EDGX is at 9.93. Combined total 61.66%. That is higher than the average that I would expect to see by this time of the day. Although don't forget, I said we're doing this a little bit later, so that might be the reason. We were actually underneath the average amount that we should see on a daily basis, which means that Ape today is not being heavily resisted in price movement through those usage of those off exchanges. Or OTC. Let's see here. Taking a look at GME, CHX volume is currently showing up as 0.3% of the daily volume. That's pretty average for its 30-day average. And HYMC is at 0.06, which is right down the middle of where it's supposed to be for the day. Taking a look at Ortex data for AMC. So far for the day today, or at least an hour and 20 minutes ago, we had about 345,000 shares borrowed for the day. It's now 372,000 shares. Slight increase isn't really going to impact the short share interest of the free float too much, which is at 22.98%. Cost to borrow min is at 7.26, average 322.39, and max at 358.82. Shares on loan for the day today is at 100. I failed to mention this earlier. It's up 1.25 million shares on loan, putting us at 184.66 million shares. That is, Ortex is estimating that about 413,000 of that was in new short interest. Day over day. That is about, just to throw this out there, our record on loan amount that we've ever seen was somewhere on my list here. Hold on. I got to find it here. The highest on loan amount was 193.811, which was on, I'm sorry, 195.76, which I don't know what day that was exactly because I didn't write down the date, but we are about 10 million shares away, 11 million shares away from seeing the highest amount on loan that we've ever seen before. So we're getting back up there. And let's take a look at Ape. On Ape, we've got approximately, or at least an hour ago, we had 500,000 shares having been borrowed. That's still the same value. That's going to leave the short share interest of the free float at 6.75%. Cost borrow min at 7.4, average 7.94, and max at 7.94. Shares on loan for the day today is up by 640,000 shares in new short interest on putting our shares on loan at 37.8 million shares on Ape. Taking a look at options. Highest amount of call volume was at a $5.5 strike an hour ago on AMC. That is still the case, although the $6 strike is really starting to catch up. At 5.5, we went from 10.1 thousand contracts to 16.3. And on puts, highest amount of volume is now at a $5 strike. That is where it was an hour ago, but there was, I say now because it's getting really close to the $4.5 strike becoming the winner on volume. We went from 3.2 thousand contracts to 4.9 at 5. So market's still suggesting a closing price on AMC somewhere between 5 and 5.5 by the end of the day. Give me 1 second while I move a couple screens around because I forgot to do it. Combined price of AMC and Ape currently at $7.34. I was suggesting earlier this morning a close around $7.28, so we may be really close. We are touching down a lot of times, even in the aftermarket hours and even the end of closing of Friday. I'm seeing a lot of support at 735, so hopefully we can get a bounce off this. We are kind of trending on the bottom side of this this level of support, so hopefully we can find that support at 735. Otherwise, price may continue to drop down further here. This is a very rough drawn line that I had here from earlier, which should be more like that. But yeah, we're real close to it. We actually see a breakthrough here in just a minute. Taking a look at Ape and AMC and GME on the orders by Fidelity customers. AMC and Ape are the only two on the list earlier. Ape is the highest one on the list currently, with a 61.74% buy to 38.26% sell ratio. AMC is also on the list with a 69% buy to 31% sell ratio. And GME is not on the list. SSR trips at $4.96 for AMC, Ape trips at 1.728. Shares available to borrow has not changed in the last hour. Or actually it did. They borrowed about 100 shares, but I'm not really counting any of these because none of these are really big, huge numbers as of yet. Fees are not showing up right now because we haven't seen any available shares yet to borrow today. However, I did write it down an hour ago. The last known fees were on Friday at 103.1% was the last fees that we saw. NASDAQ is currently down 1.25%, Dow Jones down 0.19, S&P 500 down 0.64. We currently have 3,898 decliners to 2,532 advancers. Ethereum Classic is currently showing down 4.03%. DXY, or the US dollar, is currently showing up 0.11. WTI, or oil, is down 0.71. Mortgage-backed securities for BlackRock and Vanguard are down anywhere from 0.31 to 0.43, and the SPY down 0.61. VIX is up 7.02 at 1981. VTI is down 0.066. VB is down 0.63. Tesla is down 2.63. Amazon down 1.63. Cinemark down 2.25. Doge is down 3.82. Bitcoin is down 2.37. GME is down 3.02. HYMC is up 0.52. Hood is down 1.78. CS is down 2.67. NCMI is down 3.36. Ape is up 17.7%, and AMC is down 6.99. Inflow versus outflow for AMC for the day-to-day is approximately $500,000 more inflow than outflow for the day. 17.56 million shares traded so far after, let's see, what are we at here? 110 would be an hour and 19 minutes, I think. Yeah, that should be right. We'll just make it 120 because it just changed. We're on pace for 57.07 million shares traded by the end of the day today. Let's see. Sorry, I'm thinking real quick here. 60. Yeah, that's 120 minutes. 57.07 million shares traded by the end of the day today is the pace that we're on for AMC. That they have knocked down massively. An hour ago, we were pacing around 88 million shares. So they were massively knocking this volume down here. My volume prediction for the day today was 45 to 65 million shares. There's a good chance that we don't see that. We might actually end up coming in lower unless we have some kind of volume run up in the end of the day. On a 4-hour chart, we have currently equal amounts of buying and selling pressure with an RSI of 39.95, which is slightly below average. No, that's actually below average. On a 1-hour time interval, definitely more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 38.49, which is below average. On a 30-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 36.87, which is below average. And on a 5-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 44.76, which is slightly below average. On Ape, we have approximately $2.1 million more inflow than outflow for the day. 41.74 million shares traded so far after that 121 minutes of trading, putting us on a pace for 134.5 million shares traded by the end of the day today. I suggested in the pre-market somewhere between 90 to 120 million shares. It does look like they're knocking the snot out of this volume right now. So far, my numbers for 90 to 120 million looks pretty good, but we'll see if they continue to knock that down. On a 4-hour chart, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 71.93, which is signaling overbought. On a 1-hour time interval, there is more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 66.47, which is above average. On a 30-minute interval, there's more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 54.92, which is slightly above average. And on a 5-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 47.8, which is slightly below average. And that is all I've got for you guys. Duncan, how are you doing, sir? Is he still in here? He's still in here. Duncan?
Yeah, I just had to put on the mic. I'm doing good. Thank you, Casey. How about you?
It's been a long time, man. I wish we talked more often, but I know you're a busy guy, so I try not to bother you, but feel free to reach out to me anytime you feel like it.
Oh, will do. It's been a busy year, all in all.
Yeah, I hear you, man. Well, it's good to hear your voice. What do you think about all this? I'm kind of curious, like, what's your perspective? We've been friends for 2 years now.
Yeah,
not 2 weeks, but 2 years.
Weeks. That depends on what you say with all of it. So there's the whole thing about Adam Aaron, what he's doing, or the reverse split. What are your thoughts on which one?
I mean, in regards to the reverse split and the conversion of Ape to AMC, I guess I just wanted to see what your general thoughts were on the proxy. If you don't have an opinion yet, that's completely okay too. I was just curious, like, how you were seeing things.
I actually think I would start at another spot. I think I'll start with the Adam Aaron because that will probably lead into what I believe in regards to the reverse split. So Adam Aaron, in my view, is what I would call an old school CEO. And I believe he has three priorities. And first and foremost, that is keeping the company alive and expanding and making it profitable again. And that what it should be as a CEO. I think he has two other things that he would like to do as well. On the screw over the hedges. They were the one who almost ran the company into the ground. So I think he has personal grudge against them. And the last thing is, do honestly believe that he feels some kind of obligation towards the apes. So he'd like to pay that back to some respect. So if you go by this thesis of his three main priorities, so priorities one is going to trump everything because that is what he's hired to do, keep the company afloat. But I do honestly believe that the play that he's doing is putting towards also paying us back and screwing over the hedges. And the way to do that, most effective way, is basically in ensuring the MOASS at some point, as long as it doesn't go against the first objective. So coming back to Ape and everything with the reverse split and everything like that. So as I said initially, when when he put Ape out there, was that anything logical, anything that would be normal market dynamics, they would close upon each other. So they would obviously trade approximately at the same price. I was pretty sure from the start that was never going to happen. And the reason is that Ape was too much of a risk for the hedge fund, so the one who was shorting it. So they were actually forced into shorting it to hell, more or less. If we take in the option he had when Ape was created to sell additional shares, we said, well, we expect him to sell all of these before he makes a reverse split. Ape should have been trading at 2/3 of AMC's value. I think I could live with that. That would mean that we were in a market where fundamentals were actually driving the price up and down. Now that didn't happen. It went down. Was this part of the plan? I'm not sure. I think that he, from the get-go, used Ape as maybe some sort of entrapment on luring the hedge funds into to further short this one. So first off, obviously the shorts they had for AMC would carry out into Ape. And if you wanted to drop Ape even more, you had to go doubling down on Ape, which I believe might have happened. Which means that if we do a reverse split and they double down on Ape, the actual short interest after the merger and the reverse split would actually be higher than before Ape, putting them even more in peril.
Yeah.
I believe that, contrary to what we've seen with a lot of new companies, that he's not obvious in his plan, and he shouldn't be. But I also do believe that even though we have a lot of very knowledgeable apes and people who's been able to really dig into this play in every aspect, he's probably surrounded him with a lot of people, being legal and financial, that are very smart and come up with a lot of ideas of how to run this play in order to achieve all three of his goals. So if we come back to the votes and the way I look at it, I'm leaning very heavily towards a yes. This was going to come at one point or another. It might have been coming sooner than anyone expected, including himself. Or it might have been the plan from the start in order to trap him. I listen to a lot of Wolfie's thing. I love listening to him. Apart from the obviously fantastic accent that he has, he does make a lot of sense. I like the calm approach that he has. It makes sense. This is more driven by logic and keeping his emotion, his feeling in check. So he is to me a voice of reason in this play. So in large aspects, I do agree with him. That was a long rant.
No.
Beautiful.
Yeah, no,
I agreed with every word. Apart from the praise of me, obviously.
So modest. So modest.
Sorry.
Pantheon, welcome, by the way. I noticed you snuck in here.
I snuck in the back door. Dana said, "Pop in, say hi."
Welcome to the back of the Big Tramp.
Well, I'm here through work, so I have to be a little incognito.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. All right.
You gonna whisper to us like Biden?
Maybe if I creep in to smell your hair.
I would love that.
That has to be the most scary part of his speech. Just leaning into the mic, go like, "Yeah."
Shocking. Good to have you there, Pantheon.
Hey, Wolfie. Nice to hear you too. We missed you on Saturday.
Yeah, I was actually sleeping, so all that's about to change. I'm about to go, God help you all, I'm about to flip onto the US time zones because my job's changing. So, yeah, hopefully next time I can join in. But to be fair, it weren't needed. I wasn't missed. You and Boss did what you do brilliantly, so I think everyone benefited. It gave them something to think about at least, as always.
You were missed. You were missed.
Very kind, very kind. Duncan, just to say on that, sorry, Pantheon, just to say I agreed with everything Duncan was saying, but over to you. I'll shut up.
No, thank you.
Wait, I thought, Pantheon, you were going to say something?
I'm not fully caught up on your stream today, but I did catch a bit at the very start where somebody was asking if they don't vote, it'll count as a no, and there was some uncertainty. And I can clarify that. And I've just DM'd you a clip from the Adam Aaron Trades first interview where Adam Aaron talks about how if you don't vote, it will count as a no because they have to take a majority of all possible votes. And that's something I wanted to just clarify to people as well. There's a thing called a quorum. A quorum is that you need 1/3 of the potential votes there or voted in order to even have the meeting. But you need over half of all votes to approve either proposal 1 or 2. And there's some confusion. There's people tweeting right now that they only need 400 million and some votes to get these approved. That is untrue. They need 723 million and change to get it approved. They need one more vote than half of all possible votes for the approvals. Only 1/3 to initiate the meeting. That's the difference in the thing that I think people are confused on. But if you go to your DMs, I've clipped for you, Mr. Casey, from the Trades first interview where Adam specifically says this. I think that might help people because I like to try to bring receipts.
Yeah, the reason that I say that I had a little bit of a question about it was because there was on page 7 of the document. I'll read this to you, and it says, "What is the effect of giving a proxy?" And it says, "Our board is soliciting proxies for the use of special meeting by means of the proxy materials. When proxies are properly dated, executed, and returned, the shares represented by such proxies will be voted at the special meeting in accordance with the instruction of the stockholder. If no specific instructions are given, however, the shares will be voted in accordance with the recommendation of our board as described above, and in other matters are properly brought before the special meeting, the shares will be voted in accordance with the proxy's judgment."
So Adam talks about that in the first trades interview as well. He said that some brokers, not all, but some brokers will take unvoted shares and vote the percentages of those unvoted shares like everyone else they have of those percentages. If they were 60% one way, 40 the other, and they would vote the unvoted shares in that same percentage as their other shareholders. Others won't do that. Adam talks about all this in that first Trey's interview.
Okay.
Can I just contribute just quickly on that point? There's a guy that isn't ever spoken about, Paul Hagberg. He's actually fights on behalf of shareholders for companies, been doing it years. There was an interview on Superstonk's YouTube site that he did some time ago. Now, he talks about, as well as what you've actually highlighted, but something else to consider as well is, if there's a 100 million in the float, but because we know this naked short selling, etc., goes on, there's 400 million, there's too many people that come for an official vote. And there is ways in which the company deal with that. And I can't remember all the scenarios, but it was spoken about. I remember looking at it and thinking, I'm glad I see it. I listen to everyone. This was one particular guy that, if you have the time, Cole Hagberg, and it was on the Superstar. I have no affiliation to Superstar. I have never had any involvement with any of the guys or girls for the most part. A little bit on Reddit back in the day when I first started off. But there's lots of interviews. But there is one with Cole Hagberg, and Pantheon for yourself especially. You might want to have a look at that as well, because he talks about different scenarios where there's more votes than there is actually official shares.
Which we think would be the case. I think we would all think that, but
yeah.
But not everybody votes though all the time, so unfortunately.
Well, there's still the issue of people outside the US either being able to or having to jump through loops. There is a broker that I used in the UK that is absolutely 100%. You don't get the vote. Whilst I'm the owner of shares in that particular broker, I wouldn't actually participate in any vote. I get all dividends, etc. But it's to do with the laws or the rule book and how it was written, that some brokers, not all of them, but some brokers within the UK, and I'm not sure about elsewhere, you'd have to have a look yourselves, but you're not actually able to vote. Now, I don't know to this day, because I haven't found out, the fact that I'm unable to vote because I'm an international holder, does that mean my votes don't get counted as a non-registered vote and then automatically go like the status quo would? So if you can vote and you don't vote, do they get counted as no's? Well, I don't know that's the case for UK holders. I haven't been able to find that out, and I have looked.
I just want to comment real quick here. Yukon, I think Rem Taco accidentally just muted you for 5 minutes. I don't think that was on purpose. I don't think. Let me scroll back up here. Okay, yeah. I think that was by accident, Yukon. I'm not sure why that was done. But it'll come off in 5 minutes, so bear with us. Yukon should be safe. Should be safe here, Rem Taco. So let's see. There's one particular subject matter here that I haven't talked about yet, and I don't know that I want to. Not yet, anyways.
Go for it.
It's like it's really the worst part. It's the worst part, and I just don't know that I want to bring it up, but because nobody else has brought it up yet, and it's not that I don't want to bring it up. Oh, everybody's saying now do it. Okay, all right. So here's the deal. Here's the deal, and Pantheon brought this up, and I think this is a very important thing to note. If you scroll down to the very end of the proxy and you look at the very last page, and I'm going to pull it up here so I can I'm going to put it up on the page here so you guys can see it. But there's something called.
There's no reply to that yet, Casey. Do you want to go there?
Well, I mean, I think we should at least. I don't know if I do want to go there now that you say it.
Oh, there's lots of people spreading FUD about it. Sorry to interrupt you. I know where you're going.
Yeah. So I feel like we need. So we've got a question out to Merriweather, John Merriweather, the investor relations. Is he what is he considered as? vice president of investor relations, I guess. Is that what he is? I think.
I know John Mayweather by name. I don't know what position he holds.
Yeah, I
He's
think
a good
that's.
guy. Normally responds well.
Yeah, we've got a question out to him regarding something that we found. Well, I should say Pantheon found it, and so when I was looking over it, and I kind of tend to agree with it. There's a section in the document in the proxy about Annex A, and I would just say I would ask you guys to read it. It's literally like before the documentation that shows you what a proxy vote looks like. It's the page just prior to that. But Annex A is something that you want to kind of read over because it does kind of talk about something there that I think is something that we're going to have to kind of. It's another one of those things we're going to have to stomach as part of this vote. And again, like I said, this vote is not going to be an easy vote. It's a big pill to swallow, but it's the question I think that we have to come down to is, or that we have to ask ourselves is this the time to be making this vote? Is it that time to where we have to decide and make a decision as to whether or not the company needs to have some kind of action taken in order to prevent the company from going bankrupt? And so I think that's kind of where we're at right now. And so it's until we get our answer, until Pantheon gets the answer back from the question he sent to John Merriweather, I don't think that I'm going to really touch on it further. But if you want to go look at it, it makes the pill a little bit bigger. So just throwing that out there.
Actually sent 7 questions in, so it might take him a little bit to respond.
Yeah. I want to say this.
Wise to wait for their official response. At least then you've got what they're actually saying as opposed to possible implied beliefs of what that was saying at the bottom. But
right.
Yeah, an official response to actually clarify it and then discuss it is probably wise.
Yeah. The other part to that that I want to mention is that oh, son of a gun, I just forgot where my train of thought was going. It'll come back to me. I hate getting old. and I know Salty Dog's gonna be like, you wish you were getting younger. Yes, I do wish I was getting younger. I hate getting old.
Yeah, you and me both.
It's like your mind's going down this track, and then all of a sudden it just detours, and then you're like, wait a minute, I still want to go down the other road.
Why am I stood in the kitchen? What am I doing in here? What did I want?
That happens to me so many times. Oh my gosh, I hate that. Oh man.
Where's my keys? And I'm holding them in my hand.
Or like I want coffee, so I'm gonna go to and so I walk to the fridge, like the fridge has some kind of coffee maker in it or something.
Why's my socks where the coffee?
Yeah. Why are my socks in the freezer? That's right.
There's the damn remote control. I know it's somewhere.
Oh man.
There is benefits of getting old as well. We're less to be too jumpy and stuff. So it ain't all bad. For the young uns that are listening in, enjoy your youth because it's the best time. But being old isn't that bad either.
Okay.
It certainly has its benefits.
Like discounts and...
Yeah, free bus pass. If you can't find your socks, you're not worried anymore. You go out without them, that sort of thing.
Oh, man. So let's see. Let me make sure I don't have anybody else sitting in the back of the big tramp that may have a question. If any of you guys have a question or a comment that you want to make, just feel free to interrupt. Ayo says, Casey just discussed the annex. We're not kids, dude. Yeah, I know, but I think that it is important to get an answer back from John Merriweather as well. I think that I kind of like the idea that I'll say Ayo is that there may be more shares potentially in Adam Aaron's war chest available to be used. And that's something that we got to find out whether that's the case or not, or if we're misreading it, or what specifically is being said there. Because at this point in time, it's unclear. So, and we want some more clarification on it. Let's see here. It is 10:53. I got 6 more, or 10:54. I got 6 more minutes before I got to go through the numbers again here. And then after that, I'll be heading to break. This has actually been a really, like, I have to say, man, this has been a very constructive morning. I really was kind of dreading today a little bit because I knew that there was going to be just tons and tons of questions and concerns and I really think I want to thank everybody who's been in the back of the big tramp with me so far for I'm thankful for your opinions. I'm thankful for your clarity on how you're seeing things from your perspective, and it's really kind of it does help me to kind of formulate or decide how I'm going to potentially vote on this. I think that one of the things that I think I want to kind of go doing moving forward, maybe perhaps over this next week, is to start building a pros and cons list. I know growing up, that was always, even my parents, even when I was like 10 years old, were showing me how to build a pro and con list of how to, when you're trying to decide between two different decisions, uh, you know, make out that list and then decide based off that list whichever one side has the more pros or more cons is the one that ends up winning. If there's more cons, then you go with the pro. If there's more pros than there are cons, and you go with the pro. No, but
You'll
you
have
know
to
what?
have a few lists.
Yeah, but
That is a bad way of decision making.
do you think so? You think it's a bad
If
way?
you do that,
It's a bad. No, I know, I
you,
know.
you can't
It's all pro.
measure pro and con in equal terms.
But it's really kind of it's looking at the pros and cons and then seeing how many of them you can cross out, which cancel each other out, right? Like,
Yeah. The
yeah,
basic idea is good enough. As just saying, you have to weigh the pros and the cons, not
right,
by
exactly.
numbers, but by.
Yeah,
And then you have to simplify it. But for me, and I've done it, at least in my head, you have to simplify it. And there's two. When you go right the way down and start at the base level, do you trust Adam Aaron? Would be one list of pros and cons for what's being proposed and vote, etc. And then do you not trust Adam Aaron? Because they actually come out two different lists. And it seems to me that a lot of what they're able to do, that I always refer to they as the opposite side. Anyone, bots, haters, interns, whatever. They don't want us trusting anybody. Anybody with any information. It's not about people that we'll use or we want to use them all, but anything where we can build up our belief and our strength and, get up every day and do what we've done for the last 2 years, anything that we can rely on that aids that, they'll attack and they'll try and undermine it and vilify it and separate us and divide us. So it would be two lists. Me, Adam Aaron's earned my trust over 2 years. Not trusting him is equally important to look at. So it'd probably be two lists would be what I'd expect in order to be able to weigh up the pros and cons, as you say.
I like it. I really do like it, and I want to note here that I am reading through a lot of the comments, not all of them, but a lot of them. And Sam, I just want to note that Sam did send you his apologies for his earlier comments and didn't deserve. He said you have your reasons for liking Boss, but I just wanted to throw that out there because I know you guys, and I didn't want to get into the middle of whatever it is that you guys were talking about because that's not what I'm not. I don't want to. I'm not here to talk about that kind of stuff. You know what I mean? So, but I just want to throw it out there that I think that
it's
ultimately
2 for 2 now on your show. You know that.
ultimately, we are here for the same reasons. I think a lot of us want to make money, and we also want to see AMC win out of this, and we want to see the hedge funds get screwed while we change the marketplace. I think a lot of us can all agree on those kind of topic items, and if we nail down that and we say, okay, if we can at least agree on these particular subject items, how can we get there? Can we get there without agreeing to? Can we choose to disagree about some topics about people or whatever that other stuff and put it to the side and come to conclusions that will help us to make good decisions going forward? Because that's really the ultimate goal here, is to make sure that we're successful, right? Like I don't think any of us wants to spend
100%.
2 years worth of time to not be successful out of all this. I just don't think anybody wants to do that.
hmm
We want to be successful and we want to see our decisions make an impact in the right direction. So I think that's the great thing to do is to put everything aside that's going to separate us and really just kind of nail in and drill down on the things that are important, the things that really make a difference, and that's our decision. What are we, and it's not. I'm not going to make up anybody's choice here. Everybody has to make their own decision. I want to be very clear about that.
hmm
And I don't even know.
Sam's perfectly okay in my book to say what he said, or
I don't even know if I'm going to
Go on.
state what my ultimate decision is going to be, because I have to recognize that as much as I don't want to be an
Easy for you to say.
influencer, I am an influencer, and I don't want to be
Keep
one,
dropping
but I
out,
am.
Casey.
Son of a gun. Okay, it's my internet. Not much I can do.
No worries. No problem. Just response to while you're waiting for your internet, Sam. If you're still here, and I hope you are, you're saying what you're saying. You believe what you believe. Ultimately, the majority, not me, not you, not anyone, the majority will decide on where the vote goes, because that's what it is, a vote, and we'll all have to live with it. So we've all got chance to say it, as long as we do it respectfully and we try and engage and act as a community, then people tend to get heard. And at the end of it, people will hear you, hear me, hear KC, hear us all, and they'll go away and make their own decision, because ultimately the decision is on them. So I think what I think, you think what you think. So as long as you're respectful, as long as there's no, silliness or nastiness and stuff, you say what you got to say. But if I know you've said something that's factually incorrect, I'll just come back and say it. I'm not screaming at you in my house, via messaging. I'm not a keyboard warrior. I'm just saying that is factually incorrect. That's what I believe. And if I was there and that's what I heard, that's what I'm going to say. But there's no malice in me for people. If I think you're 100% a bot, an intern, an hater, I think if you're out there creating divide, I'll probably ignore you. But if you actually come at me with spite, you'll likely get blocked, or I might use you to get a message out. But failing that, I know what I'm here for, and I know we've got a big mix of different people, really, really good people, meaning really, really well, can be wrong. We're all willing to be wrong because we're doing what we think's right, and that's about all we can do. And at the end of it, we'll learn our lessons. When the final whistle blows, we'll know when we was right, when we was wrong, when it all comes out in the books and the films and everything else. And hopefully we'll all learn as people, because this is battle one. There's a million things wrong on this planet, and hopefully people that have won on this battle will be better prepared and better educated in how to fight the next one. So I have no problem with people asking questions, but anyway.
You're a class act, Wolfie.
Very kind of you, Dana.
Let me,
See,
yes,
do
sir.
we have a minute to bust a little FUD, or do you want me to wait till after numbers?
Bust the FUD.
There's people out there saying that on page 40 of 53 of the proxy, it states that Ape will be delisted on March 14th, or the last trading day would be March 14th. And they're asking the question to people, well, then that means the yes vote's locked in, and obviously our vote doesn't count. And then when if the vote's no, then there's no Ape. That's all 100% FUD. And it's coming from people who either haven't read the proxy or don't understand how to read a proxy. And both are terrible situations. And so let's just bust the FUD on this. Yes, on page 40 of 53, it states if the votes are approved and if the votes are yes, then at the end of trading, the end of business, March 14th would be the last day Ape, because everything converts the next business day, which would be March 15th, and therefore would have no need for Ape to be listed on the NYSE if it's voted yes, if they have those results going into the meeting, and if they're able to execute a yes and move forward, then that would happen. If the votes aren't there, quite frankly, it clearly states they will not delist Ape after the 14th of March until they have a yes vote to confirm. So for people who are saying that in the community, they don't either understand what they're talking about, or they're straight up causing FUD.
Yeah. All right. Well, thank you for that. I appreciate that. And also, while you were speaking, I kind of wanted to say thank you to everybody who's come into the back of the Big Tramp. I know I've probably already said it once before. I'm going to say it again. This is impromptu. I didn't plan any of this. I didn't tell anybody I was doing this. Nobody had any clue about this. So everybody who's come in here has come in here impromptu and said what it is that they've had to say. This is legitimately the voice of the community who's speaking, and I'm taking it down for history here, and I love it. I think this is absolutely amazing. It's really cool for me. I think just to see like I don't know, just amazing how amazing you guys are. So with that, I'm going to move over to the numbers. So hold on one second, guys. If you don't mind holding off on your comments, I'm going to move on. Let's take a look at our numbers. I went ahead and already updated my broker, so I don't have to give you guys a speech. But let me move a couple screens around here real quickly. I think it's awesome that there's so many people who are willing to contribute in this community. I think it's such a fabulous thing. It's amazing. After 2 years, seeing this kind of commitment, it's unheard of. It's just unprecedented. It's only because we have communities to begin with that this even happens. So hats off. By this time of the day, I'd expect to see about 62%. 62% going through off exchange and EDGX combined. Let's see, 58.64 is how much is going through off exchange for AMC. 14.06% going through EDGX. The grand total between the two is 72.7. So we're about 10.7% higher than we should be at this time of the day. The CHX volume is 0.72% of our daily volume, or 130.5 thousand shares. On Ape, off exchange is running at 53.39 and EDGX at 9.56. The combined total on that is 62.95%. That's dang near right spot on for where it's supposed to be by this time of the day. CHX volume is completely average, right where it's supposed to be. GME's CHX volume pretty close to where it should be, and HYMC is actually a little elevated. Their normal 30-day average is 0.06% of their daily volume. They're at 0.09, so it's very slightly elevated right now. The day is not over yet, though. Taking a look at Ortex. So far for the day today, we've seen about 372,000 shares an hour ago borrowed against AMC. It's now a return, or it's only 256,000 shares, which means they returned shares in the last hour. It's going to have a very small effect of lowering the short share interest of the free float to 22.97%. Cost to borrow min is at 7.26, average 322.39, and max 358.82. Shares on loan for the day today increased by 1.25 million shares on loan to 184.66 million shares. Ortex is estimating that about 413,000 of that was in new short interest day over day. On Ape, an hour ago there was approximately 500,000 shares having been borrowed for the day. It's now 442. That small increase is going to potentially lower the estimated short share interest of the free float just slightly to 6.75%. Cost to borrow min at 7.4, average 7.94, and max 7.94. Shares on loan for the day today is at 37.8 million shares. That's 640,000 more new shares of short interest day over day. Taking a look at options. Oops, let's see. Highest amount of volume, call volume an hour ago was at a $5.50 strike. That is still the case. It went from 16.3 thousand contracts to 18.5. Highest amount of volume for puts is at a $5 strike an hour ago. That is still the case. It went from 4.9 thousand contracts to 7,000 contracts. About a 2.5 to 1 ratio in call versus put volume. Market still suggesting a closing price somewhere between 5 and 5.5 by the end of the day today. Seems to me like today is a kill the volume kind of day. Combined price of AMC and Ape is at $7.30. It just changed. I had a prediction of $7.28 before the day is out here, so we're really, really darn close. We are trending on the bottom side of both this level of support and what was another level of support around a Fibonacci retracement at 735. I don't know that this may just kind of hover around where it is. I would imagine there's going to be another push once they've controlled volume, and you can see in the volume profile that I have down below, you can see how massively they've dropped down the volume. I mean, compare that to like if we took a look at some of the other days from the past, every point where you see a solid number at the bottom of the screen, that's a new day, right? So this is like pre-market, market open, and then market falls down. So here's another number here. Here you have kind of a little bit uptrending volume, and then it suddenly spikes in volume, and then comes back down. Not quite nearly as much as today, though. Today spiked up much higher in volume, and then came down much lower. So the trough is much bigger, the inverted trough. And then if we scroll back days here, you can see that we haven't had anything quite like this before. This is the 20th right here of January. Here's a spot back here where we had some volume that spiked really high. Here's the beginning of the new day, market open, and then market falling. So the volume might be kind of doing something very similar to what we saw maybe on like January 23rd. But extreme large amounts of volume spiking and then coming back down will always result in oh, now volume's starting to spike. You never know. And you never know when volume is just going to come out of nowhere. Crazy how this market works. Taking a look at orders by Fidelity customers, AMC and Ape have been on the list all day today. Give me 1 second, guys. I'll be right back. I think my dog's outside. I don't know why, but I think I heard him stomping on the door. I'll be right back. Well, that kind of scared me because we got freezing temperatures out here, and my wife would have been the one that let him out, and she went to bed hours ago. So I was like, bet it wasn't him. I don't know what that noise came from. Now I'm getting phone calls from schools. Give me 1 second, guys. I'll be right back. Yeah, school's calling to let us know that they're canceling school events because it's too cold out. Let's try reloading this again here. All right, orders by Fidelity customers. What do we got going on here? Ape is the first one on the list with a 61% buy to 39% sell ratio. Looking pretty strong. AMC also on the list here with a 70% buy to 30% sell ratio. Looking really strong, I guess. AMC is doing way better. I saw somebody had put in a message saying that people were selling off AMC and buying Ape. Based on these numbers right here, I would say that is not the case. I am not seeing that by retail. So if you're seeing numbers that would suggest to you otherwise, I am not seeing that so far this morning. In fact, I'm seeing a lot of buying of more AMC shares. SSR for the day today would be tripped at $4.96 for AMC. For Ape, it would be at 1.728. No new shares borrowed in the last hour. And ETF shares have been actually returned, from what I can tell here, about 15, really close to 15,000 shares, a little bit less than that. Last known fees for available shares was changed to 103, or was 103.1, but we're not getting any reports right now because there is no available shares. A lot of times, guys, I've seen where ETFs show back up like this, and then they suddenly get converted into available shares. So watch for a potential exchange of ETF shares into convertible borrowable shares in the available. So we may see this kind of show up some shares, and we may see some perhaps maybe some borrowed shares here maybe a little bit later. NASDAQ is down 1.21%. Dow Jones is down 0.17. The S&P 500 is down 0.66. We have 3,875 decliners to 2,562 advancers. The market is declining over advancing. We currently have Ethereum that is down 4.18%. The US dollar is currently up 0.18. Didn't get the breakout back here. Kind of curious where's this. Curious where the US dollar. I know normally have. Oh, this is on the daily. Looks like it's starting to trend downwards. Or I mean, sorry, starting to flatten out. I mean, the trend downwards is starting to flatten out. We could be getting a break on this. Give me 1 second. I just want to look at this really, really quick. Get rid of some of this noise. Yeah, it does look like the US dollar is getting ready to break up. Interesting. US oil is currently down 1.5%. Mortgage-backed securities are down anywhere from 0.29 to 0.43. SPY is down 0.57. VIX is currently up 6.81. VTI is down 0.62. VB is down 0.61. Tesla is down 2.65. Amazon is down 1.14. Cinemark is down 2.85. Doge is down 3.26. Bitcoin is down 2.27. GME is down 4.21. HYMC is up 0.93. Hood is down 1.73. CS is down 2.39. NCMI is down 5.14. And Ape is up 18.76 at 2.285. And AMC is down 8.26%. And at $5.06. On AMC, we have approximately $1.3 million more inflow than outflow for the day today. 20.51 million shares traded so far after, where are we at here? 170? 170, 165 minutes of trading. Putting us on a pace for 48.47 million shares traded by the end of the day today. In pre-market, I suggested that we would see volume somewhere in the range of 45 to 65 million shares. Really starting to wish I'd gone 40-60 because that would have probably been way more obtainable. Volume could pick up towards the end of the half of the day here and end up meeting my expectations, but it's starting to look like I might have overestimated. On a 4-hour chart here, there is more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 37.5, which is below average. On a 1-hour time interval, there's more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 34.11, which is below average. On a 30-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 31.47, which is below average. And on a 5-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 38.69, which is below average. On Ape, there is approximately $3 million more inflow than outflow. 44.77 million shares traded so far after 127 minutes of trading. Putting us on a pace for 137 million shares traded by the end of the day today. I suggested in pre-market somewhere between 90 to 120 million shares. Looks like we should be able to hit those numbers before the end of the day is out. On a 4-hour time interval, we currently have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 72.34, which is signaling overbought. On a 1-hour time interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 66.23, which is above average. On a 30-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 54.91, which is slightly above average. On a 5-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 47.56, which is just slightly below average. Do note that within the last 5 minutes, there was a divergence of the vortex indicator. Actually, it's within the last 10 minutes. It does look like there's some news here. I don't care about that. Let's see the AMC news. Yeah, I'm not watching. I'm not looking at that one either. Nothing but futtery. I think that's it. That's all I got for you guys. Let's see here. Koyo says, check those artificial red candles anytime. EMAs look to cross on Ape. I've got 5100, 200 set up on my numbers right here. Which ones are you looking at it specifically? Gooey says, I'm not trying to FUD, but why did Adam Aaron change the release of the popcorn to Q2 and it was Q1 from the start? I'm not positive. That'd be a great question we should ask. Pumpy says, can you play Working for the Weekend? I can put it on my list of possibilities. I don't like to give definites to music suggestions, only because. Hold on a second, I'm typing it in. Only because I don't know how I'm feeling each day. Like today, I wasn't really looking for a Crosby, Stills, and Nash song. I was looking for a song that kind of made me feel like love what it is that you have, kind of a thing. And I came up with the Crosby, Stills, and Nash, and I wanted to. It was just kind of ironic that I've been wanting to play a Crosby, Stills, and Nash song after Nash passed away, but didn't really know what to play specifically. And when I was going through the song for today over this weekend, I just stumbled across that song. I was like, it's a perfect song in regards to love what you're holding on to, because that's truly and honestly what it is that I feel like that's what I'm doing at least. I don't know what you guys are doing, but love the one you're with, and don't have regrets. You made a choice. Believe in yourself. Believe in your choices.
Well said.
But I'd love to say that I'm gonna pick your song, but I don't know when I will. Sam says more Hanson, please. You know what, Sam? You know why I played Hanson is because I wanted you guys to know that your vote makes a difference. You guys voted for that, so those of you who didn't want to hear the Hansons being played last week, if you don't vote, that's what happens. So you
Very
better
smart.
vote.
Very smart.
That's right, Mbop. If you don't vote, this is what happens when you don't vote. You need to make sure you put your voice needs to be heard. Otherwise, you get Mbop.
Mr. Casey.
Mm-hmm.
Getting questions in the chat here about popcorn. People wondering about the supply chain or the availability of the corn. So I would just point people to the June 4th, 2022 tweet by Adam Aaron where he confirms that there's a contract for 3 years of all the supply of popcorn they would need, not only for the theaters, but also for the retail effort of popcorn that's coming. And people are saying he's always said Q1. That's not what I've always heard. I've heard in the first half of 2023. So anytime in Q1 or Q2 was on the radar. I've done a lot of digging into the popcorn on this. So we've got a contract with Weaver for all the popcorn that we need for both retail and the theaters, and it's a 3-year contract to guarantee delivery. So we shouldn't have a problem there.
And I remember Adam Aaron talking about the contract. In fact, he had that picture of himself standing out in a cornfield. So I don't know if that's where I don't think he went to a cornfield and but I mean he
No.
maybe, yeah. But yeah.
Made me think of the film with Kevin Costner. If you build it, they will come.
Oh man, that's one of my favorite movies.
It's the basis of your
Right.
whole channel, Casey.
It is. It totally is. It is
There you go.
this whole channel is based on the idea that if I build it, I don't need to advertise it because they'll just come if you believe in it. You know what I mean? So yeah.
Yeah.
Yep. Let's see here. It looks like DJ. It looks like Hayden accidentally. I think Hayden accidentally got rid of some of your messages there. I think maybe Hayden might have his phone accidentally in his pocket. You didn't say anything there that. You didn't say anything there that I thought was offensive by any stretch of the means. Let me just make sure that he didn't accidentally hide you completely. Give me 1 second, DJ. I gotta.
DJ was just saying that he heard it was Q1. Maybe Adam Aaron did say in one instance Q1, but I've consistently heard first half of 2020. At either rate, we're not really behind, guys.
Give me 1 second, DJ Ola. I'm going in my settings and making sure that you didn't get kicked from the community here. I just want to make sure that that didn't happen. Sometimes when the moderators put their phones in their pockets, that happens. Yep, there you are on the list. All right, DJ Ola, I just removed you off that, so you should be able to talk again now. You shouldn't be removed. Sam says the last of the Mohicans. You know what, Sam? When I started out this weekend looking for songs, I had thought about playing a Last of the Mohicans song. In fact, on Friday night we were out at the hockey game, and I think my wife got a little pissed off at me because I had in one of my ears I put in an AirPod and started playing some of the Last of the Mohican songs to see which one I was going to use for this Monday. And I think she was pissing her off because I couldn't hear her over the noise of the place and listen to the Last Mohicans while we're watching hockey. That it ended up going obviously down the tubes as far as my idea for a song that I was going to pick, but it was actually going to be that was on the list. It's funny that you should say that. Oh, wait, oh, my bad. I'm sorry about that. Sorry. Thank you, Doug, for mentioning that. Do note, guys, 496 is a synthetic price failure. Or actually, no, we've already hit a synthetic price failure. SSR is at 496, and so I have full faith that they're going to try and drop price under $5 before the end of the day is over. Do not doubt for a moment that they'll try and trip 496 to be able to print liquidity. Ooh, Saint Monet's birthday is on Saint Monet's birthday or your birthday? Which one is that? I don't, because I know that's your daughter, but can you imagine Pantheon listening to the Last of the Mohicans while you're watching a hockey game? Oh, he might be working.
No, I'm thinking of that's buyer's thought, thinking about that scenario.
It really kind of, if the timing's right, it can kind of be like this really kind of cool build into fights. But the problem is the game that I went to, we only had like one kind of sort of fight that got broken up before it even started. So it was.
I have to pay respect to Bobby Hull, the father of Brett Hull. Bobby Hull passed away today. One of the greatest hockey players we've ever had, the Golden Jet. He will be missed. That's who my toast today is to.
Is today Friday? What's the Big Tramp being open for?
So it's for us to have an open discussion or open forum about the proxy, and I kind of felt like I have a better time communicating, I think, with people when it's in person than when it's through a chat. So I kind of wanted to give people an opportunity to come in and talk verbally instead of through the chat.
I was doing my leg extensions and I heard Pantheon's voice. I heard Wolfie's voice, your voice. I'm like, we're missing one of the Mount Rushmore of AMC apes. I don't know who that would be, but
That
definitely
would be
use
me,
for-
Hayden.
Oh, you know what? That's exactly what I was thinking. It's exactly what I was. So now
Thank
we have
you.
to find the fifth beetle. Is what we're looking for now. Which we have to find out who that is. In fact, I feel bad that I'm in the back because I feel like I'm lowering the IQ level right now. So
Ringo.
Casey's making a documentary, and I'm making a different kind of film. 4 apes and a girl.
Whoa. Whoa. I'm walking the dog right now. Let's keep it down. I don't want people hearing all this.
Okay.
But anyway, hey,
I'll
thanks for everyone coming into Big Tramp. I've enjoyed listening all morning. And Pantheon, great advice on the if you don't vote, it's a no. That could really screw some things up.
Yeah, it has to be because he needs the majority, one vote more than 50%, the majority of all votes, not the votes cast, all votes, which is 1.44 billion or whatever it is. So they need more than half of that, the majority of those votes. And if you don't vote, you're not voting yes, so it has to count as a no. They don't just not include you. The total, it doesn't stop.
Yeah, with our union, they always specify to if you don't vote, it might as well be a no. But the fact that they have that, I'm glad you put that out because some people be like, yeah, our 10 votes don't matter, but every vote matters really.
And same with abstaining. It also counts as a no.
Yeah. So I just want to say, hey, thanks for you guys coming to the Big Tramp. I'm enjoying it. Talk to you later.
Sounds good, man.
Oh, I forgot. KC, congrats. I think the better team definitely won.
I felt bad because I felt like there's some play calls in there that were unwarranted. Like not that one where Mahomes got pushed out. That was legit. Like he shouldn't have never pushed him going out of bounds. But
No, that was horrible. That was dumb.
Yeah. But the play where they redid the third down, that was BS. But I'm glad that Kansas City didn't get anything out of it because I felt like it was BS from the get go, and I was like, this is and it really kind of changed the tempo of the game a little bit. And so I kind of feel bad about that because I want to see the best man win or team in this particular case. And so I felt like, they were interfering a little bit with some of the calls. And so I don't know. I didn't like that part of it, but it was a tough game. The whole game was just like a nail biter. I was sitting on the edge of my seat going like, what's going to happen?
Yeah, I think either team winning will represent the AFC fine. Either team could have done it. KC happened to get it, so good on them. AFC to the Super Bowl, and AFC always for the win.
Yeah. Real quick, I want to touch on what Hazel said here. I'm sorry, I'm cutting you off, but you take care of your legs, sir, and get that therapy done, and
Yep,
stop kicking people like DJ off.
I just the F-bomb was a little too much.
Oh, okay, all right. Hazel
said, me.
All right. Hazel said, Casey, what are your thoughts on the RS making it so the hedgies have to cover the shorts? Inquiring minds want to know. What are your thoughts on the reverse split, making it so that hedgies have to cover the shorts? So usually in regards to something like that, anytime that there's any kind of loaned position that's there, those loan positions should be paid off and payment in lieu of the position transferring. In this particular case, because everything's being converted, I'm not entirely certain. I would feel like normally it would just be a payment issue again. In this particular case, I'm not 100% certain, especially with the QSIP change. I don't know how that's going to play out. This is kind of new, and I'm not really sure how this is going to play out with all of that occurring. I don't think it's going to be. I think it could definitely be something in our favor, and the fact that they're moving down to less shares. I would not be surprised if the amount of short interest that was already on top of Ape would be applied to AMC as a whole after it was all merged together. If that were the case, then our our short share interest of the free float should rise significantly from 22% to, I don't even know what it would be. It would probably be a much larger number. That I'm not sure what it would be though exactly. It would probably be in the range of like, well, I guess maybe we could figure it out. Hold on a second here. And I'm going to estimate just a little bit here, so bear with me while I go through this. $22.24 million after it's all said and done out of 44, right? That can't be right. 144. It might actually lower it. But the only reason that would be the case is simply because of the fact that the short share interest of the free float on Ape is actually lower because there's more, one, because there's more outstanding shares, and two, because there's less short interest on Ape. So it might actually lower our short share interest of the free float down to a number that's more like in the range of like just over 15, maybe 16%, but I'm kind of guessing a little bit here. I'm guessing, I'm kind of rounding numbers a little bit, and I'm kind of guessing on these numbers, but it would likely, my guess would be is that it would probably lower it slightly because there is less. Once you add all the shares all up together, then divide by 10, it would lower the amount of short interest as a whole because the float's much larger right now than it used to be. UPS delivery guy says, would option traders want a different vote than holders? Potentially. I could see why there might be a reason why that would be the case, but for all intents and purposes, though, UPS delivery guy, all of the positions should be changed fractionally equally across the board. So I mean, I'm just saying that I think that there are positions where people may feel like maybe they might feel like hitting a certain price might not have been possible. Well, if it's getting reverse split, though, it's going to divide it, not multiply it. So I don't know. I mean, there might be some cases of that. Some people who are short maybe might not like it too much. Hazel, you're welcome. Alrighty, guys, I got to take a break. Also, real quick, before I do take a break, though, Pantheon was Bobby Hull. How old was it? Was Bobby Hull that passed away?
Yes, sir.
And how old was he?
Oh, I don't know. I'll have to look up his age.
Old or
I don't
young?
know specifically. 84. 84.
Okay. That's sad to hear. I was hoping that it wasn't somebody that was young because I just didn't know the name. So forgive me.
Well, his son was Brett Hull, great goal scorer. That's a family of amazing, talented hockey players.
Okay.
Yeah. And there is a question here that's been percolating about these 405 million shares that would be left after. Hit that before the break.
Sure.
I got to go to a meeting here.
Go for it. I mean, oh, you want me to answer it? What was the question? I gotta look.
I'm happy to talk. I'm happy to speak to it.
Oh, go ahead.
So the question is, why should we feel not worried, or why should we be at ease, knowing that there's 405,256,988 remaining authorized shares that could be used for future dilution by the company if we end up with a yes and everything transpires per current proxy. And what I would say to that is, and to clarify another question that was in there, no, these shares don't get sold into the market when this first happens. Okay, so on March 14th, let's assume for a second it's a yes, yes. Let's assume that on the 15th, the next business day, everything transpires. We've got our reverse splits and the shares get merged together. We've now got the AMC. Let's assume all that happens. Now the company would have the ability, not the obligation, to sell shares as they see fit without shareholder approval at that point, up to a cap of 550 million shares that are authorized. There's a difference of authorized shares and issued shares, or authorized and issued shares. Authorized shares, same as the original charter. They had the ability to sell up to 524 million shares right from day one of the 2013 initial public offering. And when COVID hit, they released shares into the market because all their businesses were shut down and they weren't making any capital. Basically overnight, they lost all of their revenue. So the only way to keep them afloat was to sell shares into the market. So the question here is, well, why shouldn't we be worried about the fact they have 405 million shares? And I would say, for me, the best indication of future behavior is past behavior. When you look at what the company did since 2013, they had the ability to sell up to 524 million shares, keeping in mind some of those need to be held in the equity incentive plan for executive compensation. Still a boatload of shares, right? It was about 15 million of those shares are in the equity incentive plan prior to. The company didn't dump 400 million shares at any time. And when they had to sell shares, they sold shares. Now, I said this on Saturday when I was on Boss's stream. I'll say it again. I'm not happy all the times that they've sold shares into the market at the prices they've sold them at. I'm not happy with 66 cents for Ape. I'm not happy with $9.95 or whatever the hell it was in May of 2021 when they sold shares at that price, knowing we all felt that something was happening. Now, I'm not here to crap on anybody, saying that the ability to choose the right price to sell at, I haven't been always happy with. But I will say that they have not shown, as an executive board, willingness to dump shares and destroy something right on the spot. To that point, Adam Aaron has said on multiple occasions that would be absolutely insane. He said that when he asked us for the 500 million shares on the trade first and second interview. He said that when he asked for the 25 million shares, both times we said no. And I know people are going to say I'm wrong. Adam Aaron pulled the second one. He pulled it because it was trending to a no. If he had the votes, he would have put it through because the votes being yes meant the shareholders would have wanted it. So he pulled both of those. Both times, though, he said to us, I'm not going to dump all these in one shot. That would be stupid. And he said the same thing in August of 2022 when Ape was introduced. He said, look, there's the ability to create 5 billion apes. We have not created 5 billion apes. We've only asked to convert 10 million preferred shares into 1 billion apes. Never even put the paperwork in to make 4 billion more apes. And if I even did do that, I wouldn't dump 4 billion in one shot because that would just be absolute suicide and it would destroy the share price. So again, for me, the best indication of future behavior is past behavior. And I would say the company has given, and the executives leading it have given no indication they would dump them in one shot. Will they sell them into the market? Yes, they absolutely will. But if the votes are no, they're going to sell apes into the market. And I'm not trying to get anyone to go to a yes or a no vote, just like I did on Saturday. I'm not pushing anyone to vote a certain way. But I am going to say there's dilution coming either way. So just give that some thought. And that's what I'd like to respond to the 405 million question.
Yeah, and then Paul Stevens saying here the only reason Adam Aaron sold Antera all those shares was to get a yes vote, not to make money, and I think I just want to stress that that's an opinion, and we all have some of those. So that's not the truth. That's just simply your projection of what you think is occurring. Also, AB Jam says hypothetical one if I short AMC 1 million shares and just buy 1 million Ape, isn't a hedge fund in the clear after conversion and they just made the difference. One thing that you need to remember is that they have to pay the difference as well. AB Jam as well. You need to remember that there's two specific portions of it. It's not just the having the shares; it's also paying the difference if the price is higher than the short position that you currently have open. But the other part to that you need to remember is that this is not a game. This is not a game for them right now of trying to just get out of their current short positions. This is a game of getting out of all the synthetic positions that they've had from the get-go. And when you start to understand that there's much more than just closing out positions, you'll start to understand that this is why they are forced on a continuous basis to open up brand new positions all the time, because unless they bankrupt this company, they are stuck for every single one of those positions that they've synthetically created in order to drive the price down. And so when you start to understand that there's tons and tons of synthetic shares that are being traded out there in this marketplace, and that they have to account for every single one of those, it doesn't matter how many millions of shares they have to buy, because guess what? This float is over 2 billion. 2 billion. And we can calculate that based off of Say Vote Technologies. At the very least, we're at 2 billion shares that are out there. So I don't care how many millions of shares of Ape they want to buy, there's not enough. There's nowhere near enough Ape shares for them to go out there and purchase to close out positions to get themselves to a place to where they could actually close out and be safe and wipe their hands clean of what it is that they've done. Absolutely not. Not even close.
Well said. KC, just take this opportunity to say thank you to everyone. I'm going to step out.
I'm going to
take some fresh air, stretch my legs.
I'm going to take a break
appreciate
too.
the invite. Great to chat with everyone. Ah, excellent.
Yep.
We'll share a cup of tea.
Sounds good.
Well, before you take a break, Casey, if it's all right to say, how about those Eagles?
I'm. You know what? To be honest with you, I'm a ex-Eagles fan because I was a Michael Vick fan for a long time, and so seeing the Eagles win and seeing Kansas City win, I'm no loser. I win no matter what the Super Bowl, no matter what. I win either way, and even though I prefer to see Kansas City win, I'll be just as happy if the Eagles win. So I'm golden, man. I'm golden, one way or the other.
Yes, sir. Your team played it off pretty good too with the Bengals.
Yeah, it was a tough fight. That's for sure. It was a tough fight.
Casey, when you have a moment, I want to say one thing before you go.
Absolutely.
I wanted to thank you and Pantheon for the other day in the Discord. You guys really went at it like with the proxy, and I really like those conversations because it helps us understand things deeper. Because like just the little things, like authorized versus issued, like the little details like that, I think are critical. So keep up the hard work because it even helped me in that situation.
Oh yeah, no problem, man. I think we're all learning some stuff here together, and I think that's part of the reason why I wanted to open up the forum today and have a talk, because somebody might bring something to the table that none of the rest of us have even figured out. Hey, Thorbladed, that's Thorbladed. El Doge is cool. El Doge is cool, man. He's all right. He's read the message carefully. It's see what happens. El Doge, if you come in and you spam like this, this is what happens. These moderators, they're not paying attention, and they just they shut them down. El Doge, you'll be coming back here in 5 minutes. I don't think Thorbladed realized what was going on there.
Super Steven. It was a good dialogue, but Casey put me back in my cage when it was done. So
oh man.
I gotta go to a meeting.
Your DB is always wrong, so I expected that,
You guys take care.
Have a good day.
See you, Steven. Oh no, I just noticed that like a whole bunch of them disappeared. Thorbladed. I wasn't actually reading any of them, and I just saw them all disappear, and I was like, whoa. What happened? It's all good, man. We're all good. I'm gonna go take a break here, guys. Maybe I shouldn't. Maybe I should just stay till 12:10. Take my break then.
Stay. We'll hang out.
Yeah, I'll stay. Because I mean, I got like 13 minutes anyways, so we have to do numbers again. So. Let's see here.
What kind of questions have you been getting today, Casey?
Man, they've been all over the place. I mean, it's they've been all over the place. A lot of people, I probably should have been taking notes as I was doing it. I'm sorry I didn't. I should have really been taking notes.
No worries.
I'm a failure. I should have been taking notes the whole time so I could like put this out later and say like this is the breakdown of the popular questions. That would have been a brilliant idea, but of course I didn't think of that one. Everything I do is pretty impromptu, so.
Nice. I mean, you're
Uh,
getting an arbitrage question over and over, huh?
Well, no, actually, no arbitrage questions at all today. Surprisingly, yeah, not a single arbitrage question. I started out the day today like I do every day with kind of talking about the title and what it means and why I've said it, which I really think is kind of interesting. And one of the things that I think is probably one of the most I guess encouraging things that I see today so far is based off of the orders by Fidelity customers that I'm seeing going through here. I would have expected to see more sell orders of AMC and a lot more buy orders of Ape, and it's not the case. I'm seeing
Right.
more buying of AMC and than there is of Ape. There is a little more volume in Ape going on right now, but I'm not seeing like the quantity of sell orders going through AMC is a 71.37% buy to 28.63% sell. Those are not the numbers of, excuse me, those are not the numbers of apes that are selling. We have far more buying orders going through than selling. You know what I'm saying? And that to me makes me really really happy to see because it tells me that people aren't falling for the people who are trying to do that. And make no mistake, guys. Don't get me wrong here. I know there's going to be people who do this. I just want you guys to understand the consequences of what it is the actions of arbitrage would do. And selling your shares of AMC would be the event of allowing them to close positions. Now you talk about like somebody was mentioning earlier, you know, are they going to be able to buy 1 million shares of Ape and close out 1 million shares of AMC short interest because they've bought 1 million Ape? Yes, absolutely. But for the same exact reason, if we were to sell AMC shares, they would be able to do that. But it just allows them to be able to open up more short interest, right? So when you see things like cost to borrow rising, it's because they have a lack of shares that they can borrow. If you sell out your AMC shares and then you buy into Ape instead, those shares become available to be lent by somebody else, right? So somebody else is going to have access to those shares. It's going to create liquidity in the marketplace, and you're going to start seeing the availability of positions to be accessed going up and down, up and down, up and down in buy and sell orders, right? So you basically allowed them to take back some of the positions that you had open from previous. And I don't know if I really feel like I'm not doing a good job of explaining that, but it would be just as damaging to sell your AMC shares as it would be for them to buy 1 million shares of Ape and allow it to be converted so that they could close out positions as well.
Yeah. I think to complement that, Casey, I think selling anything that's long hurts the price more than any independent act of short selling.
Yeah.
Like long selling is the worst thing that can happen. I think short selling, like you were saying, they have an obligation and it switches things up.
Right.
So I'm with Casey on that, guys. You got to ask, like, what are we in this for? You know, we can't give them the shares cheap.
I don't want them to have any shares. I want them to struggle. The more struggling that they have, the better it is for us. So, but I mean, I know there's going to be people who are doing it. I can't control that. I know there's always going to be people, and that's that's the way it is. Christopher Bay, congratulations on your new shares. The only reason that was taken out of there was because of the fact that in order to protect people, we try to keep it to where we all just own 10 shares. So, stating that you have purchased shares is fine. I just don't want people to put numbers because people do get targeted for putting numbers out there. Why are all the good ticket sales not lowering the debt of AMC? So the amount of debt that AMC had, Paul, is pretty large, and when you consider the amount of debt that AMC had, I I think that the amount of ticket sales that we would have to have, or just general revenue, would have to be in excess of any kind of numbers that we've ever seen from the past, and likely would not be able to ever lower the debt in the amount of time that they would need to. So that, hopefully that answers your question. The debt is like a ticking time bomb, and the question is does it generate enough revenue to be able to diffuse the bomb before the bomb blows, or do we have to have something else happen before then? And the answer is the ticket sales and everything else that the company makes through either concessions or merchandise or any other revenue that they collect is not enough to completely take care of the debt on its own. Ray says, Casey, you still think AMC will squeeze? I do. But I think the type of squeeze that we may see may be different than what I would have expected from the past. If this vote goes through, I should say. We'll have to see what happens between now and the voting, when the meeting happens on March 14th. But I would expect that if the vote goes through, any kind of squeeze that we would have after that would look different than what we would have been expecting originally.
Casey.
Yes, sir.
I think I just like the fact that Adam Aaron came out, and I spoke with the group too about it, that he came out with the proxy early instead of later. It gives everyone a chance to stew, even the hedge funds. I think in our best interest, in my opinion, that is better than coming out with it 2 weeks before the 90-day threshold for Antera. I just wanted to say that I like it, that Adam Aaron gives us time to stew and everything, and to have patience and not quickly vote. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
And so with that, I do believe, like you do and many others, in my own opinion, tinfoil hat, that we will still get a squeeze out of both. It just won't be the wealthy numbers that we have all been told for a year and a half of 2 years of holding, but it will be numbers that you've never been able to imagine out of a 401k or out of a bank or out of a 10-year job.
Yeah, it's what I think it does is it really kind of pushes us towards, and I used to get asked this question all the time are we more like a VW squeeze or are we more like a Tesla squeeze? And one of the things that I felt gave AMC the possibility of looking like a VW squeeze was that, there was so much short interest that was stacked up and synthetic shares that were being traded that really was what gave us the ability to be able to see very large explosion in prices and potential for us to move up in price really, really quickly to very high heights in value. Because when you have a shorter's float, it's much easier for them to find the shares that they need to stop the bleed, so to speak, but from price moving upwards. Whereas when the float's really, really large, the price can get much, much higher. In this particular case, by them reducing the float size down, but also holding on to a lot of shares where they can dilute to help drive price upwards, it ends up being a situation like Tesla where insiders held I'm trying to remember how much it was, but insiders, I'm not going to remember the number off the top of my head. The insiders, holders of Tesla, had massive quantities. I want to say it was like 70% of the total outstanding shares available was owned by the insiders of Tesla. And what they did is they slowly leaked it over time and allowed the market to fight over those shares to help drive the price upwards. So what we may end up seeing is a little bit something more like Tesla. And if you want to go back and research that, you can see what they did. They did a bunch of shared dividends where people got more shares. They did splits. People made crap tons of money on Tesla, just crap tons of money. And if you want to go back in history and look at that and see what that looks like, that's what I would feel like we would look more like if we were to have the yes votes.
If I may, I like this reverse stock split 1 to 10 and 1 for 1, because most reverse stock splits happen when the ticker or the company is in distress. KC, you know as well as I do, AMC is not under distress. We just have a debt that needs to be collected.
Yeah, I would say
And
our books are good, other than the debt. So once the debt is no longer the issue, the company's fine.
yes, and that's what I like about this, that Adam Aaron didn't call it out of distress. He called it out of getting out of debt. And I think as a whole, everyone will learn to appreciate what he has done with Antera and with retail apes. That he, you know, in my opinion, he is on our side. He is on his side too, because he doesn't want his own company going bankrupt. And he definitely wants to bring this company out good before he goes out and retires, just like he did with many others, so he can have that on his belt, don't you think?
Wait, say the last part again?
Adam Aaron has brought many companies throughout his lifetime above profit loss and have made profit and made them good. And I believe that's what he is trying to do with AMC Movie Theater too in the future before he retires or hand off the reign to someone else.
Yeah, absolutely. I totally agree. I think that's his main focus, is to make sure that the company has longevity, and that when he walks, I think he wants, if he were to step away from the company, I think he wants to hand it off to somebody in good working order, and I think I would totally agree with that. I got a lot of questions rolling in here, and I'm not answering them. So, but it is time for numbers here. Let me try and get through some of these real quick here. Could you, Billy, real quickly, just to discuss, there was a Say Technologies share count vote way back in June, where we were voting on questions that that were confirmed by how many shares were held by people, and using a process of creating a bell curve to figure out potentially how many shares were owned by each individual investor, knowing that we had 4.1 million investors, and making the worst case assumption that everybody who voted was the top tier 1%. Then you could basically extrapolate the data to come out with a final number of the number that I came up with was 2.37 billion total amount of shares that were outstanding, based off of the idea that there was 2.185 billion in retail holders, plus institutions plus insiders, which came out to 2.37 billion, and that was as of June of 2021. What it is now, I have no idea, but that was more than enough for me to know that we had extremely large quantities of ownership out there. And then somebody asked a question about how much do we have left? I think it was like 700 million maybe right now. I'm guessing, kind of, sort of. Left Wing Wacko, because they're trying to trigger SSR for the day-to-day, and they usually try to trip it by the end of the day. I'm a professional, says just reverse split us all into holding one share, and then we're all equal, right? Yeah, I guess. I don't think you get any. Nobody's going to agree to that. Not sure if it's been asked, if all goes through with the yes vote, does anything change with the calls we have on AMC? Do they remain the same? They do. They will convert the same exact way that everything else is converted. Meaning that a reduction in the amount of shares that would be gained would be 10 shares instead of 100. Meaning that your strike price would be depending on whether it was a call or a put, would be increased by 10 times whatever the strike price was from before. There's a lot of different conversion. Everything, it would all go through the same exact conversions. All right, it's time to take a look at the numbers, guys. Real quick here, 1796 says, have you spoken on the latter situation at all? I have not spoken on it. I will say that it doesn't matter what I went through and did a breakdown of like all the connections that I found between some of our board directors from 2021 when we had some of our first initial board members that we were trying to ratify back into as a board member. And I went through a whole bunch of stuff and talked about it to people about, you know, some of the concerns I had about some of the links. But I do want to state that like anytime you're any board member of any company should probably have contacts or links to or connections across the board to a lot of different assets that are going to help the company. So the idea that, you know, Later's daughter is related is part of a I don't even remember what the connection was, to be honest with you, but I'm quite frankly not really that worried about it. I don't think across the board, I don't think we've seen any kind of voting non inconsistencies. I guess I would probably say I don't think there's been any inconsistencies in voting across the board, as we've been told that it's been unanimous on some of the votes. So if we have a problem with later, then we've got a problem with the entire board. Dr. Zeno, I saw your arbitrage. Ha, catch. Yeah, I got it. No, Jabibs, you're not blocked. You're still here. I see you. Let's see here. All right, time to take a look at our numbers. Down 9%, and there are more, more buy orders than sell orders. I did fail basic math, so please explain. It's the same thing every single day, Left Wing Wacko. They're shorting the price down. Every single day, it never changes. It's always the same thing. I feel like if you didn't recognize that this has been going on for over 2 years now, welcome to the club, because this is what we see on a daily basis practically. This is how it works, and you know, likelihood of the price bouncing off of SSR being tripped at 496 is to generate liquidity in the marketplace because they've got orders to fill that they can't fill because they don't have any shares. So that's going to be part of the problem. All right, let me take you guys over to the other page. I'm not going to be able to see what it is you guys are writing, so hold on to those thoughts, comments, or questions until after. Let's take a look at what we got going on here with these numbers. Give me 1 second while I move screens around. If you're watching price, I'll just add to this, guys. If you're watching price on AMC on a daily basis, and you think that that's going to be like that's some kind of deciding factor as to what's really going on here, then again, I'm here to tell you that you're looking at the wrong things. Price movement is not it's irrelevant. It's simply a tool to use to generate fear. Starting with off exchange. By this time of the day, I would expect to see about 63% combined between off exchanges and CBOE EDGX. We have approximately 59.1% going through off exchanges, EDGX at 13.68. The combined total on that 72.78%. That's almost 13%, or sorry, 10% higher than where it should be by this time of the day. Almost, just shy. CHX volume is 0.65% of our daily volume. Our 30-day average is 1.14, so we're a little bit underneath that. Let's see, Ape has approximately 54.43%, and EDGX at 9.3. The combined total 63.73%. That is 0.73% higher than it should be by this time of the day, so it's actually really right on target. CHX volume is 0.06, which is right on target for where it should normally be. GME CHX volume right on target for where it should be, and HYMC's CHX volume is right on target. Ortex. An hour ago, there was 256,000 shares having been borrowed for the day today. It's now 98,000 shares for AMC. That's going to lower the estimated short share interest of the free float to 22.96. Cost to borrow min is at 7.26. Average 322.39. Max 358.82. Shares on loan for the day today increased 1.25 million shares to 184.66 million shares on loan. Ortex is estimating that about 413,000 of that was in new short interest day over day. Taking a look at Ape. An hour ago, there was 442,000 shares having been borrowed. It's now a return of 480,000 shares. That's going to have the effect of lowering the short share interest of the free float to 6.69%. Cost tomorrow minute 7.4, average 7.94, and max 7.94. Shares on loan for the day today is up 640,000 shares to 37.8 million shares. Taking a look at options. An hour ago, highest amount of volume was at a $5.50 strike with 18.5 thousand contracts. It's now 24.2 thousand contracts. Puts at a $5 strike. An hour ago, there were 7,000 contracts. There's around 7.9. Market still suggesting a closing price somewhere between $5 and $5.50 for AMC by the end of the day. Combined price is at $7.27. The combined price that I said we might see by closing by the end of the day today was about $7.28. So we're really, really close to where it was that I was kind of thinking we might see price by the end of the day. And we are currently, for the most part, I would say trading sideways. We have a little bit. I don't even think this was a trend that was really broken right here, to be very honest with you. It looks the way we're just trading out sideways right now. There's something else going on here, and I'm not sure what exactly to pull up on this. Trying to figure out if there's like some kind of like pinch point that we may be kind of moving towards here, and moving my target box for the breakout to that point, and I'm going to put it right here, I think. So we may see a bounce off of 715, or maybe some consolidation from between 715 and 735, closer to the end of the day. Orders by Fidelity customers. AMC, Ape, and GME. Ape is the first one on the list here with a 62% buy to 38% sell ratio. AMC is the next one on the list with a 72% buy to 28% buy sell ratio. GME did not make the list due to low volume. Actually, it had high volume today. I don't know what I'm saying low. They had high volume today, but for some reason it's not making the order list. Trigger price for the day, we have $4.96 is the trip price for SSR for AMC. Ape is at 1.728. Neither have triggered as of yet. Total amount of shares having been returned so far for the ETFs was really close to about 15,000 shares, putting us at 20,000 shares available to borrow in the ETFs. No shares borrowed for the day today. Last known fees for available shares was at 103.1%. NASDAQ is currently down 1.44. Dow Jones is down 0.32, and the S&P 500 is down 0.88. We have 3,983 decliners to 2,469 advancers. The market is declining over advancing. Currently, we've got Ethereum Classic, which is down 4.43. DXY, or the US dollar, is currently up 0.23. WTI, or oil, is down 2.91. Mortgage-backed securities for Vanguard and BlackRock are down anywhere from 0.34 to 0.5, and SPY is down 0.84. VIX is up 8.32, VTI is down 0.87, VB is down 0.75, Tesla is down 3.51, Amazon down 1.18, Cinemark down 3.42, Doge is down 2.23, Bitcoin is down 2.59 at 23.1 a coin, GME is down 3.86, HYMC is down 0.58, HOOD is down 1.97, CS is down 2.39, NCMI is down 7.03, Ape is down 16.9, or sorry, up rather 16.93%, and AMC is down 9.11%. Inflow versus outflow for the day today on AMC were approximately $1 million more inflow than outflow. 24.06 million shares traded so far after 224 minutes of trading, which puts us on a pace for 41.89 million shares traded by the end of the day today. I suggested somewhere between 45 and 65 million shares, so we are trading on a pace lower than what I anticipated by the end of the day. On a 4-hour chart, there is more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 36.11, which is below average. On a 1-hour time interval, there is more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 31.9, which is below average. On a 30-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 30.11, or 28.79 now, which is signaling oversold. On a 5-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 39.4, which is below average. On Ape, there is approximately 3.6 million shares, or $3.6 million more inflow than outflow. 47.97 million shares traded so far after 225 minutes of trading. Puts us on a pace for 83 million shares traded by the end of the day today. We are on a much slower pace than what we were on before, and it's actually, it's massively lower than what it was compared to an hour ago, which puts us on a pace for 83.14. I suggested somewhere between 90 to 120 million shares. So we're seeing so much lower volume that it's outpacing. I would not put it past seeing some large quantity of volume towards the end of the day, though. Feeling that's a possibility. On a 4-hour chart here, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure than RSI of 72.4, which is signaling overbought. On a 1-hour time interval, just slightly more selling pressure than buying pressure than RSI of 66.25, which is above average. On a 30-minute interval, there's more selling pressure than more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 55.83, which is slightly above average. And on a 5-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with a divergence of the vortex indicator currently, and an RSI of 50.99, which is pretty much average. Does look like there's, I'm not reading that. Reducing volume today has been extremely successful on institutional part, as volume was slated to be much higher for the day today. So they've done actually a really good job of controlling volume for the day. Alrighty, I think Quincy says, Casey, if we break the $5 level of support, do you think we break back down to low 4 range? One of the numbers that I was kind of looking for us to hit was a double bottom on AMC before we could see potential takeoff in price. And so the question really comes down to is like, what would a double bottom look like specifically for AMC if that were to be the case? And 377 was one of the values that we had hit from the past. Whether or not, I think I kind of gave a range on another page here, and I think 450 might have been the top of that range. So I'm kind of expecting, honestly, to see a 450 hit. But I mean, I don't know how far down this has to come in order to create that double bottom. And it's going to be one of those kind of things where, like, you'll probably only know from history. Like if you go back in history and you look at the run prior to the move in May and January, right? Like, I mean, it was on an ascending double bottom, right here. You know, the degree by which this is at is a 16 degrees. So if I were to come over to current time and not scale this at all and look at where we're at currently, what would a 16-degree scale look like compared to that would be a 16-degree scale. So depending on where time, however time is going to play out here, hitting that bottom could be somewhere in the range of, actually it's 450 if it was over here in like the middle to late, or like the 20th of February. We could see price move, like kind of step its way down here, or gradually even make its way down to that 450 range before getting that double bottom and violently swinging upwards again. But again, just because we had a 16% flow or angle on that previous point in time that I looked at doesn't necessarily mean that's what it has to be this time. But 450 was kind of the target number that I was looking for to see that double bottom occur at. All in AMC says, do you think the price of AMC and Ape will meet in the middle? The theory behind that is to remove all ideas of there being any kind of arbitrage would mean that would need to happen, right? That would make the most sense. However, it doesn't mean that it has to happen. It makes sense what it is you're saying, but I don't know. MCon, eventually the algo will start buying. I know, for example, I think Ape Scott's we saw them borrow the shares that they need last week for Ape. My guess is that they'll probably start buying some more of those here soon, and that's probably partially the reason why we saw even price running it to begin with in the first place, because we saw a bunch of volume kick in too. I have a theory on that, Jabibs, but it's just a theory. Blake says, Casey, what's the winning Powerball drawing for this week? I know, right? Yeah, it's just a theory. And I'll give you an example, Jabibs, if you I don't know if this is how it's going to go, because first off, when I tell you my theory, I can tell you that the very first traded price that you see when market opens after a conversion and reverse split is going to be entirely different than what it is that you get for combining the two, right? So the way I would suggest to you that you should probably, how you would consider what the new trading price is going to be, or what it would at least start out as, the estimated amount, would be simply to just take whatever the closing market cap is on the 14th, right? Adding those two market caps together and then dividing it by 144,743,012 shares. And I know I'm not supposed to say "and" in there, but I said it. And then dividing that and finding out what your average price per share is going to be. That would probably be one way, but you have to realize that the very first share that's traded is going to change that price no matter what. So the real question becomes, is what's going to be the actual value, that the trading value that's first seen on the very first trade that goes through. And that's real speculative, right? You can't really, there's no way you can really predict exactly what that's going to be. All right. I'm gonna go to break. me put up my message real quick here, and then I'm gonna head out. I'm gonna take back-to-back breaks, guys, today because I kind of went late on my first break rather. So I'll come back. I'll do the numbers at 110, and then I'm gonna leave for another break and come back for the end of the day. But I really wanted to make sure I got questions in and stuff like that because it is important to me, and but I also need the break time too because believe it or not, doing these live streams is way harder than anybody would possibly imagine. Um, it ain't easy being cheesy. Oh, wait. Yeah, I can't use that. That's already a slogan somewhere. All right. Anyways, I'll see you guys in a little bit.
Discovery Houston, press to ATO.
Liftoff of mission 41D, the first flight of the orbit of Discovery, and the shuttle has cleared the tower.
Discovery, go and throttle up.
Discovery's 4 computers now have primary control of critical vehicle functions. First flight of the orbital Discovery, and the shuttle has cleared the tower. Discovery's 4 computers now have primary control of critical vehicle functions.
All right, I'm back, guys. I came back just a little bit early here. So I'd see SSR was tripped, indeed, while I was gone. I'm not going to say, guys, that this is going to rip right afterwards. I mean, the standard MO for this is sometimes to trip it and stick it, right? Trip it and stick it. That's what they like to do. And so if they can stick price here, they will. But if there's a lot of orders that were coming through, and they just simply needed the liquidity and then in order to get that, they had to trip the SSR to get the liquidity, then you may see price run a little bit harder upwards. But it's really kind of all dependent upon what market orders and what's currently happening in the marketplace. It's potentially, and this is actually where you would probably start seeing volume start rising as well too, once they trip this SSR. But somebody had mentioned in here a little bit ago about seeking alpha. I posted it. I think Sam was the one that posted it up there, and I retweeted it out because I mean, it's like the desperation is just it's the writing is on the wall. It's just so obvious. This is why it kind of bothers me almost, is because it's too easy. But anyways, I'm gonna put it up here just so you guys can see. Uh, it bothers me how easy it is to recognize some of this stuff now. Seeking Alpha starts shilling, and then they put in here. If you go to the news section for Seeking Alpha or for AMC, the Seeking Alpha article says "Sell AMC, go Ape." I can't. It's like I can't make this stuff up. I mean, it's ridiculous. All right, well, let's come over to the news section over here. Let's see what they actually really said. Sell AMC, go Ape. All right, let's see what they got to say. I mean, this is legitimately like this is kind of funny. Like I feel like I got to read this because I have to sign in with my account. Damn you. All right, give me a second. Let me put this to the side here for just a second here. I'll put the ticker back up. Let's see here. All right, here we go. News article. This is written by Chris DeMuth Jr. DeMuth. It'd be interesting to do like a background profile check on this guy, see what kind of articles he writes on a common basis. But let's see. Summary: any updates on my worst idea for 2023? It is still edgy and actionable, but needs to be sized with care. Unlike most equity investments, it also comes with free Oreo popcorn. Looking for a helping hand in the market, members of sifting the world get exclusive ideas and guidance to navigate any climate. He says, I recently disclosed my biggest position as well as my best new idea for 2023. In both cases, my view is that they are bargains. Anyone buying Okay, I'm not going to talk about that. Let's go down here. Today's idea. Today's idea is not such a case. It is not big. It's not a discount to the fundamental value. It is hopefully fun, quirky, and lucrative, but may prove to be one of those things. Size accordingly. Always have your thinking cap on, but in this case, Buckle up the chin strap to the ironclad idea replacing any AMC shares with AMC preferreds. The more dubious idea, if you have no AMC shares to sell, then simply own Gulp AMC preferreds outright. This could well be my worst idea this year. It could go to zero, but I am not joking. Always at least somewhat vexing when an investment thesis can easily be confused with a joke. It's hard to read his article here. It's the way, I don't know. It's probably, I write like this too. Sometimes I go back and reread my stuff and I go like, this is so hard to read. But but yeah, there you have it. So Seeking Alpha, normally who says don't buy Ape or AMC because of any reason whatsoever, is now saying sell your AMC because we have it. We have AMC. We're saying sell it and buy Ape. Yeah, about that. What the heck? What the heck? Oh my gosh. I mean, I don't know, guys. I don't know. It's kind of one of those things where it's like, I don't know. We've been at this for so long, and there's been so many different things thrown at us, and it almost it almost just makes it's almost too easy anymore. It's just really too easy anymore to spot. I don't know. Like part of me wants to comment here. I really want to say things, and I just like, I don't know. It's just ridiculous. It's like we live in a circus. Balarkey, it's SSR. When SSR is tripped, it simply gives market makers the ability legally um, to create short exempt volume during times of low liquidity, which is what we have going on right now. And so it just simply is just it's just the creation of shares. C Hill says they just want you to sell your AMC so they can buy Ape cheaper to cover their AMC after conversion. Remember when they first wanted you to sell your Ape? Now they switched to AMC. They are so obvious. I mean, you know what's crazy to me, C Hill, is that like I want to like disagree with you and be like, no man, no, they're not obvious. They're like really tricky motherfuckers. But I don't even feel like I could say that. I can't even say that because like it's just so redonkulous, man. It's getting really 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 like painfully obvious. I know, man. I know. I know I let it slip, Savvy. I apologize, guys. Beat me out there. I apologize, but I mean it's so frustrating. It's that like I just Jesus United Church says just got 3 more AMC shares and 2 Apes. Jesus, please forgive me for my transgressions. Because I'm just angry, and I shouldn't be angry because it's so obvious and it's blatant and clear as day. You know what bothers me though, guys, is that there's legit people out there that are probably falling for this, right? They're legitimately reading these Seeking Alpha articles, and then they're probably legitimately falling for it because they just don't know any better, and that's what bothers me more than anything. Roaster guy says, "Let it out, Casey. Let it out." My mom's probably over. She's cringing. I know she is. She's cringing, but I'm just upset. Let's take a look at the numbers, and numbers always make me feel better. I don't know about you guys, but numbers always. No one except Christ is perfect. I pray God bless us. I want that 10,000 per share. Thank you, Jesus United Church. I appreciate it. It makes me feel better. Let's see. Let's see what we got going on here with these numbers. These numbers always make me feel better. I don't know why. I don't know if it's just my social ineptness in life that really makes me feel more comfortable around numbers than anything, but they do. They make me feel better. I'm gonna take you guys over to the other page. I'm not gonna be able to see what it is you guys are writing, so hold those thoughts or comments or questions specifically for me until after you see the big tramp back up on the page. Jesus, please forgive me for creating the big tramp. It's supposed to be funny. It's funny, kind of, in a weird way. Two-factor authentication, guys, if you don't have it, you may want to consider getting it for your account. You don't want somebody who has a foul mouth like me getting into your account by accident. Make sure that you get that two-factor authentication set up so you can protect yourself through, perhaps a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. You wouldn't want to have that opportunity foiled by somebody else. When you do get that protection, set it up so that you have a secondary device that can receive the access code in case something should happen to your primary device. Also, I'm requesting that people consider taking pictures of their portfolio at least once a week, at least once a day. No, that's not right. Take it once a day, and when you do, put it into a folder that says the file name as the date so that you can know what it is in case something should happen to where you can contact your broker and say, no, you're wrong. This is what it was before. Why has it changed? And if you're not doing it once a day, maybe you don't have as much activity on your account or whatever, at least do it once a week. That's how I meant to say it. Let's take a look at what we got going on here with our numbers and see where we're at before I throw more F-bombs out. I apologize, guys. I shouldn't. I've always been trying. I try to be really good about that and not swear like a sailor because, that's what sailors do, apparently. That's what they say. Let's take a look at what we got going on here. That's Jesus. I just want to say this real quick. I just got to go. This is one of my little rants. I like to think, and Jesus United Church, correct me if I'm wrong here, but I like to think that because a lot of the disciples were fishermen, right? They were all fishermen, and we know that historically fishermen have foul mouths or bad language. I like to think every once in a while that maybe somewhere sitting at a table, maybe perhaps the Last Supper, somebody maybe ripped a fart, and somebody like leaned over and said, "Are you shitting your pants again?" I just for some reason in my mind, I just want to believe that the disciples had somewhat of humor, and that they may have swore on occasion or whatever. I don't know because they were sailors or whatever, but I'd like to believe that they had a sense of humor because I just don't. Humor is such a wonderful thing. How could you take that away from humanity, right? So there had to be some humor in there somewhere. But anyways, I don't know. Anyways, let's just move on and get to the numbers here before I dig myself in a hole deeper and get struck by lightning. What do we got going on here for our numbers? Off exchange for the day today. By this time of the day, I would expect to see about 64% going through off exchange and EDGX combined. We have 58% going through off exchange on AMC, EDGX at 13.74. The combined total 71.74%. That is, if I can do math, 7.74% higher than. See, look, it was just almost shy of 777. I almost got struck down right there. 7.74% of our total volume going through those exchanges, more than we would normally see. CHX volume is at 0.54 percent. Nothing unusual going on there. Ape 5.42. Or 54.42% going through off exchange. EDGX is 8.99. Grand total 63.41%. That's actually about 0.6% lower than what an average day would look like. So we're not seeing Ape being suppressed in price as much as usual today. So surprisingly, right? Because most people would have thought that AMC or Ape AMC would have been sold off and Ape would have been purchased more, and it's actually turning out to be not quite the case. It's almost like people are smart. These apes aren't as smooth-brained as one would have you believe. I'm really impressed. I'm really impressed with our community. It's amazing. CHX volume here, because we're supposed to be smooth-brained, but that's not the case. CHX volume, and I'm not trying to talk down about us, but CHX volume is at a very normal 0.06%. And GME CHX volume at 0.26 compared to the normal 30-day average of 0.33. And HYMC's got 0.04 when its normal is 0.06, so it's pretty close to normal. Taking a look at Ortex data for AMC and Ape. I just don't always view myself as being very smart, so that's why I talk down about myself. But, you know, it makes me feel more comfortable being in this community because, you know, we're all smooth-brained apparently, so that it makes me feel good, nice and comfortable. Taking a look at the total amount of shares having been purchased for the day today. Earlier this morning, it was about an hour ago, it was about 98,000 shares borrowed for the day. It's now 201,000 shares. Estimated short share interest of the free float will rise due to that just slightly to 22.97%. Cost per minute 7.26, average at 331.22, and max at 358.82%. Shares on loan for the day today did increase by 1.25 million shares to 184.66 million shares on loan. Ortex estimated about 413,000 of that was in new short interest day over day. Taking a look at Ape, an hour ago there was a return of 480,000 shares. It's now showing a borrowing of 134,000 shares. That's going to cause the estimated short share interest of the free float to rise to 6.73%. Cost to borrow minute 7.4. Listen to this, guys. Cost to borrow average is at 10.4. It suddenly jumped massively. Well, I shouldn't say massively. I mean, it's only about 3%, but a 3% jump is pretty high. Cost to borrow max is 12.23. So we're starting to see cost to borrow rates starting to skyrocket on Ape here a little bit, which means that shares are probably getting harder and harder to find, which means we're probably getting closer and closer to that 95% utilization. Shares on loan for the day today is up 640,000 shares day over day, trading day, to 37.8 million shares on loan. Taking a look at the combined, son of a gun. Taking a look at options. I forgot about options. See, I didn't swear that time. It was good. Highest amount of call volume an hour ago was 5.5 thousand, or 5.5 strike price with 24.2 thousand contracts. There's now 27.6. Highest amount of put volume is at a $5 strike. There was 7.9 thousand contracts. There's now 9,000 contracts. Taking a look at combined AMC and Ape price right now, we're at $7.20. That is about 8 cents lower than my predicted price by the end of the day today. It's very, very, very close. We are kind of trending downwards here as it stands right now. You can see that volume kind of spiked earlier this morning like it normally does. But I think it was a little more aggressive today than normal. But the spike downwards was even more aggressive. And if we draw a regression channel on this, you can see that the price is very obviously falling on this. It may be heading. I don't really want to draw anything out. Hold on a second here. Hold on a second. I just don't know. I mean, I want to say that we're in a falling wedge currently, and that there's a potential for a breakout. Maybe somewhere in this box, which should still be from 1415 all the way up until 1600, which is market close. But I tend to think that we're going to see a retest, more than likely, of the top here, and then come back down and consolidate out the rest of the day, right at about 724. So I might have predicted like 4 cents too high. But yeah, I think that's where we're kind of heading. We did find support at 715, by the way, the combined price. Orders by Fidelity customers. AMC and Ape have both been on the list today of most heavily traded stocks according to Fidelity. And let's see where they're standing on the list here now. They are side by side now on this list. Ape has a 62% buy to 38% sell ratio, and AMC has a 74% buy to 26% sell ratio. And guys, I just want to let you know, I round up and down on these to the closest number possible. So I know you guys are probably looking at the percentages going like, he just said something completely different than what it's showing. I know, I'm rounding. And then GME is not on the list here. I love the fact that AMC is nearly a 74% buy ratio. That is amazing. I'm absolutely loving this. Like this makes me feel even more like bolstered about who we stand here with together. Smart apes. Y'all smooth as smooth brain could be. SSR trigger price for the day is at $4.96. AMC did trip it. Ape would be at 1.728 and will likely not trip that today. And then ETF shares are still sitting at 20,000. They haven't converted those yet. I would imagine towards the end of the day they probably will convert some of those to available, and we may see some shares borrow towards the end of the day. Last known fees were at 103.1%, but it's not shown on the page currently. I just wrote it down. My brain was thinking for once and wrote something down. NASDAQ is down 1.64%. Dow Jones is down 0.55. S&P 500 is down 1.05. We currently have 4,090 decliners to 2,425 advancers. The market is more declining now than it was an hour ago. ETC or Ethereum Classic is down 6.35%. DXY or the US dollar is starting to head even more upwards to 0.37. It's about ready to break here, guys. We may be seeing a breakout of this wedge here. If the US dollar starts spiking up, imagine the market going down pretty hard. WTI is currently down, or oil is down 3.38%. Mortgage-backed securities are down anywhere from 0.31 to 0.44%. The SPY is down 1.03% as it stands. VIX currently up 8.1%, just now breaking 20. VTI is down 1.07. VB is down 0.92. Tesla is down 4.87. Amazon is down 1.3. Cinemark is down 3.81. Doge is down 3.96. Bitcoin is down 3.98, which is and at 22.8 a coin. GME is down 5.92. HYMC is up 1.27. HOOD is down 1.97. CS is down 2.67. NCMI is down 10.73. Ape is up 14.49, and AMC is down 9.71% for the day. AMC is currently showing $1.8 million. No, it's actually more like $1.9 million more inflow than outflow. Oh, wait. Yeah, that's right. I don't know what I was thinking. Total volume so far for the day is 28.27 million shares after 298 minutes of trading, putting us on a pace for 36.99 million shares traded by the end of the day today. I suggested in pre-mark somewhere between 45 and 65. This is much lower volume. They really tanked the volume down big time. I don't know if it's going to crank up enough in the end of the day to make my numbers. So I'm unfortunately going to miss on the high side on this, which is unusual, but it does happen. On a 4-hour time interval, there's more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 35.14, which is below average. On a 1-hour time interval, there's more selling pressure than buying pressure with an... Actually, hold on a second. Yeah, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 30.17, which is almost signaling oversold. On a 30-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 27.5, signaling oversold. And on a 5-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 39.06, which is below average. On Ape, there's approximately $3.2 million more in inflow than outflow for the day today. 53.4 million shares traded so far after 299 minutes of trading, putting us on a pace for 69.65 million shares traded by the end of the day today. In pre-market, I suggested that we would see somewhere between 90 to 120 million shares. I'm going to be on the top side of this. I'm kind of curious. If I were to take my two lower averages, no. There's no way. Yeah, they just knocked the snot out of these out of the volume on both of these two here. nice 65% volume, million shares in volume by the end of the day today on Ape. That was doing so much better earlier this morning. On a 4-hour interval, there is more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 69.26, which is almost signaling overbought. Actually, after having signaled overbought, dipping down underneath. On a 1-hour time interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with a divergence in the last hour of the Vortex indicator with more selling pressure and RSI at 61.17, which is above average. On a 30-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 51.79, which is average. And on a 5-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 45.09, which is slightly below average. It looks like they're trying to stick the price right where SSR tripped at for the day, which is going to be at 4.965. My guess is that they're probably trying to close out as many positions as possible in the derivatives. There is quite a few shares in volume that would be in the money on puts now at this price range. As a matter of fact, it would be about 24.2 thousand contracts that were in open interest for this week, closing at a $5 strike. So more than likely, they're probably closing out as many positions as possible while it's underneath $5. What's next? I need to look at the tops on Ape. Give me just a second here, guys, while I look at some numbers real fast. I need to see where SSR would have tripped at 265 and make sure my SSR is set up for the right spots, because I don't think that it is. So it should be set up at oh no, we already tripped SSR on Ape. We tripped it when we went down to $2.13, which was somewhere in here. It was 211. Let me rewrite this number down. $2.11 was 20.38% down from our last high of $2.65. That is a synthetic price failure. I don't know why I don't have my numbers set up in the right spots, but I'd like to fix it real quick. So give me just a minute while I fix these numbers. $169.8. Oh no, that's not right. Hold on. $213 would have been where the synthetic price failure. 2133 is where a synthetic price failure would have started for Ape. The next touch point would have been 212, which is 20% down. And the last one would have been 208. All right, so we definitely tripped synthetic price failure earlier this morning in the pre-market hours by making it down to the 2 point. Actually, we made it down right to a almost perfectly on a synthetic price failure both in the pre-market and right at market open this morning. We came down and tested that 20% dip in price perfectly, and rebounded off of that, and then it looks like they'll probably come back down and retest that a few times. That's typically how it works. If they found shares that could be, if there are shares out there to be found, then they'll continue to try and drive price back down and settle it down there. All right, that should be good. What did I start? What did I do? Deborah's saying, see what Casey started. I have no idea what I did. What did I do? Yeah, I dropped an F-bomb, Deborah. It happens every once in a while. I find it depends on who you work with, quite honestly. Like I feel like a lot of guys that work in the industry that I spent most of my time in usually had spent time in the military. And believe it or not, military guys like to swear. I know it seems so odd, right? Like military guys swear? Come on. No, it's true. But and so you tend to get it depends on who you were. Let me tell you guys a funny story. My mom's not gonna like this story. Here it comes, Mom. I'm telling it. My mom, being the weekend warrior that she was in the reserves, would every once in a while move. She would go for her reserve duty and then come back. And let me tell you, my mom, while not on the reserves, would never, ever, ever, ever in a million years swear. She came back, and oh man, let me just tell you, there was a big difference between mom in the reserves and actively serving versus not in the reserves actively serving. So it's kind of funny. Tendies plus plus says, Casey, I started a hashtag for you. Uh oh. Oh man, I'm worried. Pirate says, I wish to become a billionaire similarly to the Rodney Dangerfield character in Caddyshack in both wealth and frivolity. Did I say that right? Frivolity? Uh, Deborah says, truckers aren't immune for sure. Foo Dog says, Foorah. Yeah, I hope my mom probably heard that. Me say that story about her, but it's kind of funny. I think it's funny. I think it's perfectly human to do it. Duffman says Pireborn with a hat like that, you could get a free bowl of soup. It looks good on you though. What, did he change his image? Hold on. I just see a dog. Tech We Love says I've heard my mom swear more than 10,000 times in my lifetime. It can be done, Casey. I wish she didn't, of course, because a lot of it was focused at her family. I'm laughing, but I feel your pain. I had a friend that had a mom like that. It always kind of scares you a little bit as a kid, like when you hear the mom like just there was the bad words are just rolling out of her mouth. It doesn't matter if you're in trouble or you're not. It still feels like you're in trouble. Einstein says, "Is that a big bull flag on the VIX or what?" Well, let's take a look at it. I mean, I'm still waiting for it to break. It's getting close. I mean, it's getting real close here, but when it does break, it's gonna move quick. I think this time. So we should see a pretty. I mean, it did this before, right? The last time it started breaking upwards like this, and then you could see that there was some kind of market manipulation that kind of got things back under control again, and then we've been kind of just steadily decreasing here on the VIX. But when it does break, it could break pretty hard here. Just a few more years to go, Sean. Nah, we'll be better than that. Oh, son of a gun. I forgot to do the poll today. Well, that's because the proxy came out. We were gonna do the poll today. All right, I gotta do some polls here real fast. Son of a gun. Because we got movie trivia to do. Shoot. Oh man, I completely forgot all about the. Hold on a second here, guys. We gotta put up some polls. I'll tell you what. I am going to. I'm gonna give each one of these a number. One. Let's see here. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3. All right, so I'm going through and I'm trying to make a list of all the movies that we named off from last Friday, and I'm gonna try and put some of these. I'm just randomly issuing them numbers, and they're gonna get pulled together in the numbers. So here's today's poll. And then whatever one wins, we'll move on to the next group for the next day, and we'll just keep doing that. And we're going to go through all of these movies here. So just to give you an example of the movies that we're going to be going through here, we've got Interstellar, Avatar 2, Caddyshack, Tombstone, Big Lebowski, Hangover, Fifth Element, Never-Ending Story, American Graffiti, Oh Brother, Where Art Thou, Rounders, Breakfast Club, Shawshank Redemption, Beverly Hills Ninja, The Rock, Kill Bill, The Jerk, Spaceballs, School of Rock, and Cool Runnings. You guys voted for those, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to ask which movie for the day today. And then you guys will decide of the choices here. So I'm going to go with this one. Just so you know, I'm completely, like, I just went through and just labeled these. Don't worry if they don't make the list, because I will keep them and we'll go through the ones that don't win. Down the road, we'll add options. If I misspell any of these, I apologize. I'm not the world's best speller in the whole way, by any means. So, but there we go. So the 4 choices by randomness, because I just decided to go through and just put them all down as Interstellar, Big Lebowski, American Graffiti, and Shawshank Redemption. You guys have approximately 20 minutes to decide what the winner's going to be, with the Big Lebowski like right out the door really making a big impact. But it looks like you guys are choosing between only 2 here. So again, you guys, this is to kind of show you voting matters. Voting makes a difference. We have votes that are coming up here, and as you're going to see, voting does make a difference. So make sure you put in what it is you want to vote for the movie for the day, because that's what we're going to do. And I'm going to take a quick little break. I will come back, and then we'll whatever the numbers are at about. You have 15 minutes left to poll. I'll come back at 2, look at the numbers, end the poll, and then and then I'll make some movie questions, and we'll start the end of the day at 2:10. So let me put up my message on the screen here. Getting a nice little run here on Ape. Nice little green candle there, huh? End of the day volume is always a nice thing. Let's put this down a little bit lower. All right, I'll see you guys in just a bit. All right, I'm back, and apparently I'm in trouble. Hi, Mom. Hello? I hear rumblings, but I don't hear you.
I gotta
There
turn
you are. There you are. I hear you now. Oh, and she's gone. Oh, she. Wait, hold on a second. There, I drug you back into the right room. Hey.
This doesn't. There.
Yeah, what's up?
Can you hear me?
I can hear you fine now.
Oh, good.
Yeah.
I was gonna go downstairs. It's usually better down there.
So, I take it you probably want to tell your side of the story.
Absolutely.
Okay. All
And
right,
I
guys.
didn't say absolutely. Yeah. Okay.
All right.
So in the late, okay, without going into any details, I had 3 jobs in the Air Force, and the middle job of the 3 was by far the most interesting, although they were all really good. And in that one, I was part of a fairly small group of people, mostly men. There were very few women in the late 80s in that group. And we did some exercises. And actually, I was in a training school, back to back, 2 of them, and for a month. And the next year, I didn't know this, they wrote a scenario for a training thing for some other people. And they made me kind of the star of the show. And I was supposed to be a graduate student in Central America working on my dissertation. And I was supposed to be interviewing people and talking to people and that kind of thing. But in reality, which nobody knew, I was a Russian subversive kind of person.
Agent.
Well, I was really an American.
Oh, no,
I really was.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay. But they had flipped me. Anyway, but they didn't tell me this when I agreed to do it. It was kind of, as we got through the 3-day scenario, towards the end of it, they said, okay, now's the time you need to start cussing. And I said, do what? I mean, I can say damn and hell. Those are the only words I know. But I don't know how to put them in like a group of words and make it sound good. So I had a really fast course on how to swear. And I didn't like it, but it was really, I could see why without doing that, the whole thing wouldn't work very well. Mm-hmm. So I spent that whole weekend the whole week, there's 2 weeks, so the whole week, and the weekend they gave me more refresher courses, of course. And so by the second week, I was really good. I mean, for a beginner. And when I came home, I think I did let a few words slip out, but it didn't take me very long because that's not how I talk, and it's not how I raised you to talk.
No.
However, you're an adult man, and I'm back, that's your thing. I don't criticize. I really don't. However,
Doug's over here throwing me under a bus saying that I said that you cuss like a sailor. I didn't say that.
I heard what you said, and you said I let a lot of bad words, and I was the only time that ever happened was after one experience event. You were you were a teenager. You were probably in high school. It was like 89 or 90, somewhere in there.
Oh, no.
It had to be...
No. I was way younger than that. I was way younger.
Okay,
we were still in Virginia.
Because I know. Well, that's where this happened. Yeah.
Yeah. We were still in Virginia at the time.
So you had to be, it was like 87, so you were 10 or 11?
Yeah, 10 or 11. 87? Yeah.
Okay. But, and it was when my mom was still there. So you can imagine, I was like, I thought for sure she's going to kill me. But I tried to explain to her the whole thing, and she didn't really understand, but I got a pass.
Oh, man. Well, thank you for telling your side of the story. I apologize if I made it sound like you were constantly
A
swearing.
habitual swearer?
Yeah, yeah, no,
That's not me.
that was definitely not you. Yeah, I would agree.
No, I teach Bible studies at church.
That was definitely not
They
you.
don't go together. I
No,
need to make sure you understand. They don't go together.
yeah, yeah.
Okay.
There's differences. Yeah, I understand.
Okay.
All
But
right.
you know what? I love you, foul mouth and all.
Oh, thank you, Mom. I appreciate it.
And that's not going to, no, but nothing you could ever do or say would change the way I love you.
Oh,
Nothing.
see, guys, she's just trying to get me all emotional right now on the live stream, and it's like I'm not falling for that. You might.
Okay, don't get emotional. I'm not trying to get you emotional. I just want to be sure you understand it.
I do. I totally understand. I love you too, Mom.
I love you so much. So you were always my firstborn kid, and that will never change. I love you so much.
Thank
So
you.
I'm getting all teary eyed. So don't let's get out of here.
Yeah, get out of this big tramp. I love you, Mom. I'll talk to you later.
And yes, I'm almost always lurking in the background. So
I
just keep
know.
that in mind.
I know you're always lurking in the background. I don't know why I would think anything else otherwise.
Because I love to hear the sound of your voice.
Well,
I
thank
really,
you.
it cheers me up. It's like you're not so far away.
For those of you who don't know, she's in California and I'm in Texas, so that's what she means by so far away. But you're coming over here not too long from now, right? What do we?
Yes.
How long are we looking at here? 2 weeks?
No, three or four, I think. I don't know.
Okay.
No, three.
3 weeks.
Something like that. The 19th.
Okay.
A little more than 3.
Cool.
Okay.
I
See
love
ya.
you. Love you, Mom.
Bye.
Bye.
I love you.
So she messaged me while I was on my break, and she's like, "I need fair time on the back of the big tramp right now." I was sitting there going like, "Uh-oh, I'm in trouble." So she wanted to make sure that she put in her Missy Shaw. Did you made all your mistakes on Casey? Did you? She. You know what? I think Maggie, every parent has this learning process, and it's funny. We used to joke about how. With me, she never let me have guns to play with when I was growing up, but my siblings all got guns, swords, knives. She was letting my little sister juggle knives for fun, but never the firstborn kid. The firstborn one is the one you're always the most careful with because you're never really sure as a parent. So sure, we all make mistakes on our first kids, and it's just because we're brand new parents and we can't help ourselves, but be ultra extra careful and want the best. Not that we don't want the best for the others, but us firstborns are always more special. I hope my sister and my brother's listening right now. They're gonna be like, "Grr." The sibling rivalry. I could feel it. All right, let me take a look at the numbers here, guys, and then we got 15 minutes before we got to get to movie trivia. Shawshank Redemption is the movie that you guys voted for the day today. Sam's over here laughing at the juggle knives for fun. So let's take a look at these numbers and see what we got going on here. And if I don't get started on them real quick, I'm gonna be getting another message here saying like, "Get me back on the back of the big tramp again." I'll be like, uh-oh. Something else I said. I'm going to take you guys over to the other page. I'm not going to be able to see what it is you guys are saying, so hold those thoughts, personal thoughts, comments, or suggestions that you want me to see until after you see the big tramp back up on the screen again. Let's take a look at what we got going on here. This is the last look of the day. Where are we at? What's going on? Starting with off exchange, by this time of the day, I would expect about 66% to be going through the off exchange and CBOE EDGX. I do not have my glasses on. I can still read this stuff. It's just my eyes are more strained. I forgot I'm not going to get up and go get them. So 57.75% going through off exchange, and EDGX is at 13.28. The grand total on that 71.03% off exchange volume going through there for AMC. That is about 5.03% higher than it should be by this time of the day. CHX volume is elevated once again to 1.52% of our total daily volume, or 445,000 shares. Our 30-day average through CHX is 1.16. Taking a look at Ape, off exchange volume so far for the data is at 54.4. Let me refresh it one more time. That seems like old data. Okay, 54.4 and EDGX is at 8.7. Grand total 63.1. That's almost 3% lower. It's 2.9% lower than it should be by this time of the day. If there's been any upwards momentum in volume today on Ape, which I don't think there has been a whole lot, but if there has been any, it hasn't been through it would have been through price discovery, as they're not using the off exchange as much as they normally do. For whatever reason, I don't know. CHX volume is a little bit higher than normal, but nothing to really kind of note. GME's CHX volume is 0.27 when their average is 0.33, and HYMC is pretty much right on par as well with where it should be. Taking a look at Ortex data for the day today, the final numbers, AMC was reporting about 201,000 shares having been borrowed so far for the day today on AMC. It's now 243. That increase is going to not really change the estimated short share interest of the free float too much. It's at 22.97%. Cost of borrow min is at 7.26, average 3.33 or 333.89%. Max is at 358.82. Shares on loan is 1.25 million more shares on loan today than there was the last trading day on Friday. And shares on loan are now at 184.66 million shares. That is 413,000 shares more in short interest, according to Ortex's estimations for the day. Taking a look at Ape, as of an hour ago, there was 134,000 shares having been borrowed, no change. That's leaving our short share interest, the free float, at 6.73%. Cost of borrow minutes at 7.4, average 10.4, and max 12.23. We're starting to see an increase on the amount of cost to borrow on Ape. Shares on loan did increase day over trading day by 640,000 shares to 37.8 million shares on loan. Taking a look at options for the day. Highest amount of volume is at a $5.50 strike. An hour ago it was 27.6 thousand contracts. It's now 29.9. Largest amount of puts for the day is at $5 strike. It went from 9,000 contracts to 9.7 thousand contracts. Almost had $4.50 strikes beat it out, but not quite. But the combined price of AMC and Ape is currently at $7.21. My prediction for the end of the day today was $7.28. So as of right now, I'm only 7 cents off of that prediction. The interesting thing is that I got AMC wrong on the direction it was moving and the direction the Ape was going to be moving. It was more Ape up and AMC down than it was what I suggested, because I was thinking AMC was going to close around $5.28 and Ape around $2. So, but doesn't matter because the average price still makes it being really close. We are getting into this box area where I feel like there may be a potential breakout in the after hours, or maybe even leading into tomorrow. Normally this should be a breakout going upwards as volume is decreasing, and so is price. Orders by Fidelity customers for the day today. AMC and Ape are the only two that have been on the list so far. Still the case. Ape is still beating out AMC on order amounts, just barely though. Ape has a 62% buy to 38% sell ratio, and AMC has a 74% buy to 26% sell ratio. Looking really nice on those numbers. I love what I'm seeing. GME's not made the list today on orders for some reason or another. SSR did trip for the day today on AMC at $4.96. Shares available to trade, 0. Ape would have tripped at 1.728, but we never got there. They never did borrow out these 20,000 shares. They must be saving them for tomorrow. I would expect to see tomorrow some more available shares showing up at some point, as they're probably going to close some short interest in order to be able to make shares available to borrow again for the next day. If they don't, it'll all have to come out of the ETFs. NASDAQ is down 1.85, Dow Jones is down 0.7, and the S&P 500 is down 1.22. We have 4,307 decliners to 2,237 advancers. The market is more bearish than it is bullish currently. And we got the Ethereum Classic down 7.08%. DXY, or the US dollar, is currently at 0.33, getting ready to break out of this long trend here. WTI, or oil, is currently down 4.17. Mortgage-backed securities are down anywhere from 0.35 to 0.51. And the SPY is down 1.21, as I just said a minute ago. VIX is currently up 8.27. VTI is down 1.23. VB is down 1.12. Tesla down 5.5. Amazon down 1.58. Cinemark down 3.81. Doge is down 4.64. Bitcoin is down 4.9 at 22.5 a coin. GME is down 6.14. HYMC up 1.9. Hood is down 2.45. CS is down 2.95. I feel like whenever I say hood, I go like hood. I don't know, this popped in my head. NCMI is down 10.8%. Ape is up 15.63, and AMC is down 9.35. We currently have $1.6 million more inflow than outflow for the day today. 30.48 million shares traded so far. We've got about 352 minutes of trading so far into the day today. Yeah, 353. We're going to call it 353. Putting us on a pace for 33.67 million shares traded by the end of the day today. I suggested in pre-market somewhere between 45 and 60, 45, no, I said 45 to, 65 million shares, and we're well underneath that. So it means that I either need to reestablish or correct what I'm guessing, or today was just a very abnormal volume day compared to what they normally display in a pre-market situation. So we'll take it on a day-by-day basis and see here if I try to do the same thing as I normally do tomorrow and it's still too high, then I might have to adjust my numbers just a tad bit in my head. On a 4-hour time interval, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 35.83, which is below average. On a 1-hour time interval, there's more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 33.79, which is below average. On a 30-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 33.51, which is below average. On a 5-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 54.79, which is slightly above average. On Ape, for the day today, we have approximately almost $2.9 million more inflow than outflow. 57.28 million shares traded for the day today, way off of my predictions. Just like way off. Which is where I was saying that we would probably see somewhere between 90 to 120 million shares traded, and we only ended up getting 63.1. I even cut the numbers in half from what I would expect to see on a normal day, so I really don't even know what to say about this one. They just really cut the volume out of nowhere, and compared to what we were seeing in pre-market volume, so not really sure what to make of it. We'll see what happens tomorrow. On a 4-hour time interval, there's more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 71.44, which is signaling overbought. On a 1-hour time interval, there is more selling pressure than buying pressure, massive amounts of selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI at 63.02, which is above average. On a 30-minute interval, there's more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 55.38, which is slightly above average. And on a 5-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 57.96, which is slightly above average. All right, with that, we have about 5 more minutes before we get to the movie trivia for the day, which is Shawshank Redemption. That will be the movie trivia for the day, and I have not toasted out the day yet here, and I'll tell you why. I haven't toasted out the day yet here because I forgot. That's why. It's really, truly, and honestly why I forgot. But what I wanted to do is I wanted to kind of mention something, and I was more thinking about my mom wanting to get on and talk than I was the toasting. So let's go ahead and toast out the day today. I'm going to go ahead and a passing away of somebody was mentioned here, and I'm not gonna mention who said this to me, but somebody did send something to me, and it's only because I didn't ask for permission. So I don't think they would mind me saying without saying who it was specifically. But I have a picture here that they sent me. But Bobby Hull passed away, and apparently he was an amazing college or not college hockey player, and so I guess I want to read this little story here from somebody because apparently this guy I didn't know who he was, but um, I mean, it just shows a testament. This is the kind of person who I would like to hang around in life, just because I think this is the kind of person who cherishes community or people in general, and that's what I kind of all about here in a roundabout way. So we'll toast to this right after I read this. Uh, my son pictured and I went to a Blackhawk game 10 years ago, and I recognized Bobby Hull walking into the stadium. Not wanting to bother him, we decided not to walk up to him. He noticed us talking about him, and he yelled at us he yelled at us to come over to him to say hi. He was an absolute gem. We talked with him for 15 minutes. He didn't want to end the conversation about his new Stanley Cup ring that he received from the organization as an ambassador of the team. Also, my wife's grandmother used to babysit Brett Hull while he was on the road. Please toast to a true legend who understands his role in the spotlight. To fans, if you get this prior to your toast, and I did get it prior to my toast, so to Bobby Hull, cheers to people who care about people. Cheers. He very easily could have just said, like, never invited him over to come over and talk to him, but nope. He went out of his way, and I think that's cool. Didn't have to do that. We got about 2 minutes more left here before we go into the movie trivia. You're welcome, Jabibs. What about failure to delivers? Blarkey says. Let's see here. Well, we know that they borrowed the 10 million shares last week. We saw that happen, right? That's why we saw huge amounts of utilization and loan shares drive up Ape last week. So that all occurred last week. So those failure to delivers are going to be closed out with borrowed shares. Ready from Samoa says, cherish people, cherish life. All right. It is time for me to put in the message. Hit live now to get ready for the movie trivia. If you heard me clicking away and then you saw the message come up, you'll know how much approximately the time was between that and when it showed up on your screen. You probably heard a bunch of. I used to work with a guy. No joke. This was him typing at the computer. Two fingers the whole time. That was him typing at the keyboard. I couldn't believe it. I've never seen anything like it my entire life, but he somehow managed to do it, and who cares, right? As long as you get the job done. All right, here we go. It's time for movie trivia, guys. It is time. Just let me know that you guys are ready to go, and we'll start off with the movie trivia. Just need to see one person say ready. There it is. Jared Hutto for the ready. All right, first question of the day. Oh, by the way, Jabibs has 1 point from last week that I awarded to him. He made me laugh for something. I don't remember what it was, but Jabibs, thanks, man. I laughed and I wrote down that and made a note that I needed to give you a point for starting off the week. So you're starting off, everybody's handicapped. So you're starting off with a point here. How many bullets were collectively fired into the golf pro and Andy's wife? Collectively, how many? Such a morbid question. 8 is correct by Pirate Born. I'm not writing down your whole name, man. I'm just not. In fact, I'm just going to write Pirate. I'm only writing Pirate down because I know it's you. So 8 is correct. 8 is the right answer. What does Red call Andy when he first sees him get off the bus? It's a phrase. It's 4 words. A tall drink of water is correct by Aaron Waddle. That is correct, Aaron. That is correct. Next. What year was it when Andy escaped? Escape. 1966 by Jeff Hamill is correct. Next one. How many smokes did Red bet that Andy would be the first to break on his first night at Shawshank? Ten is correct by Jabibs. That is the correct answer. Hold on a second. I got to adjust the screens here where we're moving up in price. Moving on up. I mean, I wish I could do that so much better. I wish I could sing that like I wish I could just rip that out, like belt it out there. It was like moving on up, just like really just belt it out. And man, love that. All right, next question. Here we go. What was Andy drinking in the car on the night of his wife's death? Bourbon is correct by Jabibs. Aaron says, "How close was I, Casey?" What do you mean? How close were you? What do you mean by that? Actually, don't write anything else because you're gonna miss getting another answer. I'm not sure what you meant by that, but you got the point. I don't know if what you meant by that. You got it right. Here we go. Next question. Throughout the movie, Brooks kept a pet bird. I don't know if you remember Brooks. It was the old dude. I think it was. I'm pretty sure it was the old dude, the librarian dude. What was the bird's name? Jake is correct by Aaron Waddle. See, I told you not to answer that question. I was like, don't do it. You'll miss out. That is the correct answer. Jake was the name. Some people said Raven and Crow, and it's almost like I don't know. I don't like. It wasn't what kind of bird. It was what was the bird's name. I can see how that would be confusing a little bit because you guys are sitting there thinking like, what was the bird's name? Like what kind? I see how that would be confusing. Yeah. Who put that in there first? Pirate said Crow. It's like I feel like maybe it's because it's a kid. I don't know. Where are you from, Pirate? Are you from the U.S.? Pirate, let me know if you're from the U.S. or not later. Not right now because I'm going to move on to the next question, but later let me know. If you're not from the U.S., then I might give you a point. You better not lie. You better not lie to me. All right. Next one. What are 2 things that the warden believes in? There's 2 things. I need 2 items. 1 and 1. There's 2 things. Discipline is 1, and the Bible is correct by Aaron Waddle. Meep, you were so close, dude. It's 2 things. It was 2 things, though. So close, Meep. I'm sorry, man. I want to give it to you, but you only got 1. The next question. Where did Andy work before he went to prison? You don't have to be specific with just what was his job. Where? Like the location. Bank by Jeff Hamill's correct. Jeff Hamill got you down. All right, next one. Last 2 questions. Here we go. What girl did Andy get for his 10th anniversary? What girl did Andy get for his 10th that he posted up on the wall in his cell? This really should have been the last question. Marilyn Monroe by Tony Tesla is correct. Congratulations, Tony. Hey, Tony, after this is all over, we only have one question left to go. I want you to let me know whether or not you were like an owner of Tesla way back in the beginning. Only if you feel like you want to discuss that. Last question of the day. You ready? Here we go. What was Red's estimate of how long it would take to tunnel through the wall with the rock hammer? How many years? So far, Ready for some MOASS is the closest, and he's not even. Oh, there it is. Aaron Waddle for the right answer. 600 years. Pulling off the win for the day today. Aaron Waddle, like coming from, like, dude, legit, like crazy, pulled it out with 4 points for the day today. Hold on a second here. Let me erase these questions that I've got up and start scoring points for the day, and then tell you guys where we're at here. We've got Jabibs with 3 points for the day today. Congratulations. Pirate, who I'm not putting in the full name in for because nobody else has a name Pirate. You're the only pirate that we know. With 1 point for the day. Congratulations on your point. Aaron Waddle as the winner for the day today. Aaron, congratulations. This is one of my top favorite movies of all time. Top 10 anyways. And so congratulations on that. Jeff Hamill, congratulations on your 2 points. And Tony Tesla, congratulations on your 1 point. Let me make sure these add up. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. That's correct. That is the right number because I had Jabibs down for a point in the beginning. All right, now I just want to hear from Tony Tesla. Did you own Tesla from the get-go? 600 years, you wrote that. He literally wrote 600 years instead of typing in 600. Tony, let us know. Like, I'm curious. Like, if you don't want to answer or you want to say none of my business, that's completely fine. I'll be okay with it. But were you part of Tesla from the get-go? Captain Awesome says, the only pirate you know, question mark. Are you challenging me, question mark? Fine, I'll just sail into the sunset on my SS Awesomeness. I'm sorry, Captain. Captain, just because it says Captain doesn't necessarily mean that you are a pirate. I mean, there is a difference, right? I mean, right? Like, one's bad, one's good. I don't know. Maybe I'm making stuff up. Social Security boat? What? I don't even know what that means. What is a Social Security boat? I don't even know if I want to know what it means. Long Jericho says, "Are you drinking?" I always toast out the end of the day with a what I call an adventurous ape, and the answer to your question is yes. And I'm really just having fun right now. It's not really hitting me all that hard. I just like having fun at the end of the day. Pirates made captains walk the plank. See, that's my point, right? Like, you can't call yourself Captain Awesome and then say, "Hey, I'm a pirate too," because it's almost like you can't be a captain and a pirate at the same time. I mean, actually, you can. That's not true. You just can't just put just captain in your name. You need to put something that kind of signifies the fact that you're like a bad captain. Casey, you'll know when you're rocking in it. I appreciate that, Maggie. I'm not there yet. but I'm getting there. I've always thought about that. I'd like to get to the point to where I never have to collect Social Security. I've always thought about that. I've always thought about like would I collect Social Security if I could or if I didn't have to. I would prefer not to collect it. I would prefer that the government just go ahead and take my money and just keep it. And only because of the fact that I feel like everybody before me, well, not everybody, but a lot of people before me have been using it, and I want to be able to be different. I want to be able to say like, nope, I didn't need the government's help. I did it on my own. I'd like to be able to say that. I don't know if that's going to end up being the case, but we'll see. Meep says, "No way." I'm just saying. I want to buck the system, man. I don't want to. I don't want to use the system to live off of. I want to. I want it to be off of my own hard work. That's just. Deborah says it's not help. It's your money. I know it is. I know it's my money reinvested into the market to with interest, to kind of help pay for my contribution to the economy. But I just want to do it on my own. I just don't want to collect a check from the government, and I want to just do it on my own. Yeah, I know, Meep. I understand, man. But I just want to do it on my own. And I know I paid. Jabib saying you paid into it. I know, but there's something that just inside of me that inherently just wants to like be like, no, man, I can do this. I don't need you. You know what I'm saying? Like, even though they took the money out of my paychecks, every single paycheck, I just want to look back on it after it's all said and done and just be like, I did it. I didn't need your help. I made it. It feels like to me like that's like it's kind of one of those things where it's just like I don't know, you just did it. Arby says take it and donate it to a good cause. That might not be a bad thing too. I could do that. That's actually not a bad idea. That's actually a really good idea. I kind of like that idea too. Taking the money and donating every single penny of it to somebody else would be awesome too. Hey, I can tell you guys this though for sure. Over the last 2 years, I haven't given Social Security anything. That's the best part. I haven't given them any pennies of mine. I've been here doing this, so they haven't gotten anything from me. Einstein said, "They hate to break it to you, Casey, but they spent it already, shorting your investments." I know, man. That's what I'm kind of worried about, man. I'm really worried about our kids and our future, their futures, and the ability for the government to be able to pay for their retirements. Like, I remember when I was going through high school, Einstein, and I graduated in 1994. Just kind of throw that out there so you guys know kind of what era I'm in. But in 1994, even the high school teachers were saying back then that we'll be lucky to see any kind of payments in Social Security to us it's time for us to retire, the class of '94. So, and I don't know if that's going to be the case or not, but regardless of whether it is the case or not, I would prefer that if there is some kind of payment there that's going to be there for me for my future, I'd rather go to the future ahead of me. Fly Free says, Casey, my grandfather is the same way. He hasn't accepted one dime from the Social Security. Tanton said, so 46 or, yeah, 46. 19, I'm a bicentennial baby, Tanton. I was born in 1976, so I'm 46 years old. Jeff Hamill says, class of 83, they have been saying it will go broke forever. I just heard somebody sent me a link. Give me 1 second here, guys. I got to send a text back to somebody real quick here. Wait, 1 more second. What was I saying? 1976 is a good year, Hazel. I agree. Barry Electronics says, class of 83, you're just a kid. Thank you, Barry. I appreciate that. I don't, it's funny how as we get older, we still feel like kids in our heads, but the body gets old. So while my body feels like it's 46, my mind still doesn't quite feel like it's not ready to be there yet. It's my mind still is at that point to where it's like, yeah, your kidneys are failing. Yeah, your heart's getting older. Yeah, you're overweight. All these terrible things are going on with you. But I'm not ready to get in the mind. I'm just not ready to be older yet. So, and I feel like that's kind of the case for a lot of us, honestly. AP says, do you have a problem paying in to home or automobile insurance that you may never need or use in your life? No, I actually surprisingly don't. I don't know why. Because I always feel like it's like a good insurance, but in a roundabout way, I do. I don't like to pay into it, but I know that it's always there for me if I should need it. Captain says, Casey, are you saying you identify as a kid? No, no, I'm not saying that. I'm just saying I'm just not. I don't want to grow up. I'm a Toys R Us kid. That's what I'm saying. Stupid Toys R Us isn't still around. Screw you, Hedgies. Aaron says charts showing price pegging. I don't have my glasses on, so it's really hard to see some of the white numbers because they don't, for some reason, let me steer a little closer here. What do you mean by price pegging? I like hitting the top here. Yeah, I know, Maggie. They apparently they're putting in a little spot in their stores for Toys R Us. Hmm. Now, see, Sam, that's a whole different story. I agree. That's some messed up stuff right there. Paying into auto insurance your whole life, and then when you need it, there's nothing there. That would piss me off. That would really, really piss me off. Jeff says, I'm old enough to remember them telling us the ATM cards would save us money instead of writing checks at 10 cents each. Now it costs me $3 to get my money out of the ATM. Yeah, I hear you, Jeff. I hear you, man. I have a pretty cool bank though with USAA. They don't charge me that, so well that they do, but they refund you up to like I think it's like 6 or 7 transactions a month, and or something like that. I can't remember what the number is, but it's kind of nice because I don't ever pull money out that often. So, ooh, you know what, AP? I'm gonna ask that question tomorrow. I'm gonna put that in there. What percent of the audience would save Toys R Us if they were still in the same situation as AMC? I'm putting that in for a quiz or a poll question for tomorrow. I don't know if that's a long question, so I'm gonna have to figure out a way to probably put it in there, like, because we only have like a couple minutes left here, so I'd like to put it in right now, but I want a bigger population of people putting in their answers because I think it's a great question. It's all a scam. How many pensions would be bankrupt by Friday if people stop paying into them? Ponzi comes to mind. There's a lot of truth to that. A lot of truth. Roseanne says, sorry, but I'm cursing right now because of AMC's price. Because it's at 506? I'm confused. Why? Why? Long Jericho, it's probably like 100%, or maybe like 99.3%. Blarka says, Casey, sorry to ask again. So they borrow those 10 million for Ape, and when they return them, that makes the price go up. So no, not necessarily. I mean, the borrowing amount of shares is really what you want to kind of exhaust that, right? So as it stood prior to the borrowing of that 10 million shares, our utilization was much lower on Ape, and so now our utilization is much higher as they borrowed those 10 million shares. So it puts them more of a position where their cost to borrow starts to rise, and any kind of failure to deliver is going forward. There's not going to be a whole lot of room for margin and error in positions. Which, ironically, Belarkey, happens to coincide with the fact that Adam Aaron has conveniently timed a lot of these press releases and announcements to have kind of caused mass chaos in some of the trading that's been going on these stocks, which is potentially going to probably cause price to really start running up here eventually. I say eventually, but it's really, I mean, we're starting to already get signals here for next 15 days on, was it AMC or Ape? I said it earlier this morning. Hold on. On AMC. But I think Ape is one more day away from having 2 days upwards momentum after a dip as well. So we're looking like within the next 15 trading days on AMC already, and Ape is about ready to trigger that tomorrow. Roseanne says, just backing on the conversation with your mom. Oh. Whoa. Mike, that is... So as of now, if AMC closes negative 0.43 and Ape closes plus 0.44, it means we closed within a margin of 0.01, but close the gap between them by 0.87, right? That would make sense to me, yes. I don't have my glasses on, so it's very difficult for me to read what you guys are writing here. It's getting difficult. Maggie says, Casey, did any of the tramp visitors have a negative view of the proposal? I wouldn't say no, but I wouldn't say yes either. I really felt like people are kind of taking a look at things for what they are, and I felt like most people were going to vote yes, but I mean, for example, like Billy, who kind of came in early in the morning, one of his perspective was we're kind of at that point to where we really don't even really have much of an option, one way or the other, and I think Wolfie kind of expressed this as well. One way or the other, we have a choice to have something in our hand or nothing in our hand. And that was one of the things that Hillbillies are here. He's saying afternoon degenerates. And I think that's really kind of one of the things is you're either going to have to trust Adam Aaron to do what's right with these shares, or you're not, and that's really what the choice is going to come down to. But ultimately, you know that the company has to stay afloat in regards to having money. We've got maybe, if I had to guess, we probably have about 4 quarters left worth of money in the quote unquote war chest. So we're getting to that point to where it's like, okay, well, if the hedge funds are just trying to outlast us, are we getting to that point to where we have to make a decision? Commandment, thank you very much. Appreciate the compliment. Arby says, get your glasses. Well, Arby, I hate to break it to you, but it is that time of the day. Eat, sleep, drink, get plenty of rest. Tomorrow's another trading day, guys, and we can cover a lot more tomorrow too. It's not over. We have more time here. Time is on our side. Spend time with your family, spend time with your friends. Take your pets for a walk. They like to get out too. And go see a movie, because after all, isn't that what we're here to do, is go see movies? Saving a movie company. But above all else, don't have a good night. Have a great night.
T-minus 90 seconds and counting. All systems are go. We're about 90 seconds from the launch of Space Shuttle Discovery. T-minus 60 seconds and counting. We are transferring to orbiter internal power at this time. Discovery is now running off its 3 onboard fuel cells. Coming up on a go for auto sequence start. And we have a go for auto sequence start. Discovery's onboard computers have primary control of all the vehicle's critical functions. T-minus 17 seconds and counting. 15, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, start, 2, 1, booster ignition, and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery, returning to the space station, paving the way for future missions beyond.
Booster separation confirmed. Guidance now converging. Discovery's onboard computers commanding the main engine nozzles to swivel, aiming the shuttle for its precise target in space for main engine cutoff.
Okay, you sound good.
Discovery Houston, negative return.
Copy, a negative return.
If you're down and confused and you don't remember who you're talking to, concentration slip away because your baby is so far away. Well, there's a rose in the twisted blood, and the eagle flies with the dove. And if you can't be with the one you love, honey, love the one you're with. 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 Don't be angry. Don't be sad. Don't sit crying over good times you had. There's a girl right next to you, and she's just waiting for something to do. And there's a rose in the twisted love, and the eagle flies with the dove. And if you can't be with the one you love, honey, love the one you're with. Love the one you're with. Love the one you're with. Turn your heart right into joy. She's a girl and you're a boy. Get it together, make it nice. You ain't gonna need any more advice. And there's a rose in the fisted love, and the eagle flies with the dove. And if you can't be with the one you love, honey, love the one you're with. Love the one you're with. Love the one you're with. All right then, love the one you're with. Oh, yeah.
When the night's getting cold, you're needing a shoulder. Puff out your chest and be a little bolder. All we do is we buy and hold. There will be shills who wanna steal your thrills. There will be friends who hold till the end. There will be doubt, fear and cloud, but it's all in your head. Those hedges are dead. Panic and fear really are near, but it's not ours to own. We have shown that all we do is buy and hold. Oh, there will be shills who wanna steal your thrills, and there will be friends who hold till the end, and there will be doubt, fear and cloud, those hedges are dead. So when the night's getting colder, you're needing that shoulder, these apes got your back. We got each other. All we do is we buy